Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Collar Nation radio show. I'm your chief host, the Professor Collar. Now you can call me Professor Collar. You can call me Collar Genesis. You can call me Collar Thanos. You can call me Collar the Ringmaster with a circus of deadly clowns. You can call me Collar Rumble. You can call me many things. But tonight I'm Collar Genesis, the culture critic. That's what I do. I'm a culture critic. Well, folks, I've taken the last couple of nights off to really refresh, get my strength back. I'm packing, getting ready for this trip. I leave tomorrow. And so I've been busy, so I haven't been able to do shows. And this is my last show until I get to Liberia. I'm not sure if I'm going to do shows when I'm over there. I might, depending on what kind of mood I'm in. This is my last show stateside until I come back. So we're going to go out with a bang tonight. And I got an interesting topic as we conclude Black History Month. We're talking about tonight is a tribute to our Black women, the heroines and everything. And also, I want to protect Black womanhood. In preparation for the show, I've seen this. We have to rescue our women from the cultural Marxists and the fanatics that's out there, because you have a whole movement as we try to protect Black womanhood. Women, what makes a woman is what makes Black women great, being a real woman. You got people out there that are basically calling transvestites and transgenders Black women. I mean, this is an abomination. I don't give a damn what white people. This is why we're Black nationalists. We have our own value system. If white America wants to blur the line between what is a man and Black woman, let them do their own thing. In the Black nation, a woman is born a woman. That's decided at birth. A woman could give life. A woman bears children. She could give life. A man cannot give you life. And it's that ability to give you life is what creates the nurturing feminine qualities in women. That's distinguished her from man. That balances out the masculine, territorial, and protective, authoritarian nature of man. Women balance that out by being nurturing and supportive and stuff like that. A woman completes a man. No man could be a man without a woman. Women make us. Women complete us. Now, much as I say on this platform, people think I'm a male chauvinist, she-man, woman hater. That's doesn't get farther from the truth. I just realized men and women have their different roles. And what I want to do with this platform is be a place for Black men to gather thoughts and ideas. Don't mean we exclude women, but we're just saying this is a time for Black men to have serious conversations about the future of our people. Real serious times. And I always tell with an organization is led by men, only men, we're not, and women, what they do is they support what we're doing because they understand the greater good of the end goal. But when women put their feelings and their strategies out in front, and we got to do about this, we got to do about this, then the men are sitting like this. Right now, you have a community where Black men don't exist. Really. The Black male, heterosexual male does not exist in Black America. We've been marginalized. We've been segregated. We've been relegated. On the hierarchy thing, the Black woman is on top by the white man's power structure, because that's what he deals with. Everything is about who the white man decides he wants to talk to and deal with. That's not Black nationalism. Black nationalism, we decide we decide our future and we decide what we're about. I came to an epiphany today. When a lot of white people think there was some big conversation between blacks and whites and what we are right now was decided upon by no, white people decided what they want in the end game. They wanted us to believe that integration was going to work and all this stuff was going to work, and therefore we didn't have any grievances. And when I doubt maybe beyond repair, those cards have to be put on the table. Maybe all the grievances that America did to us is beyond repair, and maybe it's time. Maybe an integrated American society wasn't on the table. So who led us to believe for the last 150 years? The last 150 years that integration and kumbaya, love with whites and make America great and be in one country and everything like that was on the table. It's simple. The people who believe that, they were picked out. Well, they always say picked out of the chorus, right? They go to 10 black rallies and whatnot. They ain't gonna listen to the average black nationalist or whoever could actually solve problems in Black America. They want to listen to the Roy Wilkins, the Whitney Irving Jones, the Martin Luther Kings, and all these other people that sort of told white people what they want to hear. Now, the white people have never had any intentions of doing right by black people, but they needed black people to believe that. So they give you tokenism and make you believe vicariously through just like they were doing right now. You say, well, that was my ancestors. That's not me. It's you too. Because they're doing the same thing in your face with people like Jay-Z, people like 50 Cent, and all these other people that they put out before you. You think that the world's fair because a few Negroes are making a lot of money. Jay-Z's a billionaire, blah, blah, blah. You haven't seen his money. You haven't seen any evidence of that, but they tell you he's a billionaire. And Jay-Z and Beyonce are completely only about themselves. They ain't trying to empower the community. They're not trying to do anything. Jay-Z has nothing that he can give to the Black America, but he owns 0.001% of the of a Barclays field in Brooklyn, which basically priced the whole community out, and the community is still hurting from that Barclays Center and whatnot. But Jay-Z told us it was the right thing to do because it was about some black empowerment. But the only person that got empowered was Jay-Z. He gets a box seat, a courtside seat, as to sweeten the deal, and he gets 0.1% of a team. But that's what you have right now. And how does that go? Just like the Rock Nation. Rock Nation is doing the thing with the Super Bowl because there's billions of dollars on the line, right? So they got to get people that's going to sing their tune. If you're a Snoop Dogg, if you're a 50 Cent and everything, you got to sing their tune. You got to say what they want to say, and that's what's been passing for Black progress for the longest time. People who say what the white man knows, they know what the white man wants to hear. The whole thing, like Colin Kaepernick, that really bothered him, like Colin Kaepernick thing, Then Jay-Z tried to pretend like he was, oh yeah, man, screw the NFL, blah, blah. He knew that was just a ploy because it was too hot for him to come out and say like that. He had every intention of getting back with NFL and doing that thing. He was waiting till things died down and then he comes back. The next thing you know, he comes back, he's full-fledged in there and whatnot with the NFL. And, Jay-Z, his hope is to get a piece of an NFL team, so add on to his list of accomplishments and whatnot. Think about it. A drug dealer from Marcy Projects, a rapper, a drug dealer from Marcy Projects who made his bones putting drugs to his own people. That's see, the white man does not care as long as you're doing what he considers useful. They don't care about your background. They care about 50 Cent and all the shit he's done and whatnot, all the shit he continues to do. No, but 50 Cent serves a purpose. Same thing with all these other people, Nicki Minaj, all these other people like that. They serve a purpose, So tonight, well, we're going to sit there and talk about real Black women that really fought for us and stuff like that. Not these fake ass black women out here now and whatnot that's doing the bidding of the white man, everything like that. I'm talking about sisters like Winnie Mandela. And another thing I'm getting sick and tired of. I'm getting sick and tired of these FBA people running around talking about black history is just for black America. I'm sick and tired of these ignorant black people. Black history is anybody black, defined as black. You're part of the black African race. Black means African. Yeah, if you're part of the black struggle, the black race, everything like that, you're part of black history. You're gonna tell me Winnie Mandela is not part of black history? You're gonna tell me Queen Azinga is not part of black history? You're going to Queen Zaria of Northern Nigeria. She's not part of black history. So we're supposed to forget all these people and everything like that because weren't born in the United States. Is that what the thing is now? So we're going to talk about that. And we're going to pay tribute to our great black women tonight. You know, tonight is a Black Women's Night. And I want the sisters to call in and tell me about who inspired them and stuff like that. I want to know what's on our sisters' minds, you know, about things when because like I said, I want to show that this platform, I have a lot of respect for the black women. There was a movement back in like the 40s. Well, just those black women who got together and just and from what I hear, I'm not sure what came before, whether the progressive movement or were these women part of the progressive movement. But they were going around in the community doing very charitable work like nursing, helping the sick and whatnot, educating people and that. We've always had these black women. They were educating black women who were housemaids, stuff like that, talk about their rights and stuff like that. So we've always had black women that were at the forefront, you know, in the nursing field and stuff like that. That fed homeless people and stuff like that. We always had black women that were out in front in our community that were helping out in the church and our community and everything like that. So I don't want people thinking that's all men. The women were there too. They were by our side throughout our history. So there's no such of you're going to divide black men and black women up. It's not going to work with me. You know, black women are not our competitors. They're our partners in this. Just like the white man and the white woman are partners. We're not, they're partners against us. Our black women are partners on our side. You know, we have to get our women back like that. We got to show them that, we're worthy, that they don't have to chase the white man and chase all these other non-white men. What they got is in us, If they learn to appreciate us for what we are and what we can accomplish, we can conquer the world. You put black men and black women together and everything is nothing in this world we can't accomplish together. But the bottom line is, I'm sick and tired of these fake ass gender wars. People running around, black men ain't shit. Like the other night, and the reason why I did the show because the other night was such a time travel that really bothered me. It did, It really bothered me. I really felt the pain in that woman's voice, and so it made me sort of think about some of the insensitive stuff that I've said over the years and stuff like that, that our women are hurting. They are. Yeah, I would like, the thing is though, we got to get people, immigrants, they're coming over here thinking this is a party. And we can't rely on immigrants because they're silly and they're childish. They don't know. I heard this one guy say this on TikTok. He said he went to Africa, right? And he was an African guy. And he was like, went there and I'm gonna try to quote him right. He said he went around to different countries and said asked them about their tribe. He realized, he says most Africans can't even tell you anything past, don't even know who their grandparents are. They don't have no depth in their history, And so therefore we can't expect them to understand us who have a literate history. We have books and everything that was passed down about our history. We know our history, Many black people could trace their family back many generations, 10 generations. They know where we came from. They know like this. A lot of Africans and people like that, They come from broken communities, so don't expect them to join with us and talk about history. Now. I don't really know a whole lot about how Africans view history. For example, if I go to one African country and I say, "Hey man, that guy I read about such and such, such and such. He was a great African warrior when I," and the other guy be like, "Man, I hate that nigga because blah 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 blah. He was from a different tribe." You know, to us, black people are black people. So it's hard to have black history when people don't have a black identity. Now, in Southern Africa, it's a little different. Southern Africa, you have a strong black nationalist, black identity, or black consciousness in Southern Africa. You had people like Stephen Biko. You had people like Winnie Mandela. So like this. Oh no, here comes Broody with his Pan-African heritage. But man, no, I don't think so. We're not Pan-Africanists, Broody. Stop with your freaking nonsense about Pan-Africanism when nobody's a Pan-Africanist anymore. Yeah. So you have people like I talked to my and to be honest with you, I really got back into this and got radicalized by listening to black nationalists from Africa. Believe it like that. I have friends of mine from Namibia that had social network groups called Black Nationalists, right? And one guy was like talking about, yeah, man, I listened to this guy named College Genesis on Blog Talk Radio. I was like, that's me. I was like, oh, I listen to this guy named College Genesis, man. That's what I'm talking about, right? I had no idea there were so many Africans. Then it dawned on me because I had such a bad experience with Nigerians, right? I just almost gave up on the continent, right? And then, when I met my guy Pendini from Namibia, he's in Namibia. That's what his handle was. His name was Neo Black Nationalist. He was like, man, we need a black nationalist movement in Southern Africa. That's the only way somebody said, man, I'm with you. So you got in Zambia, Namibia is a stronghold for black nationalism. Zimbabwe, South Africa, Mozambique, and Angola, all these places are really hotbeds of black nationalism and black consciousness, So therefore, like I said, we like to talk about our sisters in these regions. People that stand out. The right is stand out the most to me is our sister, our warrior queen, Winnie Mandela. Man, I miss her so much. Now, I think a lot of you guys think Dr. Arcana is a new Winnie. She's not a Winnie Mandela. Trust me. Dr. Arcana is not Winnie Mandela. She could probably be, but she's not Winnie Mandela. Winnie Mandela was a real black nationalist, a black power queen. She loved her people, she loved her people. I don't care about what tribe. Winnie Mandela was black. She was a black nationalist. She didn't identify with no Xhosa. That was her ancestor, but she understood one thing. That's one thing you could tell about an African. She saw herself as black. I listened to her talk for many years. She never basically talked about her Xhosa. I guess because South Africa is so modern, they know tribal identity is what keeps black people divided and keep white people ruling. That's why Winnie had to take Matt. What's up, Dark Migo? Winnie had to take matters in her own hands, and Winnie put the foot to the ass down there and whatnot. The white man in South Africa, the white man in the U.S., they hated Winnie Mandela. They really feared that woman. That was a black African warrior queen. Mandela never mentioned a tribe. Because once you've been educated, and I'll talk about the history. If you guys want to have a talk about South Africa, I'm going to tell you about South Africa. Even though we're very far away, people have no idea how close South Africa and the black struggle in South Africa and the black struggle in America parallel each other. We're all the same because the blacks in South Africa were reading Booker T. Washington. They were reading Marcus Garvey. They were reading what's his name, Martin Delany. They were reading all these black men from America, the ones who were educated, and that's why the ANC was formed. It was formed by black nationalist ideology that permeated from America to Southern Africa. And they understood that tribal identity, although you can be proud of your tribe, it's like being proud of what city you came from. But in the face of who your open enemy is with the white man, he wants to enslave you and exploit you and murder you and kill you and whatnot, tribe, it has to be put on the back burner. They understood that the black nationalists and the Pan-African Congress of South Africa understood that, They understood that the black identity was more important than what your tribe ethnic background was. Because they knew that the whites knew how to use those things to divide black people, We're going to talk about that later, but I want to keep focus on our sisters, right? And one time we had a first black person to run for president was Shirley Chisholm. She was a congresswoman, I believe, right? And she was from the Caribbean. She's Caribbean background. Shirley Chisholm. But did she walk around with Caribbean on her chest? No. She is accepted as a black woman in America. That ran for first person that ran for president. I think in the late 60s, early 70s, she ran a campaign for president. So we have a lot of great black women in our history, And I don't know what people thinking that I'm overlooking our sisters, man. Our sisters have been there for us for the longest time. They've been there they're marching with us. They're fighting with us, It was one sister I was watching. What's that one movie? Somebody told me that one movie that came out like 3 years ago. I think it was called Lovecraft. I think it was called, where they were basically stagecoach people who guarded stagecoaches. What's that movie? Had this one sister that was friggin' a beast, but oh yeah, I remember Sister Soldier, boy. Sister Soldier, that was my leader back in the days, man. She was like, "Come on, black man, where's your army at?" Our sisters wanted to stand up and be men. Some of y'all wouldn't know what to do with sisters like Sister Soldier, That's a real woman right there. She's more a woman that anybody can handle, boy. Sister Soldier, boy. Remember that, Stagecoach Mary. Yeah. But the movie played her as some light-skinned heroine. When I saw the real picture of her, this was a big, dark-skinned woman, and she was manly almost. But she got the job done, boy. She carried a gun, I don't think every black person should run for president. Then it trivializes the people who are actually serious about running. Yeah, Sister Soldier motivated me, boy. I needed that. I really needed that, Or she was like really a heroine. I wonder what happened with Soldier. I think she's still around. So she don't really. That's the whole thing about these people. Some people just disappear. At a time, we need all these people to come out. We need our sister soldiers back. We need people like that. In a time where we're being under attack, time where the black race is being divided by ethnicity and diaspora wars and stuff like that. We need our black nationalists and people to come back and put their foot down. Really. Where are all our fucking people at that fought for us back in the days? Yeah, we're going to talk about Harriet Tubman, Harriet Tubman was another warrior sister. People don't know. There was In the 70s, they made a movie called TV series called A Woman Called Moses, right? I was like, okay, that's nice. I saw it as a kid, right? We learned about Harriet Tubman. Oh, how nice. She fled from slavery. Then I learned about the real Harriet Tubman, you know? And I said, and she said she carried a gun. That gun was not just for slave catchers, it was also for Negroes who wanted to turn back. So I'd rather kill you and set you free than have you go back there and live. Some people want to turn back and go back to the white man, you know? She said, you'd rather be die than live as a slave. She had that, put that gun to their head, and she put people in fear, you know? They destroyed Harriet Tubman with fucking Cynthia Erivo. And then you had some stupid, ignorant hip hop, loving hip hop type chick talking about, I don't want to look like no Harriet Tubman. Look like a whole ass, full blooded African. Talking about, I ain't looking no ugly ass Harriet Tubman. I don't know what the hell she was saying. She just threw Harriet Tubman out there, you know, under the bus. Because, what we call it? Yeah, I remember Cicely Tyson played that, you know. I was a kid. I liked the movie, but it was not historically accurate. But it was better than that garbage that Cynthia Erivo played, you know, where they tried to make the black guy out to be the bad guy and whatnot. You know, like I said, they know how to do these things. You know, so you forget about the white man and make the black guy out to be the antagonist, you know, and they bring the whole black man, black woman up here, you know. Yeah, they made the black man the villain, you know. Like I said, this is why we need, look, I wrote the first historical novel on Liberia. I need more people to get out there and start writing novels, writing books and whatnot. If you're a black nationalist, it's time for us, to get out there and start doing stuff, you know, because if not, they're going to erase our whole history, you know. They're going to erase our. It's almost like slavery never happened. The impact of race-based slavery never happened. Oh, it wasn't that bad. And they always got to put on. You ever notice how these slave movies? They always got to have a white savior or a white person coming in and saving the day and whatnot, and they make it seem like slavery was our fault, whatever. You know. Actually, Sister Soldier was not made for black women. They were I see. I don't know much about the Woman King. It was like two white women that wrote that. I never saw the Woman King. You know, I never saw the Woman King. You know, to be honest with you, if somebody could come up here and give me a breakdown of the movie, I got the general idea to the Homie Kingdom. But it seemed like a lot of these movies are trying to trivialize why slavery happened and stuff like that. You know why slavery happened. Slavery happened because it was a racist system. You had to have, in order for Europe. Remember something, folks. Europe was a dying continent, disease, people shitting in the streets. It was a filthy freaking place, disease thing, right? But when Europeans found that great wealth could be created by extracting forced labor, right? And then they found out that there's a place where we can get endless supply of free labor to build our wealth and everything. Then the whole mechanism of Europe centered around justifying race-based slavery. First, it was the Catholic Church. The Pope said black people uh, black people are are have no souls. That was the first pope. I forgot his name was. You know, he said black people had no souls, so you can enslave them. That was based on religious reasons. Then years later, when black people became Christian, they still was enslaving them. Then they switched to science, pseudoscience, the whole racial pseudoscience. In fact, Do you know that the modern gynecology and everything was based on them experimenting on African American women? Yeah, yeah, yeah. The Woman King was fake. People, I love the Woman King, blah, blah. That's a fake history. Look, you cannot fool me. So I never took it. I read the excerpts where I said, I ain't watching this garbage. So it is what it is. A white man had to escort Django to a plantation, help him get his wife. That's actually more believable than fucking the Woman King, to tell you the truth. Woman King was fake, bro. Mufasa, that was fake history, bro. That was not real history. That was fake. And so feel good history make you feel good about slavery wasn't that bad. It wasn't a Holocaust. You see, we had a woman king when the main thing about slavery you must understand is you could be a king one day, right? And the next day you could be on the bottom chain to the neck on a slave ship. That was the reality of it. Slavery could befall on anybody. There was nobody safe from those slave ships. If you don't get that out of history, you haven't really studied history then. You know, Hell, we're broody with this Kiswahili. Hey, we're all from West Africa, right? We're all from West Africa. Why is this guy talking about fucking Kiswahili, an Arabic language, on the East Coast? There's half Arabic and half Bantu slaves, that came up with Kiswahili. Here we go talking about Kiswahili and other Shnagalaga languages. I didn't see the movie Woman King, so I can't say it, but from what I've heard and whatnot, I'm sorry, I can't buy it. I just buy it. So that's what I saw who produced it, two white women and whatnot. Don't know anything about black kids. That's dangerous. It used to be a time where if white person put their hands on anything with our history, we wouldn't watch it. We wouldn't watch it. We were like, nah, nah, nah. But now we just, oh yeah, it's all good. Let white people, let Hollywood. They go look at Harriet Tubman movie. The reason why we had to do that because we don't want to offend white people. We don't want to offend anybody. There should be no white women on dealing with fucking our history, Mufasa. Sorry. None. There should be no white person doing any movie of any credible source or whatnot. That's not their lane. White people, let me tell you something about white people. Anytime you have white people doing something, they're always going to find a way to humanize and legitimize white people themselves in a movie. They try to humanize them and say, "Oh yeah, there's a happy ending or whatever like that." Um, oh yeah, look, there's nothing I say that has any white people written it. Everything I do is say written by black people. For the most part. But if I'm gonna tell historical fiction, I'll let it do from a black person's standpoint, and also from a black audience to a black audience. You know, Woman King was not made for a black audience. Neither was Django, even 12 Years a Slave. Those were made for a white audience. We have not had a slave movie really made for a black audience. Why? Because current things that they always have when they have films made for a white audience, they always got to give the characters redeeming qualities. You know, I learned this from reading books from other countries. When I used to read books, stories from Japan and China, right? See how they treat Westerners in their movies and their novels. There's no good ones, you know? There's no happy ending. There's no, oh yeah, well, you know, we came a long way since then and whatnot. They leave it open ended, you know? That's the difference, Mufasa, you know? White people always got to make sure that there's a happy ending or there's a white hero, a white savior, a white best friend, a white helper, or something like that. That's what white people need to latch on to. That's why a lot of white people tell me they didn't like the movie Sinners, right? Because they said every white person in that movie was bad. That's what they don't like. Why white people don't like Sinners? Because they said they didn't have. Usually, they could expect there to be a white character or something like that. Because they thought Mary was going to be that white character, but she ended up being a vampire. So there was no white person in the movie that was good, you know, for the most part. He says, "Hey, dude, can you tell Colin to unban me? I don't understand why he removed me. Thanks. Peace to comment. I don't see his comment. You know, who is that? I don't know who that is. Peace Mill Protege. I don't know who that is. You know, I don't know who that is. I don't know how to unblock people. You know, only person I think knows how to unblock people is Hustle Smart. He ain't on here tonight. I seriously don't know how to unblock people. You know." However, let me see something. I know how to unblock people from the not gonna unblock people from the thing, but which we call it. Hey, what's up, Hustle Smart? You want to come on, show me, guide me through how to unblock somebody? I don't know who that is. Probably say something stupid, and I gotta block them again. So I don't want to put you through any extra work. By the way, folks, yeah, thanks for the donations. We got to keep those donations coming. We got to do something. We got the GoPro. I put it up. You know, I put it together and stuff like that. I'm learning how to use it last night when I hadn't have time. I was running all day today. I didn't have no time to do nothing. I was up this morning, had to get the rental car, you know, everything to drive it to GC tomorrow. I was running around all day. I mean, I came home this afternoon, took a nap, right? Like around between 1 and 2:30. Got up doing some more running around for a few hours and then took another nap. You know, I came home, took another nap. I was just so freaking exhausted after today, you know. Oh yeah, that kid Swahili is gonna really do something. Let's learn the language of the people in the poorest region of the world. That's really like that, you know. Yeah, I got the mic. I got the mic. I just gotta put it in my thing. I'll figure that out when I get on the other side. I'll make sure I take it. But yeah, so tonight we're talking about our sisters, man, great heroines and stuff like that. I have not seen the Woman King. I mean, much as I like that, I just can't stomach the idea of it's like the movie Harriet. You know, all these I can't stomach Hollywood. You know, when do you leave? Will you go live in Liberia? I look if had that coup have never happened in Liberia, and Liberia was on a growth right now, Liberia would have a stock exchange. It would have modern businesses, you know, coming there by the tens of thousands. I could be able to sell group insurance plans and group retirement plans to companies coming there. Yeah, I would live there. But I can't go to a place and I can't make a living. You got Zongo talking about farm. I am not going to fucking farm. It's not happening, and the people, but you watch Django. Django was a friggin' was fantasy. That wasn't even real. Everybody knew that was real. That was not real. You know, that was a story. I looked at Django like that was a joke. Where you go live. Oh yeah, I probably will go live in Liberia when let me get settled in for a little while, man. We can show right away. Let me get settled in. When I'm there for like about a few days, and I'll start doing lives. Why not? But my main thing, folks, is I need to relax. There's so much going on in America. I love when I'm over there. You know. Yo, damn, Mufasa's giving me smoke tonight, man. Yo, look. Let me put it to you like this, Mufasa. Django was Hollywood fantasy. It's like saying you don't like prison movies, Colin, but you like a Stir Crazy. Stir Crazy was a comedy. I don't take that seriously. It's not any reference point or anything like that. Django was a comedy. It was not real history. But the Woman King, we're not, and when you're trying to be serious, because people will walk away from this. Has a difference, Mufasa. People will look at Django and be like, "Yeah, a Negro that was fast with the gun." The movie was part Western. They weren't even in the West, right? And yet you're in Mississippi fighting slavery. The movie didn't even balance out. You know, the movie didn't make any sense, but it was sort of like a dark comedy. That movie did not make any sense whatsoever. But when you look at things like The Woman King, right? That's when people are gonna say they're gonna walk away from. You ask somebody, "What do you think about the Dahomey King?" Oh, I saw the Woman King, and they got a distorted view of history. Yeah, Django wasn't serious. I tried to tell Mufasa that Django was not serious. Everybody knew that. It's like a joke, Mufasa. That was not serious. The Woman King was, and the Harriet Tubman movie are attempts at a historical narrative. You know, that's attempts at legitimacy. That's the problem I have. Django was silly, but it was entertaining. It was really entertaining. Anybody who take Django seriously, you got to be the biggest clown that ever walked the earth. If you look at Django and be like, man, that was a deep movie about slavery. I hope that's not the case, my brother Mufasa. The movies like Harriet and Woman King, that's dangerous. Yeah, everybody know that Woman King was fake history. That was feel good history for white people. And black people got to start getting serious about their fucking history. Yeah, but Mufasa, if you watch Woman King, that's even worse because they're actually trying to use actual people that existed, historical references. That's even worse, bro. You know, uh, the bottom line is this: that was not historically. The movie was historically accurate. The bottom line is everyone, the homie. People don't understand. So let me tell you something about the homie. Right? It was more. This is people don't know this history, right? People have no idea the history. Do you know since like the 1400s, right? There were actually Europeans who intermarried in Africa, right? They had mixed race kids who were raised as Africans, right? They were raised partly as Europeans, right? And mulattoes, right? But they blended into African society, right? And they became the liaison between two worlds. That happened with the Portuguese in Guinea. It happened in Benin. I mean, excuse me, not the Benin, but Dahomey, and it happened among the Fancy tribe. You know, so therefore, you have people out there who think, "Oh yeah, the Dahomies." So say, no, those were the mulatto caste Christian people who made up the elite in Dahomey. I mean, they got rich and everything like that. In fact, you look at some of the palaces of the Dahomey people; they were straight out of fucking France. You would think it was in Europe. So they were like a Euro Afro kingdom. Was not a real. Dahomey was not a real African kingdom. Just like voodoo is not a real African religion. Voodoo is a mixture of Catholicism that was imported by the Catholic Church and Black Christians who mixed bastardized certain African religions, and they created voodoo. It had nothing to do with Africa. A lot of stuff you see that you guys know is not indigenous to Africa. As somebody who's really actually studied Africa, a lot of things you see on the coast of Africa was heavily influenced by Europeans. Creole culture, on West Africa. Dahomey was a Creole culture. It had nothing to do with real African culture and history, Yeah, but Lupita played the hell out of that role. She deserved the Oscar for that. That role was powerful, but her role in that movie really moved me. She played the hell out of that role, bro. In what movie? 12 Years a Slave. She played the hell out of that role. Yeah, the homie kings, all these are puppets, and they might have been white men. They were, some of them were blackish, I guess, but they were white, actually white in their outlook on life. Yo, first of all, Mufasa, 12 Years from a Slave. I read the book, is accurate. All they did was basically portray what was in the book. That was actually a true story. Had nothing to do with no damn fantasy, without that. They told this true story of what happened. It was accurate. You ever read the book? And when in fact, they made a movie, 12 Years a Slave, back in the 70s with what's his name, Avery Brooks. He played Solomon Northup back in the days. 12 Years a Slave. That was a true story. So yeah, I watched 12 Years a Slave. But yeah, tonight we're just talking about the women in our history or not. Can we do more? Yeah, that movie was powerful. 12 Years a Slave was really powerful. That was a powerful movie. You know, Steve McQueen did that. That was a powerful movie. You know, I watch movies because I like learning about my history, good and the bad. I don't candy coat my history. I want to know everything. You know, and that's how I formulate an opinion. I read a lot of books. I read so many books on slavery. so many books on Black history of my lifetime, whatnot. So I'm very, very versed about what happened on both sides of the Atlantic. But a tribute to our heroines and heroes, our sheroes, and everything tonight. You know. Oh, well, look at this fucking clown. Yo, Pony Obsession says he says I can't come to your channel. I'm a white devil. That's good. That's at least he admit that. I'm a white devil, but I'd be nice to what? What the hell is he talking about? All right, to be nice and polite. Nah, I haven't feel general. Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. We got nothing to discuss. Yeah, we're past the point of talking. Them days are over. I think this guy thinks this is 1975 or something. We're in a black nationalist revolution right now. Way down with the black nationalist movement. I don't want to know you. The second Roots was actually better than the first one. The second Roots was actually really, really good. It was made with Forrest Whitaker and Ti was in there, and Lawrence Fishburne. I think he produced it. And so that was actually a really good. And so for the white devil listening, let me say this right. Anytime he probably came up here and said something stupid, and I blocked him. So he fucked up. That's what I say. I give white people one fucking chance. That's it. I don't give no second chances. The white people. You give them one fucking chance. You came up here, and fucked it up. Now, if you want to make a new account, come up here and see how long you fucking last before I throw you out again. I could stomach a slave movie. I like to fucking see it. I like it because it makes me angry. It boils. I like to connect what my ancestors went through and shit like that. Because I know for a fact of the matter is right now we're on a come up, so it don't really matter. You know. My point. Only thing I would have to say is this. Slavery is unforgivable, and people always say this, right? The argument about a lot of racists is always like, your ancestors sold each other into slavery. No, they fucking were. They were coerced into that shit. Europeans produced guns. They had the global system. Slavery was going to happen regardless of whether Africans wanted to or not. It was going to happen because the demand was so great. And also, slavery happened right around the time the Europeans were coming into the age of reason and logic and enlightenment. Think about it. You had the age of enlightenment, the Protestant Reformation, the Spanish Inquisition, the European Renaissance, right? Predates slavery. But yet, Europe went into the darkest time known to mankind, which was the Atlantic slave holocaust, the Maafa. How'd that happen? It's simple. They basically said, because let me tell you, I read Europeans writing everything from the No. I don't believe that, DK. I don't believe that. I believe basically slavery was. If I was honestly, be honest with you, if I lived on the coast of Africa, right, and I'm constantly at war with these people, another tribe, and we're stealing from each other, warring with each other, and whatnot. I want them to stop, right? All I want them to do is stop, right? They got guns, I got guns, and everything like that, and there's constant warfare. The only way to guarantee that those people that you conquered is never going to come back is to sell them to the Europeans. The Europeans started that. In fact, DK, had it not been for the importation of gunpowder, slavery would have never happened. Because slavery would not have worked if you're just talking about spears and bows and arrows, stuff like that. When you have guns in the mix, right? Loud guns and whatnot. Guns cause panic. No, I'm just serious, DK. Guns cause panic. When panic happens, whole villages flee. And that's when the European traders on the coast, right? Slave trade on the coast, would catch people fleeing the villages on the road, whatnot. And that's what they would capture them on the road and march them to the slave dungeons by constantly causing panic and confusion. That's what Europeans did, And the bottom line is the only people that the Europeans left alone were the people who cooperated, It ain't making excuses. I just put it like this. I'm not like when people blame too much on Africans. I say to me the main villain is Rico. Who do you think is the main villain? Is the white man or the fucking Africans? The friggin' it's the white man. Who benefited from slavery? Benin City was once a big thriving metropolis, right? When the Dutch first came there, they admired the. Let me read you something from the Dutch. The Dutch impressions of Benin City. Let me read something from you, right? The Dutch, early Dutch impressions of Benin City. Okay, here it is right here. Early Dutch settlers visited the 17th century were deeply impressed by Benin City, described it as a massive, wealthy, remarkable, clean metropolis. See, Benin was a clean metropolis. Amsterdam was a fucking disease shithole, right? In the subsequent years, I was saying this I was the 1600s. 200 years later, it was just the opposite. So tell me who friggin' benefited from slavery? Well organized, shining red clay houses, written by Ofer Dapper and Derek Reuters, compared the city's size and sophistication to Amsterdam, praises security, efficiency, grand bronze-adored palace, everything. So they were very impressed. I learned this for years. The city layout and cleanliness. The Dutch travelers reported that the streets were wide, straight, with houses built in good order. The homes of nobility was described as having long galleries and being maintained with high cleanliness, often washed and scrubbed to shine. This note article. Architecture and infrastructure. This is Benin City. The Royal Palace was a major highlight, described as a feature, fine columns, richly decorated walls. Say ancient origins is blog. The city was noted for having large, well-organized homes, sophisticated, specialized. This wasn't no, it's not folklore, bro. Rico, learn your fucking history. I've known about this for years, So the bottom line, Benin City was one of the most advanced cities in the world, The Benin was a highly advanced civilization. They had bronze sculptures, everything like that. Learn the freaking history of Africans, DK, I'm not trying to say like this. I just know real African history. You guys want me to sit up here and bash Africa all day, but I know real African history. So I've studied this longer than some of you've been alive, you know? No, 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 look. Who's us? Who's us? My ancestors didn't come from Benin. My ancestors came from the Congo. And my ancestors were captured in battle by the Portuguese and taken here. You know, we were not sold by the Africans. So I don't know that history, you know? Order and governance. The city was described as extremely safe, and these things I've known about for years. A high level of security there. According to Dutch visitor, theft is unknown, and the people live in such security they have no doors. The houses cultural and economic wealth. Early Dutch documentation, specifically Dapper, emphasized immense wealth of the Kingdom of Benin, referencing extensive, well-guarded earthwork walls, noting in Facebook. You know, but yeah. Bottom line, you see the cities of Benin. West Africa has had big cities like Timbuktu, Jenne, Mopti, Benin. You know, West Africa was a metropolis. You know, it wasn't some people living in a village and like people think, you know. Yeah, what you call with Benin, well, by the time he had 300 years of degradation. By the time the British got there, there was like a mess. The country had devolved. Slavery had taken its toll on the city and the culture and civilization. The one civilization had disappeared, you know. So, so the bottom line is Benin City was a great city, and look at what happened after that. You know, no, they didn't make any money. They made trade, but it was an unequal trade. Just like Rico, if you study American history, right? Are you going to blame the Chinese for the Opium Wars? The what you call the British had nothing the Chinese wanted, right? Nothing they wanted. The British was buying Chinese goods like tea and stuff like that and distributing them all over the world. Chinese silk, whatever like that, right? But to pay for this stuff, the British really had nothing to offer them because of slavery and stuff like that. The British had nothing to balance it all out, right? So the British said, you know something, how do we get all that silver we spent in China, you know, building China up or not? You know, this is Taiping Rebellion. What we're gonna do is, you know, we're gonna addict the Chinese to opium. So they went to India, where they control India, took the opium in the poppy fields and brought them to China, caused a heroin and opium epidemic. Right, millions of Chinese were addicted to opium. Right, and the British basically start seeing their currency reserves, silver reserves, go up. And then the British took over ports like Hong Kong, Shanghai, and all stuff like this, right? So now you're gonna tell me, oh, the Chinese fault? No, the British did what they said. You know, did what they did. So this is what we're talking about tonight. Anytime you, like I said, I know people like Rico Miller. You know, he's grown up watching westerns, John Wayne, and stuff like that. So the white man could do no wrong to him. You know, Eddie, I have a structure like civilization. So that being said, you know, we're talking about history tonight, particularly with a slant towards our sisters. So anything you got to share about uh our sisters, come on up, step right up, step right up, you know, step right up, step right up, step right up, step right up. So it's an hour in my monologue, and that's the fastest hour, man. You know. So step right up, step right up. And get knocked right the hell back down, you know. Yeah, we're at the point now in our history, right? Oh yeah, Sada Shakur. Let's talk about Sada Shakur, right? Now, Sada Shakur, people don't know this history. You know, she is from her family was a victim in the Wilmington massacre of what was it, 1898, whatever. The Wilmington, she's from Wilmington, North Carolina. And so therefore that trauma kept staying with her whole life. That's why she was radicalized. You know? Why you must be so combative, wanting to knock somebody down for having their own opinion. That's just a joke, man. I say, look, step right up, step right up. Look, come up here and talk, American Freeman. You know, I'm not gonna knock you back down. You know, yeah, Ida B. Wells was another friggin' strong. No, Tupac was Afeni Shakur. My aunt and uncle knew Afeni Shakur because they were part of the same Black Panther chapter in Queens and Brooklyn. My aunts and uncles knew Afeni Shakur. You know, that's Tupac's mother. Sai Shakur is different. She was part of Sai Shakur founded the Black Liberation Army. Step right up, step right up. Dark Migos stepping right up.
Yo, what's up, Carlo?
Hold on, what's going on? What's on your mind, brother?
No, yeah, I was just gonna tell you about the Woman King movie. Just to sum it up for you, it was just basically, they was fighting whatever other black man tribe or something like that, and the white mixed guy, ended up saving them and sparing like some black lady, and like that was it.
Without even looking at it, I know that's probably what happened because that's
Yeah,
what
like that's
in
literally what
Hollywood.
happened. Yeah, that was it.
I don't even have to look at it. You know, I know probably they'll find some way. I'm just surprised they didn't bring the LGBTQ in there. You know,
Yeah, they did actually. They had like some
really,
some
nothing
fruity.
surprises me, man.
It was like some fruity guy. I guess he was the androgynous guy that was helping the women. Because the king, he had like mad wives. I don't know, the fruity guy was in there with him, helping him get dressed and stuff. So they had to show that.
Yeah, that doesn't shock me at all. You know,
Yeah, it was a terrible movie.
that doesn't shock me at all. You know, every time you put Hollywood on something, you know, that's exactly what happened. That's what they say. Oh, we got it has to sell. You know.
Yeah, that's what the Mr. guy said too in the chat. He was like, yeah, that's why they added those things in there so it could be sold to the I guess the white masses.
Yeah, and sometimes at one point in time we gotta separate from these people. You know,
Yeah.
like this guy want to come up here and whatever like that, and I'm like, what do we got to talk about? You know, what does he think I'm chaotic truth or fucking Afrodamus? You know,
Yeah, I guess so.
we have absolutely nothing to fucking discuss. Nothing. You know, my whole thing is, dude, man. You know, all the talking. We have 400 years of talking. Has it gotten the same place?
No, near none, nowhere.
Not no. So what are you gonna talk to me about? Nothing. What does the deal say? Well, let's discuss something. That's the beauty about being a black nationalist, right? Unlike the fucking the FBA people, they still willing to go through another 100 years of talking to get a reparations check. I'm like, if it means separating from white people and stop this shit, they can keep that reparations. You know,
Yeah,
now we can do whatever we want to do. You know, we're free.
yeah, because reparations isn't that important because like most black people got jobs and stuff. So
But we're not sitting here desperate and destitute. People want reparations of those doo doo black people. You know,
yeah, like I'm like my thing is like I'm not against it, but I'm not like like
no, I'm not
wishing
gonna.
for
I'm
it.
not
You know what I'm
gonna
saying? Like
over
if
it.
it happens, it happens. But I'm not
What
betting on
people
it.
want you to stop what you're doing
Yeah,
and focus on reparation. Now get the fuck out of here. You know,
yeah.
I'm still doing my thing, what I gotta do in life and whatnot. You know, what type of black people, man? All they do is sit around all day, talk about black immigrants, and you know. Oh man, what you think really they're doing something? We're delineating. What the fuck you delineating for? You know?
Right. Right? I'm like, yeah, those people probably, glad you kind of delineating, don't really got anything to
I
offer.
want to delineate from them motherfuckers,
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, we need to get away from them.
I'm trying to get away from you niggas. They said women can't have $50 million budget. You gotta be kidding me. So if somebody can put $50 million on garbage like that, they're trying to. That's a message they're trying to send. There's big money behind rewriting Black American history.
Yeah, like I said, that's just, like I remember said on the last show how like the Bill Cosby effect, when he was, when they was promoting black people to be, more like, in a positive light, then it kind of all the black people emulated it. Do you like I know you was like kind of alive during that era, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, like when like so like they say like that's why, they kind of be pushing, $50 million to the BS rather than, the profitable things because black people gonna start copying it.
Yeah, right now there's a freaking bitch that said, so, excuse my language, folks.
That was a good.
You know.
Hey, she is
Anyway,
what she is.
What's up, boss?
this
What's my
this chick from some white lady suing Bill Cosby in civil court. He didn't show up. She said he groped her in 1972.
That sounds like a bitch to me. Why would you say you sorry for that?
No, because tonight's show was about black women, so I want
Well,
to use
hey,
that.
she white. She white. So why would you apologize for saying that about a white woman?
Women, no.
Man, you can't lump white women and black women together, Colin.
Yeah, let's see. Kala gets touchy with talking about immigrants. No, I don't get touchy to talk immigrants. I get touchy because you dumb Negroes. That's all you guys want to talk about. Like some immigrant is fucking. They don't look. They don't want your McDonald's job, bro.
Hey,
Talking about.
Colin, let me say something. Just call Migo. I was listening. I came up here because Migo was telling you about the woman king. He left out the most important thing. The woman king was gay.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
How you gonna forget that? She was.
I, I was so off that movie, bro. You know what I'm saying? I did not
And
like
now,
it. I forgot.
now I'm depressed.
Color. She was straight up, not bruh. She was butch gay, straight up butch gay, with a fade like Kid and Play.
It's about the woman king.
Yeah, she was straight up. She had a chick. The dude raped her. The gang raped her, and then all of a sudden she went to the chick. And then gave up a baby and some crazy shit. Put a bone in the back of her back.
Oh yeah, yeah, it was crazy.
She
Y'all. I
was straight
forgot.
up. She was straight up gay. And then her daughter, who found out who her daughter was lusting for the half breed. That shit was crazy.
Yeah, man. Like I said, when they make these.
Collar, hold on, Collar. I'm talking about some down by the river lusting, like that real mammy down by the river. You know what I'm saying? Spying on the half breed while he taking a bath. Shit.
Wow.
That's how it was. Now, Migo, ain't that the truth?
Yeah, he not lying. I definitely forgot about that though. That was
Got about
crazy.
all the points, man. That shit
Yeah.
was Connor. That shit was so feminist it didn't even make no sense. And then the dude that was the king, he's the dude that played in what's the movie with those big giant robots? Tyler, the big giant robot in
I
the
know what you're talking about. I forgot the name. Pacific Rim.
Pacific Rim. He the dude that played in the second one. That's the general's son. The one that played in Star Wars. He the one played in who cloned Tyrone. You know what I'm saying? The dude that played in that too. And then they had him looking all sassy, like he was feminine.
Yeah.
They made him look feminine in the movie. You don't remember that Migo? He was walking around all sad
Nah, yeah,
with
with
his
like a
hand
robe
all
and
limp.
And what
yeah.
happens when you got like half the writers and whatnot are white women, and they're trying to push the thing, you talking about John Boyega.
Yeah. And that was the funny part to see him act like that, Collar, because he never act that way in no movie.
No.
It was the same way when I saw Will Smith getting his cheeks clapped in that movie. I was like, man, I didn't even see him the same way.
Yeah.
I didn't see him the same way somebody said, well, why you don't see that guy that played in not the Green Mile, the one played in Baby Boy? I'm like, but they just made him look like he was getting hit by the white dude. The white dude was actually smacking Will Smith in the movie. You get what I'm saying? Like, they showed the skin to skin with Will Smith. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is
And
ridiculous.
the Pulp Fiction with the guy that played in Mission Impossible, they just made it look like the white guy was raping him, but they didn't show the actual whatever. But it's weird, Colin. Go ahead and say what you finna say, man.
No, you said John Boyega. That's that guy. He played
Yeah,
the Hunger Games, Star Wars, and
yeah. You
But
should have
yes,
Carly. You should have saw how he was walking around in the movie. Like, I mean, they tried to make him seem like he had like 6 wives, but he wasn't really messing with him. He was just like kind of walking by, barely touching their hands, and now they showed no physical contact
Yeah,
with
he
him
wasn't
in the.
hugging them or nothing. He was just
He
like
didn't
talking to
call
him. Yeah,
Tyler.
yeah.
Tyler, you know I'm a street hustler. See, I'm
yeah,
just pulling out all the stuff. Migo he just didn't. He probably saw it, but he ain't looking at it the way I was looking at it. They didn't show no physical contact other than him barely touching their fingers or touching their shoulders, but they showed 100% physical contact with the butchy woman king and her ugly ass chick that looked like she was from Sudan.
yeah. Yeah,
She
like
looked like that chick that. Go ahead.
no, I was saying that's a message, right? Like, remember when the Lethal Weapon series? Remember that?
Yeah,
That all that series, right? Lethal Weapon 1 through 4. It's 4 of them, right? And all of a sudden, not one did they give Danny Glover a love scene with his wife. So they know what they're doing when they do this stuff like that, and they always emphasize Mel Brooks, his relation with the women, whatever like that. Danny
yeah.
Glover was married. They never showed. I think the part 3, they was in the bathtub together. I think that was it. I think.
Colin, they ain't even show that dude in the bathtub with his woman, but they showed the woman king in the bathtub with the chick.
Now I can't watch it.
Do you remember that scene, Amigo, when she was in
Yeah, they
there?
did. It was
So the
like some tan bathroom.
you know who actually loved this movie? Brandon. What the hell? Because he gave it rave reviews.
No. What Brandon said was it was better than Wakanda Forever. Now, don't get me wrong. Now, it still was better than Wakanda Forever, but it was full of feminists. Like the Wakanda Forever was feminist too, but Wakanda Forever was just a bad movie, man. Listen, I like Ryan Coogler, you know what I'm saying, but Wakanda Forever was horrible. You get what I'm saying? The second one.
The Latino over there, that was cool.
Yeah, but the Woman King was better than the second Wakanda film. It was horrible. And if you remember in the movie Wakanda Forever, they showed more attention to the Latino part and the Latino world looking.
Yeah, I didn't like that movie. I
Yeah,
fell asleep. I fell asleep like that last 40 minutes of the movie. I fell asleep and I was like, I was knocked out.
I didn't get it, man.
I
I didn't
didn't
get
even
it.
see that movie.
I mean, I got Disney Plus, so sometimes if you watching the first one and you don't cut it off, it'll play the second one. If you know what I'm saying, it'll automatically play.
That first one was like one of the most revolutionary shits I've ever seen. Black people, that war at the end, remember? And Baku came out there and said, remember that?
Right.
They showed up and they started mollywopping and whatnot. I said, man, this is everything I want. Then they had Killmonger and him fighting on the railways and whatnot, the monorail when the hour shit was. I said, man, this is cinematic genius, and then there were women. What I think it was the mood in the country that came during the time of Joe Biden, George Floyd, all stuff like that. Because if you look at Chadwick, well, they could have recasted him, right? But they made it seem like he was like a George Floyd,
Yeah, they made him into a sacred cow.
Like a George Floyd. When I was like, man, what the hell? That movie was horrible. Then it had that little bony ass Letitia Wright, and I'm saying to myself,
looking like a goddamn cricket.
Yeah, she threw M'Baku across the fucking room.
Oh man,
that's why I went to the bathroom. I said, I don't want to see this shit,
I mean, her kneecaps look like goddamn Indian, Indian bows and arrows and shit, man. That shit was
In my
crazy.
elbow and whatnot. I'm like, God damn,
Did you see how they tried to? Did you see the series when they tried to make that girl, the one in Wakanda Forever 2, the young girl, the smart girl? You see they tried to make her out to be the new Iron Man on that series. That
Oh
series
yeah,
was
yeah. Oh
garbage.
yeah. That flopped,
It was. Tyler,
They tried to introduce her.
Call
She was
out. I
completely
agree with
unnecessary.
Hustle Smart. I agree with Hustle Smart. The Woman King was fake history, but it was a decent movie. It was
It was a
watchable.
decent movie. Yeah, it was better than
I
Wakanda
could
Forever.
watch.
It was
I
better
could
than
watch
Wakanda Forever.
Wakanda Forever. It was just basically like the underwater Mexicans, like they freaking gentrified. It was like, God damn, black people can't have nothing. God damn.
And then when he made Sinners, right? The Latinos were mad. They said, "Why did we don't got to represent?" Well, damn, it's 1930s Mississippi. How the fuck, what I'm saying? You weren't around. They're mad because they didn't have no representation. They think that whatever we do, they got to be represented.
Hold on, caller. Let me tell you this part about it too. Now, if you fell asleep on it, now let me tell you one thing. Ryan Coogler did that I didn't like. See, in Wakanda Forever 2, he let the Mexicans that got mad about their mama died, he let them get revenge. He let them go in there and burn up the village, kill the white people. But when it came to the black people, he was like, no, don't go fight them. Like, Killmonger, Black Panther, go stop Killmonger. Don't go. He didn't let them go kill no white people. But
a lot of people missed this. Remember in the first Black Panther, he betrayed Killmonger and sided with the CIA.
Right.
You keep that?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is though I saw in Black Panther 1 how Ryan Coogler kept the Black Panther from going to war with white people. But in Wakanda Forever, he let the Latinos, soon as the son went back to avenge his mama, he burnt the whole village down, killed them, everything. You see what I'm saying? So he let them get back, but when it came to the black people, you got to be diplomatic. You just got to.
He tried to go in the middle though.
In Black Panther 3, Denzel's going to be the villain, so I don't know where they're going with that. So you can only imagine.
Who gonna be the Black Panther?
I think it's the chick.
No.
Oh no, man. No, because Baku's supposed to be the.
They got look. How many Supermans they had? They had George Reed, Christopher Reeve. Now they got the new Superman guy. And whatnot.
He ain't even built up like the last one. He looked like he delivered newspaper or something. He ain't even built up like the last one. He all goofy and shit. Like the other one was a sex. They had him looking like a sex throb. You know what I'm saying? Like a male model. Superman. This right here, all goofy, apologizing and shit. Just like when I watched that last Superman, Spider-Man. Me and my son was sitting there watching. He's like, he said, "Is this some feminist shit? Because why is Spider-Man apologizing 1,000 times?" He just kept saying, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Just through the whole movie.
Oh, the Spider-Man boy.
It's so annoying, man. Mr. Starks, when I was like, dude, shut up, man. He almost ruined that Infinity War, man.
Yo, I wanted to. What was incorrect historically about the Woman King?
They made it seem like the Dahomey were just this innocent tribe that was trying to free the slaves and end slavery. They were the most brutal ones.
Let me first of all, let's talk about the origin of the Dahomey, right? The Dahomey was an offshoot of the oil and the Benin Empire, right? They were their own place, but people don't understand something. They had basically evolved out of race mixture and cultural mixture. People don't know that, right? When that's why they were so comfortable with the slave trade. The Dahomey was the number one slave trading thing, right? And it had a lot to do. It was race, because most of the people who ruled the Dahomey were half caste and all. You know what I'm saying? People don't know that history. You think so? Without knowing that, it looks like black people are selling other black people. No, there's a lot of people on the African continent, right? People don't know this, especially in Portuguese Guinea-Bissau, and stuff like that. Even the Fanti tribe and other places like that. That basically culturally they may be, but culturally, racially they may be black or sort of black, but culturally they got a white outlook. And a lot of these people in Dahomey were educated. They knew things like
Hold on,
math, New
hold on.
York.
I put in the chat that the king that was portrayed in the Woman King, King Gezo, in real life, he had a partnership with a slave trader from Portugal called Francisco de Souza. He lived on the coast of Benin, and he had many wives, and his descendants are still in Benin today.
Yeah,
One
like
of them was in
like in King Peter, the one that negotiated in Liberia, his son was educated with the school in London. They knew all about the slave trade, what the world, they knew what they were doing, you know?
one of the women in the ice show Stream Speed in Benin. Her last name was De Souza. She was one of his descendants.
Wow.
Man, they had that movie like her running nonstop for 18 miles to go chase down some slaves that they don't gave away. That shit was
Which one?
fake as fuck.
Brandon. Oh man,
It's some sandals. Colin, it's some sandals with their toes out. They running 18 miles with no hard breathing to go free some slaves that they already gave away.
They made it seem like they were like special forces going and rescuing people. Like
exactly, with some sandals on.
And it had to be a woman.
She was jumping 20 feet up in the air, whooping ass. I'm like,
yeah, she was leading.
What about Harriet Tubman? They had the black guy. He was the main villain in that shit. You know, I heard. You know,
that was another one. That was another one made by white people that you watched.
I did not watch it.
How you telling me about it if you didn't watch it?
I say, look. Has anybody heard that I watched that? I did not watch that. I would not watch the movie with Cynthia Erivo. You know?
Yeah. What movie you talking about?
Harriet Tubman.
Oh, okay. I ain't see that either. Just like I never watched Roots, but I know the people that played into it, but I never watched Roots.
I saw the first Roots when it came out in 1977. That really changed how I felt about everything. But I like the remake of Roots that came out a few years ago. You know, that was a really good movie. You know,
you should watch Roots with your kids. I watched my daughter watched Roots.
Yeah, I can't do it.
The first one really the first one, you gotta understand something, Mufasa. See the first one. Now, if you want to really get your, damn man, this fucked up shit they did to us. But the second one, they had us sort of fighting back. You know, it was more, feel.
So it was like a bunch of Django's.
Well, it was better than Django because it was historically accurate. You know, they didn't have Fiddler, Forrest Whitaker was Fiddler. What they did, they took their time and got in depth. In other words, when the backdrop of Africa was this. In the first one, Roots, right, there was in a village, Kunta Kinte was in a village, right? The second one, they showed him as a Mali merchant, and they were showing scenes of an African city. You know? The first one, it looked like David L. Whooper put that together, right? He was a guy that used to do World War II documentaries, David L. Whooper. And he goes, this is funny now. I'll look at it, right? When they peer to the coast, they're like, the guy goes, Africa. Like Africa is one fucking island or something. Everybody there was African and whatnot. This the second one, they dealt with the different tribes, the different identities, and more nuanced and complex, you know? The first one was like, oh, you didn't know where it's Africa, where Europe, it wasn't like that, like that. The Europeans just appeared on the coast. It took like 200 years to get the slave trade underway, so like that. Let me get Elvis on. Go ahead, Elvis. What do you got to say?
What's up, Carlo? What's up to the panel? I mean, I think it's nice that you're doing a show to end Black History Month, respecting the ladies, especially Harriet Tubman. I think what's going on with Dean Calloway and that whole besmirching of her reputation and trying to make it seem like she never even existed, trying to erase it from history.
A fool,
Yeah, I think she needs to be celebrated more.
He's a fat rapper from DC that fails a rapper and whatnot. Look at these are characters. Tariq Nasheed, Dane Calloway. These guys know how to manipulate black people. I said, who do you taught you that? I listen to Dane Calloway.
Yep. Black people like entertainers, Carla.
And so what we're doing, Harriet Tubman was a real person. And the thing is about Harriet Tubman, she wasn't a beautiful woman. She wasn't a beautiful woman. But the bottom line is this: so when people we talk about Harriet Tubman and life and whatnot, is what
Did
she's.
you see her younger pictures, Carla? She was older, so
Yeah,
she
no,
had.
I seen a younger picture. She was okay, but I'm not saying she was. But no, no, let me put this right, right. When we think of Harriet Tubman, you don't. The last thing you think about, I think of
Yeah,
respect.
she was sexy. She
Oh
was
yeah,
never presented as a sexy, cute woman
right,
in
right, right,
America.
right.
Never,
I remember
never.
at one time, you ever see the movie Abraham Lincoln Vampire Slayer?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I saw that.
They had her as some light skinned,
Hmm.
looking fine looking chick, and whatnot. She's Harriet Tubman and whatnot. Leading slaves and whatnot. That Abraham Lincoln Vampire Slayer. That was a funny movie though. Vampire Slayer. But
And you know what? I just noticed that all the other people that's in civil rights, they had them looking cute. Like Rosa Parks had her looking all cute and nice, and
oh, yeah, that's not
everybody
settled.
else. She was the only. I just thought about it when you said that she's the only one. They got her looking like goddamn a burnt up grass cutter from Nigeria bush. You know what I'm saying? She's
Yeah,
the only one.
I think it's just the method, the way they took pictures in that time period. I don't think people smiled and
They did
photos.
smile, yeah. They had, they just smiled them because their teeth was bad. You know what I'm saying? Like their teeth were bad because they had no access to fluoride, and they drunk wine a lot because the water was so bad. So the best way you can drink something that would make you sick was wine. And if you drink wine is nothing but crushed up fruit. And if you ain't got no way to clean your teeth, is gonna rotten out your teeth. That's why most of the people back then had bad teeth because they drunk wine and from wine is just nothing but fermented fruits and vegetables. That's all it is.
let me say some Fareed in chat room. Look, we're not disparaging Harriet Tubman. We love Harriet Tubman. We love what she stood for and whatnot. We're just saying that you could separate Harriet Tubman from Lola Falana. There's two different things. We look at. We look at Harriet Tubman. We look at our history, and all we ask for is to get it right. That movie with Cynthia Erivo. They're basically. I mean, I just saw one scene where the black guy was hunting her down and whatnot. I'm like, man, come on, right? And the white guy was the savior. That ain't the Harriet Tubman I knew. She carried a gun. She saw a white man on the way, man. She'll kill him.
Yo, let me ask you, Kyla. So on the original Roots, right? They had a white dude, a white couple that they threw in there that wasn't in the book. You know what I mean? Just so black people wouldn't feel so bad. They try to make it seem like the good whites in the original Roots.
Yeah, but what scene? What part?
They were all
when they got free.
Yeah, it's funny when I was watching it with my daughter.
Yeah, I remember
when I was watching it with my daughter, I told her, I said, I guarantee you they're not in the book. And we looked it up and they wasn't in the book.
Yeah, they added television
for
purposes,
the movie.
.
Yeah, but what I'm asking you is did they put that in the second one?
I don't think so. No, they weren't the second one.
They always do that though. You ever read the book and watch a movie, there always extra stuff in there. Even with the Marvels and all that stuff, the movie is way different from the book and the comics.
Because they trying to just make it seem like
Mufasa. I had completely forgotten about that when you said, because the one part that used to bother me, right, when we was talking about when George Stafford Brown brother was like, man, we want revenge. I hate them. Then Chad Bridges was a kid, right? That was he was like, I hate them. And then the wife comes over to him and said, what about me? You can't hate all white people.
100%.
I'm white,
and he was 100% right in what he was saying.
Yeah,
it was totally logical for him to hate them and want to kill him.
And then when I was a kid, I saw the kids like, something, she was right. We can't hate all.
All the movies tell that story, bro.
They always gotta have a white savior. Yeah.
It's not even a savior. They're just trying to make you feel bad for white people. Like, oh, it's not everybody or whatever, and black people will fall for that shit.
Yeah.
Hey, Carla, the thing of even though I ain't see Roots, this it's probably was like the end of like maybe around November, right around Thanksgiving. They had this thing going around on Instagram. I'm talking about everywhere I look. It showed that guy from what is it called? Good Time, not Good Time. Yeah, Good Times. Good Time. What was the father name? Amos. What his name was?
John Amos. He just recently passed away.
Yeah, they had him on there with that scene. He was like, "Don't sell me, massa. Toby be good nigga. Toby work hard." Hey, is that scene really in the movie? Or was that AI?
Yeah, but he was trying to lull the master to sleep so he could run.
No, I got you. But was that scene actually? I thought
That
it was
real.
AI.
No,
So
that was
scene
real.
was that. Oh man,
Yeah,
that's
right after that happened, all the slaves was like, bro, what you up to? What you about to do? Because he was always rebellious the whole time. So when he did that part, he was just trying to rock him to sleep, and then he ran.
Now, Carla, let me tell you one thing that I did not like, and we'll do this in the spirit of Women in Black History Month. One thing that I did not like when the dude Nate Turner put it, the guy that played Nate Turner put his money together and tried to come out with that movie at that time, and
Oh yeah.
black women wanted to boycott it because he was married to a white woman.
He had a sexual
that was a good movie. That was a good movie.
It was good. I was shocked.
Yeah, and you know something? To be honest with you, even though Nate, what's his name? Nate Parker.
Nate Parker.
He was I kind of at the time, man. To be honest with you, man, at the time, I kind of was like getting brainwashed by these sisters. Like, that's right, he slept with a white woman and whatnot. But don't laugh. But I'm saying, but hear me out. The thing was, these females were like, because what it was an accusation that he had inappropriate relationship with a white girl, right? And then at the time, that was that Me Too time.
Mm-hmm.
Black women were running around talking about he's a sexual offender and whatnot. I said, no, you guys are being platformed to go against him because some white people want this movie to fail.
Mm-hmm.
And so right after the movie went away, all these women that were talking about sexual assault and blah blah, they all disappeared. That was and I said, you know something, I should have went and saw that. By the time I realized what was going on, it was out of the theaters. You know,
you went for that. You went for that at that time, bro.
No, this is what I'm saying, right? At the time, right? I was part of that social justice warrior shit.
You went for it. You went for it, dog.
Carla, I got a question for you, right? So, as a man who is a black nationalist who's spoken against interracial relationship, would you have a problem if a black actress who's married to a white man play Harriet Tubman in a movie? Would that offend you?
Well, I'm like this, right? If the person's good, I don't even care about that, right? So long as they get the role accurate, right? And let me tell you something, Elvis. Let me be frank with you, right? I honestly find it hard to trust people, a black woman, men are different, right? That will open her legs and procreate with a white man. No, now an African woman, different. Like different culture. An African woman in America coming here, but an African American woman, knowing that the history of rape and the white man having control, possession over the black woman's body and mind for hundreds of years, a black woman that will willingly say, I love this man, when I forget about what his kind did to their kind, I can't trust her. I always know that if you give her that role, she go like, well, white people aren't that bad because well, no, I would say African goddess, right? I'm saying men are dogs. Men are dogs, It really, when men have sex with women, it really don't mean anything.
Hold on, Carla. Let's tackle this head on. Let me tell you the different African goddess, because we all know in almost every species of animals and bugs, maybe not bugs because spiders are different and grasshoppers or praying mantis is different, but in the man and mammal role, sex is the dominant for the man. The woman it's a rare that the woman is dominant in sex. She's usually in a submissive role. She's the one getting selective. Carl, let me get deep with it for real. You being politically correct. So when a man sleeps with a white woman, he's actually putting pain to her. He's actually authority to the white woman. You get what I'm saying? That white woman ain't ain't slapping him around and throwing him around and pinning him up. He's put in the pain. When a black woman is with a white man, she's in the docile role. You get what I'm saying? She is bent over, legs in the air, do your worst. Like this guy, never forget this guy told me. He didn't say this about black women. He said this about women in general. He said when it comes to sex, women are a gluttony for punishment. He said that they want to be punished in that. Like you can either go online, you can hear women in their car crying, talking about, I just want a man to slap me and beat me and handle me and have sex with me any type of way. That's what women want. So if you see a man having sex with a white woman, African goddess, it's not the same when a black woman. So let's say we on the plantation. You're on the plantation. I'm gonna break it down just like this. If you're on the slave plantation, you got the white man that's sitting there whipping black women, whipping black men, hanging black men, killing black men. Even if you say women was doing it, it was 99 of the men and 1% of the women. So, but the women that saw all of that happening was still sneaking around, and once they saw all that shit that was doing, that he saw the white man and the slave masters and the slave helpers, he saw them beating and killing and hanging black men and black women, still wanted to bend over and fuck him. That's the difference. She still put herself in a docile role. If it was the black man sneaking and fucking the slave master's wife, he was still in the dominant position.
Black man would sleep with a white woman. That's a death sentence. He would get killed. It was that what didn't really happen.
So it didn't happen that much. That's my whole point. So, but you see,
it's a power dynamic. The white man had complete control over the black woman's body. You know,
exactly. George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, they slept with and had children with slaves. Did they free any slaves? Did they end slavery?
No.
Of course.
Thomas
Jefferson. Appreciate that, amigo.
His deathbed wouldn't let his slaves go. Exactly. You know, so therefore, you look at all the evil these people did. Then they came up with pseudoscience to justify slavery and black people. They came up with things saying black people wanted to be free was studied as a mental illness.
African goddess, you're right. White women have sent black men to prison for false allegation, but black women has did it more.
Yeah, 100%. That's all just the white. It's really the white man allowing them to do that shit.
Yeah,
really
they do
so
it
black
more.
Women do it. White women, they all do it.
They all do it.
Yeah.
All you need is an accusation. The white man don't care if it's coming from a black woman or a white woman, and the white man's going to try to take you down.
They're just giving him an excuse to do what he already wants to do.
Smart. What was the name of that Falcons player that got falsely accused?
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but yeah, he got accused by a black woman that messed up his whole career, lost everything, and then she came out and said later on that he didn't do it, and then he lost everything, he didn't get nothing back, and she didn't even get charged. Brian Banks, that was his name, Brian Banks. She didn't get charged or anything.
That's crazy.
Yeah, black man, you gotta be careful in this world. So, does that answer your question? Like me personally, if I really honestly do not trust people, but if somebody surprises me, play a good role, I'll be honest with you, right? Karen Parsons, right? Even though she's mixed race and whatnot like that, she's married to a white man. She's always did good as far as black people concerned, portraying black people in a certain way, you know. You know Karen Parsons, Whitney from Fresh Prince.
Yeah, she aged horrible, but she looked.
Yeah, but she always had roles that she was behind the scenes about Black history and culture that was really, really accurate. You know, I never see her do a white savior movie or the white man come to rescue and stuff like that. You know, I never seen that, so I can't say all black was interracial, but too many of them, right? Maybe because she grew up at a time where the 90s, black was a thing, black consciousness or whatever like that. But these days and times, Elvis, you got black women who grew up in the suburbs, who grew up in white environments and whatnot, you know, and they want to get a hold to black history. They want to get a whole and have their own narrative of what happened in this country. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to spin American history. And the bottom line is this: when you look at things like Lake Lanier, when you think that story's ever going to what about the Devil's Punch Bowl? What about the fact I saw that guy Taraji, whatever his name is, the Hebrew Israelite guy, debating these white supremacists, man. That's why I said we need more warriors out there, man. That guy Taraji, whatever, you know his name, the light skinned dude from the Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, the most high niggas.
Yeah, no, but he's a good brother though.
He is a good dude. He good. But Carlo, think about it like this: to further that question that Elvis asked, Lupita is a bad wench, but she still played. She played good in Black Panther and You know, I heard she played.
Yeah, she did.
You're gonna be hard pressed to find the ones that's not. They
She's
pretty
a
much
straight
all
up.
date.
She's a straight up bad wench.
They
And you didn't hear
almost
not
all
no
date
black
white men.
man. You didn't hear no black men saying, "Oh man, she married to a white man. We're not gonna. She wasn't a good actor. We're not gonna watch Black Panther or 12 Years a Slave."
We're more sophisticated than that. You know, it's what the person does. You know how they screw up, Elvis? When they give the interviews about what they're about to do, and they get cornered. You know, they're like, and they got. Now it's not even so much that white spouse. It's the pop thing you got to worry about is their white audience. You know, that's who they're influenced by, not their spouse, right? If you're a black actress, right, and 90%, you know who the perfect example? That chick. There's a movie that's out. I don't even know what it is. With Leonardo DiCaprio.
I told you about it, Tiana Taylor.
Yeah,
Okay, so Carla, take a look at Django, right? We like Django. It's like
it was a comedy. Django was a comedy.
It's like a phantasmagorical movie, right? So somebody like a Jamie Foxx, who I like as a comedian from the Jamie Foxx show, he hasn't dated a black woman in like over 20 years. Most of the women he did is white women. But he played Django, a strong black man fighting to free a woman who was a slave. So your point of view is, I'm asking you this because
why are y'all okay with a white man playing with our history, playing with slavery?
Right. I'm asking you this, Carla, because of your utterance, on your show here, numerous of times, being against interracial relationship. That's all, but it's not anything.
I look, Jamie Foxx, as far as I'm concerned, he's a coon. As far as I'm concerned, right? But I tell you what, he does make good movies. He does good movies, right? And I say, I'm not giving him a pass or anything like that, but he's a good movie. Now you asked about black women, right? There's two different things. What I get from Jamie Foxx is, despite the fact that he's always with these white chicks and whatnot, he sort of keeps it real. The music he plays, the type of roles he has, and when his persona, it keeps it real. No one ever accused Jamie Foxx of being like a coon or a sellout and stuff like that. He got
the snow bunny fever, man.
Yeah, he got the snow bunny fever though. Now
a lot of them just like that, man. This is the thing, man. And we got to be honest about this. In our community, a lot of black men that doesn't have that hood ghetto mentality, black women just didn't like them. You get what I'm saying? Like, I got more girls in my family than guys. I used to hear my sisters and cousins talk about guys that were smart and whatever, intelligent. They ain't like them at all. You get what I'm saying? They called them lame. They ain't have no game. Saying just because a dude ain't got locked up and ain't robbed and he ain't got guns.
You know who that happened to a little while ago? Michael B. Jordan.
Michael B. Jordan is a prime example of that. But what I'm saying
if
is
you look at Michael B. Jordan from The Wire, you can tell like that guy probably wasn't getting girls when he
right. But think about it like this though. But so when these guys go out and they take that same personality and they get around white women, and white women just go to be like, "Wow, you're so funny." You get what I'm saying? Like, let me lay my head in your lap. Like what? Like, Carla, what do you do when you go to the black women? They call you lame, corny, whatever, and you dress funny, and then you go around a white woman and she be like, "Oh, that's the best thing I ever heard. Do you need a ride home?"
Also, let me say this, right? I seen this one guy. This is years ago. I was like 10 years ago. I was driving through Uber, Lyft, whatever. 10 years ago, and I met this young brother, right? And I was telling him about what I do, online and stuff like that, right? I said, "Yeah, I'm on Block Talk Radio, blah blah blah." check me out. I gave him a blog and everything. We was talking about black policy. Like he was an engineer, you know. He says about the graduate, I got a job lined up or not, but he goes, I was just asked about the girls situation, you know. And he was like, you know, and I know for a fact, you know, he didn't want to tell me this, but the females that's gonna grab him up are the white girls, you know. Yeah, so that's just a sad part about it. You got a lot of young brothers that are educated that are trying to fight this and whatnot, but their sisters have no idea how dangerous it is because, you know, look, if you because a lot of females, all they like is the thugs and the wild dudes. He's like, yeah, he just told me a lot of them sisters, man, because he's out there in the streets and whatnot, you know, they don't think he's cool. You know, he just told me that, you know. And I said to myself, now I was being selfish. I was like, oh man, you got your sisters are nothing, no sober, you know, all that stuff like that, right? But
You're on that Dr. Umar shit.
21, 22 years old. His hormones are raging. You know, you got white girls out there that he was a good looking kid too, you know, good looking kid, you know. White girls out there throwing a rhythm like him, right? I just think he's cute, whatever, like that. What do you think's gonna happen?
Mm-hmm.
Black girls ain't paying him no attention. What do you think's gonna happen? You know, so I don't know how this. Like I said, this is one thing threatening our movement, right?
It is.
It's a one thing threatening our movement.
And we don't talk about that at all, Carla. That's the thing that we give women a pass on that. We give women a pass on how they treat black men in their 16 to 22-year-old years.
That's a tough time period to be a young
But
man.
Yeah, we don't talk about we tell men. Hold on, Miss. Let me say this last thing. We tell men to toughen up and be a real man. We don't say nothing to the black women to be like, hey man, be a little bit more courteous to the black man. You know, he might be a doctor, a lawyer, but they don't want. I can call all my sisters, all because they either went to Savannah State, they either went to Fort Valley, and I can tell you of all the pre-med or scientist guys, they tried to talk to them. These dudes are either regional supervisor from the post office, these dudes in tech and all this stuff now, and they sitting up there trying to find out where they at now after they don't got 2 or 3 kids. Now they want to chase after them. You get what I'm saying? I don't feel bad for black. The reason why I don't feel bad for black women, Carla, is because I have more black women in my family than men, and I watch the way they act to men. Now, of course, it don't affect me none because I'm from the streets. So, of course, I had it. I didn't like how girls used to, in my neighborhood, used to talk down. So when I saw the dudes in the neighborhood that was smart and everything, I used to tell anybody, I said, I wish one of y'all would say something to him. I like, you say something to him, it's just like you said it to me. Go ahead and walk through here with your books. Read if you want to. Because the way I saw it is, man, one day he might be a lawyer. He might got to get us out of jail. I just didn't understand the way the black people mind, even though we was in the hood, even though we were scratching and surviving. I just didn't understand how we look down on our intellectuals. And we still do it to this day. Still to this day, we talk shit about our intellectuals.
Yeah. No, I mean they being brainwashed and social engineered into it, bro. That's the only thing they putting on TV. So the black women is being brainwashed into it, and that's just the way it is.
But they so smart. How can they be brainwashed and they so smart and so educated?
They're not.
Okay, there it is.
Okay, one of the things I heard when I was in school, right, and it's been like this for a long time. A lot of guys would clown on a girl, for example, if she's with a more intellectual kind of guy. Oh, you with that lame ass, so and so. You with that nerd ass nigga, and they clown them for being with somebody who is not in the quote unquote popular social crowd. So just like men get peer pressure,
I ain't never heard that before in my life. Never heard that before.
Just like men get peer pressure, women get peer pressure too. A lot of girls sometimes they might take an interest in in a certain guy.
It'd be other women who do that.
But that guy usually is not going to dress the way the popular young guys dress. He's not going to have the sneakers. He's not going to care about the things that the popular young guys care about. So his quote unquote swag is not going to be on point.
Tell me, they want to do that. I'm just how these women think, right? They want to do that. Basically, when you go out to a restaurant and server brings him the wrong food, whatever like that, they want him to get up and say, "B, if you don't get back there,
risk his life and freedom."
right?" So that's what they want. They're like, that's
Mm-hmm.
a man to them,
And the docile men get clown, and women just like men, you get props for having a beautiful woman.
Or,
Women, their friends will talk
But
about the
look,
kind of men that they have. If they have a
women go
docile
after.
man,
I
Women
can't
go
say that
after
true.
like
Cause black
status, bro.
men, if black men mess with black men will mess with an ugly chick if she fine and shit. You get what I'm saying? Like that, like black men are physical creatures. So they did have some cute girls. Like back nowadays, it's way more fine, cute girls than it was when back in the day. So when I was growing up, it was more chicks that had better looking bodies than they had faces, and there was nothing to see a dude with a chick that looked like a barracuda from the Amazon in the face, but she had a nice body. He got props on that. Where I'm from, you got props on the body, not the face. Now, maybe where Colin from in New York, you got props on the face and not the body. But in the South,
we like both. But let me say this. Rico said, we're going to get back to the black system or not, because I want other people's opinion about black heroines. I mentioned Mufasa.
You said black what? Black what, Colin?
Now, look, I mentioned Winnie Mandela. You know who that is, Mufasa?
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah,
can you compare her with? I'm not trying to start nothing like that. Compare her with Dr. Arikana. What do you think?
Dr. Arikana, she don't got revolutionary politics. You know what I mean?
Oh, I'm glad you see that, man.
There's no way, there's no comparison between the two of them. Dr. Arikana is just on like some bougie, let's kind of do it black, but not really disrupt the system. She did speak against the French. I'll give her that. She spoke against the French, but it doesn't match with the rest of her politics. That's like
she
one
was
time
part of that.
she does
She was
that.
part of that, all that in the World Bank and all stuff like that. She was part of that, and also she sided with the white farmers in Zimbabwe. You know that?
No, and then Winnie was blasting. Winnie was a black national. Winnie was like, look, Winnie was 100% team black. All every day, all the whole time.
Carla, did you hear what she said after she got exposed for that? Now, technically speaking, I can't call it a scam. I just call it black people not reading the fine print. But did you hear her response of that? She was very dismissive and matter of fact, and that's why I couldn't really be mad at her, because what she said was that saying I know what I said, but the law is the law. Like I know what was said and this was said and this was said, but why she had that thing of saying like how the police tell you in America, or when you go to court, ignorance of the law. It ain't no excuse for it. So the base what she was telling them is that, well, no matter what we told y'all, no matter what type of hype we said, how much we hyped it up, you get what I'm saying? Did you hear from Chris Brown himself saying that he was gonna be at the club, or did you just pay attention to the flyers? Did you pay attention to the flyers, or did you hear from his mom? So you came to the club and you didn't see Chris Brown and you mad. We know we said he was gonna be there, but did Chris Brown say that? So that's that thing I didn't like when she was on there trying to be dismissive, and then she wanted to be. She wasn't hyping or overvaluing what she was saying or what she was promoting. Now she want to be all technical and you know what I'm saying, technical and laser focus on the fine print. I didn't like that at all.
She can't stop them from doing that. If the people in Burkina Faso want to change the rule, it's a damn military junta. Like,
my whole thing is, my whole thing was, her response was, when people were questioning her about a thing, her attitude was like, I'm saying like this: who gave this woman the right to come into our movement and whatnot?
We did.
As black people here in America, like anybody goes up and calls Dr. Arikana, she's a Pan African. That's why I said I'm killing that Pan African.
Carla, she knows America. She went to school here. She got a doctorate in the United States in Tennessee.
She's latching on to what's popular. She knows there's a strong desire for black people, some black people, to go to Africa.
The motherland. The motherland.
We can't go too much down on her though, bro. At the end of the day, she at least trying to do something, bro. She a medical doctor. She got money. She don't got to do this. It ain't like, and she has said some good things. I don't want to come all the way down on her. She ain't Winnie Mandela, but that don't mean she useless.
I'm not saying she's useless, but I'm saying like this. You know what I think it is? I think a lot of us didn't get a chance to experience something with Winnie Mandela because it was all the years since apartheid fell in '94. We were all saying, "When are we going to be a part of South Africa?" Winnie Mandela wanted to bring millions of Black Americans to South Africa and replace the whites. That's what she was. She never got the chance, never got a chance. She would come over here and meet with Malik Zulu, Shabazz, New Black Panther Party. She was down, right? But it never worked. She never had power. She never got power. Now, people nowadays think that Dr. Arikana is going to be the new Winnie Mandela, and that's not the case. It's not. The times have changed. So
Mufasa, let me tell you something about what you just said. If it doesn't matter how rich you are, when you got people giving you your hard-earned money, you don't be dismissive to them. She was very, very dismissive. I don't give a fuck what she did. I don't give a fuck what she did before or after. You don't be dismissive for people giving you their hard-earned money. You get what I'm saying? And then try to be technical and then try to downplay the situation. No, it don't matter how much money she has. Like, those people went out and gave their money and they felt like they was wrong. And the last thing you do is to sit up there and be dismissive. I don't give as much money as I make, Mufasa. Let somebody come up to me and say, "Hustle, man, this $100 I put in, man, I ain't gonna be like, man, I make 200,000. Yeah, that ain't nothing to me. I ain't finna talk like that." Because let me finish. So I'm not saying I'm not coming down on her in totality. I'm just saying when it's time for Black people to show good customer service, you should give that. Because somebody give you money. Even me and Carla talk behind the scene. You know what I'm saying? The people that donate. I even tell Carla tell this right now. I'll be like, man, and Carla doesn't do it on purpose. Carla just be 100% focused on what he's saying. I have to tell Carla, don't forget, man, thank them for the 5 or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Don't I, Carla? You know what I'm saying? I'll tell them that.
I started tonight saying that we reached the goal. We got the GoPro.
Yeah.
Should be
not because it's small money, but Carla just ain't thinking about it. But what I'm saying is she's thought about it. She thought about it before she made that message. She sat up there and I listened to every word she said. She was dismissive and she was matter of fact to all those people that gave her money. You know what I'm saying? She was condescending to them. And that just ain't cool no matter what she did in the past or how much good she did. You don't do that to people that give you their hard-earned money. And then they displacing themselves and going over there. Yeah, they was a little stupid. I called them. I did a show about it. I said the Most High niggas is stupid. But at the same time, even though you got people stupid, you don't take advantage of them and they putting all their heart and soul in it and make the bad. You can chastise them in a way to be like, hey, next time, make sure the next time we do something like this, I'm giving y'all the link to the government things that say like this. If anybody that got it mixed up, make sure y'all look here first. No matter what people saying in the group chat, no matter what people saying in the WhatsApp groups, make sure y'all look here first so it won't be no misunderstanding. She didn't do that takes no time to be considerate. And she wasn't considerate. She was inconsiderate. And that's what I had a problem with her.
No. I agree with you. She mishandled that situation because what she did, O'Shea Duke Jackson and some other dude made these videos, and then she addressed them and the situation at the same time. So she is in a battle defense mode, and then she took that same energy to deal with the situation. But she shouldn't have done that. She should have been apologetic.
That's my point. I got a question for you, Carla.
Go ahead.
So, who's your favorite Black American woman in history and why?
Let me think about that for a second.
Yeah, I got to think about that too.
Mine so far. You know something? Here's the thing. Before I answer that, right? There's the popular image of what somebody is, and then you know how lately people always dig past and they did this, they did that, whatnot. Okay, I have 2 women, right? One was Queen Nzinga, right? And the second was Madam C.J. Walker. Now, people will say Queen Nzinga became a Christian and she cooperated with the slavery with the Dutch afterwards, after she defeated Portuguese. Okay, that's history, but she still was a warrior queen to me, Queen Nzinga. Then you have Madam C.J. Walker. Now, she built the empire with that, but some people say that she was a LGBTQ, blah blah blah, you know, and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Was she the one that ran numbers in Harlem?
No, that's Madam Stephanie St. Clair. You know,
Okay. Okay.
Madam
Is
CJ
that the woman that the movie? You remember the movie? What is his name? Cage. That that
They
part.
made a
Luke
miniseries about.
Cage.
They made it with, but Madam C.J. Walker. Get this. Let me tell you something. How great this woman was. Right? She was the world's first self-made woman millionaire, not just black woman, woman millionaire.
How did she make her money?
She make her money selling black beauty. She, I think she invented the straightening comb. You know,
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
helping black women whiten their hair.
And relaxing their hair,
I
hair
don't
relaxing.
care. I don't care. So what?
I'm just
Oh, yeah,
answering.
oh,
I'm
shit.
just
No,
trying
I
to
wasn't
give him
saying it as a
I'm just
derogatory.
trying
I
to
was
give
just
him a
saying where she
straight
made her
answer.
money from,
Like,
Colin.
Tell you
I'm
what,
trying to give him what he was
those
asking
women.
for.
My grandmother used to have a straightening comb, and she looked fucking beautiful. You know, women look good, man. I don't give a damn. You know, straighten their hair. So what? You know, so that's what the women want to do. So what? You know, I'm not gonna see. That's what I hate. Is when people.
No, it wasn't meant as a slight, Colin. You're taking it that way. Don't take it
No,
like
what
that.
I'm
I was
saying
just
is,
saying
so what?
some of
So
her
Carla,
products.
you have them above Harriet Tubman.
No, I'm not having. Let me say this. Let me say the reason why I like this. Let me put it like this. White women, right now, right, and you got a lot of racist white women out there. If it wasn't for Madam C.J. Walker, there'll be no Martha Stewart. White women are one of the most oppressed groups of people in America. The white man knows that his race is survival. Think about this. You know, I told this to this white girl online the other day. Is dependent on the white man subjecting you and you being their sex toy and their baby maker. That's the role of white women. That's what Donald Trump, all these people want to go back to. White women producing white babies and whatnot, you know? This idea of a career, self-made woman, stuff like that, you know, is something that they saw black women doing and they wanted a part of it. So Madam C.J. Walker being a madam and stuff like that, going out there making millions of dollars and stuff like that. You know, she was a queen riding down her Cadillac in Harlem with a drop top down and everything like that. That was amazing. And during the Gilded Age, you know.
But Carla, I'm lost on something. How does a Madam C.J. Walker? How do you say that it wouldn't be no Martha Stewart because I'm lost
At
on
the
that.
time there were no women. White women didn't have anything. They couldn't own property. White women couldn't even vote. You know.
But
All
I got
who
you. I
was her
got you. But
base,
I'm saying
Colin?
Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart is in this. You know, she's in the.
what I'm saying is what led to Martha Stewart.
Okay, gotcha. I was lost on
So
that
what
because
led
Maybe you could say Oprah, Colin, but Madam C.J. Walker, her customer base was to other black women. It
it
wasn't to
doesn't
white
matter. It
women.
doesn't matter. Hold up. There were no look. Women didn't get the right. Didn't start having jobs. Elvis to the '60s. It was a black woman who started the civil rights movement, or not, and the women's movement in America. The women feminist movement was mirrored on the fact that what they saw black women do, you know, and it said like this, and so they tried to incorporate their movement into the black women's movement into the feminist movement, but it was actually the other way around. It was black women that were going around the different black communities.
Rico Miller is challenging you on your assertion that white women are the most oppressed. I think
No, hold
he's
on. Let me put it to you like this, Rico. Let me put it to you like this, right? Uh, when I told this one white girl, I said, "Look, you got to be something more than a white man's whore." I said, "I'm the white man that you worship. When I get it, he gives you stuff, whatever like that. You riding on his power, and that's what you. I get that. You know, stick by your man, right? But what you don't get to do, right, is to get that respect that you get from me. You know, I'm not gonna look at a woman and I know that she got what she has by sleeping with a man or not, and you're gonna get the same respect that I have a black woman who's self-made. You understand? A white woman in America, right? No matter what they do and whatnot, you know, there's always some white man behind it doing what they got to do. You know, Madam Stephanie St. Clair. She ran up against Dutch Schultz and Lucky Luciano to hold down Harlem and the policy banks. You know,
Those are criminals, Carla. She was in a criminal war,
so
Carla.
look, hold on, Elvis. Is this what I'm talking about, right? Do you know those things? What made them criminals? The law.
Yeah,
You
The
said
law was
Bush.
racist, right?
in the
Bush.
context of
You talking about Dutch?
Elvis, let me say this, right? In all fairness, right? Do you know a black man running a juke joint, a barbershop, was also a criminal? Because a white man said, you got to go here, get this license, like that, to barber college. What do you think barber college and all that was made for? To keep black men from owning barbershops and having commerce. What do you think the liquor license is for? To keep black men from opening their own liquor joints and whatnot, making some money and whatnot, what the white saloons did.
But Carla, you're talking about a woman who is known for
Hold on.
being a criminal, right?
How would she know what she did? She ran policy banks. People bet their money and they got a payout. That fed people,
No, that's called running numbers, Carla. That's
So what?
that's gambling,
It was a business.
illegal gambling.
So what made it illegal? Because look, now the same thing, the state of New York, you know what they did? How they got rid of policy bank? They created the lottery. They created a lottery. Now the state owns it. Now it's illegal. Are you gonna call that criminal too, Elvis? Because a white man got
there's a difference between legalizing something and then
black people in New York City.
When you look at those times, we were being marginalized in every single thing because of Jim Crow. So some of our people had to hustle how they had to. So in a more fair situation, she probably would have did something else. But at that time, it was really, you know what I mean? So yes, she was a criminal, but not the way you saying it, Elvis. Like you saying it like it's a criminal.
That literal sense. A lot of a lot of immigrants talk like that too. They be like, well, the law is the law, and the law just like in the county that I live in, it's against the law, Mufasa, to have a lounge chair on your front porch. Now you can get a wooden chair and put on your front porch, but if you put like one of those lazy boy that recliners, it's against the law. But to an immigrant, they would be like, "Where's the law? Get the law changed." They kind of have that mentality because when they come over here, they have this tunnel vision, and I don't blame them for that. I don't blame them for that. But I'm just telling you how they interpret. They interpret everything in black and white, in law and not the law. So just like he said, if like when when the black people was doing back then, the white people said it was against the law, then they was wrong. But then when white people changed the law to make that something that was illegal legal, then okay, it's fine now because it's not a law says it. I mean, they're matter of fact when it comes to the law.
She was an associate of Bumpy Johnson, right, Carla?
They tried to make it illegal is because white people tried to muscle in on the numbers and whatnot, and they weren't successful. Black people like Bumpy
Carla, that lady was an associate of Bumpy Johnson, right?
She was a boss or whatnot. Bumpy Johnson worked for her, Right. And then when she passed away, he took over the numbers in Harlem, So the bottom, and also, do you know those policy banks? The first African American bank, the Freedom Bank, came from those policy banks. Those policy banks would generate millions and millions of dollars a day. We was able to have the first black banks for that. Nobody gave us shit in this country. That was a time period. There was no welfare. There was no Section 8. There was nothing like that. It was do or fucking die. We're in a cold ass city in New York. We had to do what the hell we had to do to survive, Yo,
can I tell my favorite black heroine?
Who's that?
Ida B. Wells. I mentioned her earlier.
Oh yeah, but
Ida B. Wells is definitely my favorite.
Do some Ida B. Wells quote. Now hold on, let me address Afro Theory. Afro Theory, sister, with all due respect, I love you. I don't know if you're mad at me or something like that for what I said the other day. But look, Madam Cynthia Sedgwick was not a thug. She was a community leader. All the money she spent in the community, schools, those people built clinics and stuff like that with the money,
Well, you name her as one of your favorites, Tyler.
Carla,
Oh,
is
I
that
got
who
you.
they
No, he
made that?
didn't.
Look, I
No, he
said
didn't.
Madam C.J. Walker,
Yeah,
but I
no, he
do
didn't.
also matter Madam Staples St. Clair. You know.
But is that who they made that character in that series, Luke Cage? After you remember the lady in Luke Cage? Did you see the
I
series,
never seen
Carla?
it. I never
No.
seen it. I never
Oh,
seen it.
okay.
Tyler,
Do
Rico
y'all know
Miller
what I'm talking
saying,
about? Anybody seen the series? The Congressman
You
lady?
you
yeah,
you see
yeah,
you
yeah,
see the
yeah.
movie
That was
Hoodlums?
that lady that played
So you guys
Hoodlums.
in
see
House Teller Got a Groove
the
Back.
movie? Yo, Hustle Smart, man. I'm gonna give you a
What's her
assignment.
name?
Watch the movie Hoodlum
Yeah, with Lawrence
Tubi.
Fishburne.
Yeah.
With Lawrence
Laura
Fishburne.
Favorite, yeah, it was Vanessa Williams. Yeah, I ain't
But
Yeah,
watched
Tyler,
that
Rico
either.
Miller is
The
saying
Arabian
that
lady, that was her.
crack dealers will say the same thing if they're doing one or
well,
two things
how you gonna
for
say
their
compare
communities.
crack dealers to a fucking? People paid their money. The number comes out. They get a month worth of groceries if they hit. You know, that's the same thing as people putting
But
poison.
that's
Yeah,
gambling, though, right?
that's
It's not like an investment bank where you
Hold on.
put
Let
your
me ask
money
you a
in and you
question.
invest it
Hold
for.
on.
crack dealers.
So let me
Hey, as a person
What
that sold
what
crack,
is buying a
crack
lottery
is
ticket?
death. Crack is death. That's what we
What about
did.
buying a
That's
lottery ticket?
totally
You
different.
know? What about buying a lottery ticket? Is that gambling, Elvis? What about
Yeah,
casinos?
yeah. Buying a lottery ticket is gambling.
So, but the bottom, but now it's okay because it's legal. You know, and the Arabs in the store can sell you a lottery ticket and whatnot. But it's okay. But when we did our own the ground, the thing is, Elvis, we were not allowed to build our own infrastructure. You know, so therefore, instead of having numbers running, right, we could, if we had our own land, we could have had our own lottery system. You know, but we didn't. So we're at the bottom of a white man's civilization. So in that, the only
There's different kinds of gambling. Call it lottery is like a raffle, right? Where
gambling,
you get it, you get one out of
it's
and
all
you
you know.
hope to get it. Then
You know why,
there's
Elvis?
sports betting,
Let
which
me
is
tell you
different.
something. You know why? I have firsthand knowledge. I'm gonna reveal
It's
something.
casino betting.
Hold up. My father was an avid lottery player, and he got addicted to gambling. He was a lottery player. You know, my mother almost divorced him over that because he would go sometimes and whatnot, and we'd be like
Yeah,
three.
because gambling is
Hold
degenerate,
up, hold
Colin.
up. He
It
was playing
destroys family.
lottery tickets, right? He got addicted to lottery tickets, scratch off, to the point where my mother told his boss give her the check because he was going to spend half the check on lottery. He was so addicted to lottery tickets and whatnot, you know. So please, you don't get that money back. Same thing, you know.
Well,
So
I want to hear from Mufasa. He called out of B Wells. I want to
You
know
can't even
more about
file
her,
it
what
on
she
your
did.
taxes, Colin. Unless you can't file in your taxes unless you win.
yeah. Go ahead,
Wow.
Mufasa. Tell us about Iowa. She
No,
came from
what
good
I liked
quote.
about Ida B. Wells, man. First of all, a lot of people don't know Ida B. Wells was the original Rosa Parks in the sense that she had a case where she was sitting in first class on a train in Memphis, and they told her that she couldn't sit in there, and they made her go to the smoking section. She wanted to be in like the fancy section that she paid for. They kicked her out, and she ended up suing them and winning. You know what I'm saying? And it got overturned when it went to the Supreme Court. But she actually did the same thing back then. But the
Right.
biggest thing that Ida B. Wells did, she was an investigative journalist, and she was basically like an anti-lynching activist. So she began writing about all the lynchings that were happening, and she was one of the people that was pointing out. A lot of people don't know this history. They weren't just lynching people in general. She would specify, like, look, this company right here was competing with these black men, and they're lynching them for financial economic purposes. This is the type of
That's
stuff
the
that she
world we
was
lived in,
exposing.
Elvis.
Yeah, this is the type of stuff that she was exposing. And they eventually like ran her out of Memphis. She moved on. She kept doing an international paper and doing investigative journalism, pointing out the fact that a lot of these lynchings that had these fake.
What about her most famous quote? You remember that?
I don't remember that, but hold on, let me just finish. A lot of these lynchings that had these fake, real, like they would give these false accusations. She would expose that the accusations weren't true and poke holes in
Oh,
all
yeah,
of
they
the
want to kill her for that, boy. You
right.
said that?
And she even
She
was
said
she
white
was
women.
doing
She said white
she
women
was
actually
doing speeches
killing
in the
black men.
United Kingdom. She used to go international with it. So yeah. She go ahead, Kyla.
Okay, her most famous quote was, as I can remember, it says, "If we must die, let us die nobly, not like scared pigs waiting to be slaughtered. Let's go down fighting like men and women." You know, she was tough. You know, and she
Yeah, I
was.
had to do
My
a I
my
did a
favorite
research.
was
I did
the
a research paper. I read her book in
my
college.
favorite is the obvious, right? Harriet Tubman. I think it's like a tie.
entire option. A lot of
I
people
hope,
try
I
to
hope
find more
you ain't
obscure.
talking about that
I,
stupid
I
movie.
I agree with you, Elvis. I agree with you.
Yeah, but
When you talking about that stupid movie, you weren't inspired by that movie, were you?
no, Kyle, I'm saying what she did. I'm not talking about the movie. Historically, the fact that she fought in the Civil War, the fact that she had
But
military
yeah.
experience and
She did.
used
She did.
her spy
True,
experience to
she
benefit a
freed
lot of black people from
45
enslavement,
slaves and
I
said,
think that's just
and
top
she put a
notch.
gun to Negro's head, saying, "If you go back, and that inspires me. You go back, I'll shoot you." You know that.
Yeah.
Better be dead. That's why. That's
But
why.
I was laughing at Maury because she says, I go to the casino, I gamble, and I'm going to keep doing it too. So that was funny to me that she's standing on her gambling, you know.
Well, the
But
bottom
yeah,
line, people want recreate. I look, this gamblers anonymous and stuff like that. But the thing is, when black people were doing it, they were making money here and there, playing the numbers, whatnot. They would get grocery for a month, whatnot. And it was like grocery. People, they weren't gambling to friggin' get rich. They were gambling because sometimes that was the only way of getting food. That was a month worth of supply of food. You got a whole
you're
grocery.
making excuses for gamblers. You just
Oh, I'm
said
not making
Yeah, I
something
know, but you're
personal.
trying to liken it to like it's like selling crack or something, bro. Come
I
on.
No, no,
put
no, no.
It's
That's
just
not
a
what I'm
little.
saying. I
It's
didn't
just a
even.
little three number,
Somebody made the
game.
reference. Rico Miller made a reference in the chat. It wasn't me.
They
He
used
was
to have
saying that the crack
songs about
dealers
it and
was
stuff. It
using.
wasn't that. It wasn't that. It wasn't that deep.
They were using like the Robin Hood thing, where we're selling crack in the community, but we're
No,
doing
what he
book
said
drive.
was that drug dealers was handing out turkeys too, and you read that out loud. That is exactly what it
No,
said.
no, not that part. That was the second part. Somebody, I think that was Afro Theory that said it. Rico said college crack dealers was using that same excuse too. That's what he
No,
said
no,
when
no,
Colin was talking
that's
about it.
not true. If Rico Miller said that then they wasn't using that excuse. We saw you can see when you were selling drugs. If somebody came and bought drugs from you that day, you can see the change within, especially when it was crack. Within 5 or 6 days, you could see the total difference. It was like Nights of the Living Dead. It was that deep.
Okay,
So if
so
you kept doing it.
the timestamp is 10:53 p.m. Go look it up.
No. I got
That's
you.
my
I got you. I'm just saying what he was. I got you. I understand what you said. What I'm saying is that nobody was in the streets was trying to use that as an excuse to say, "Hey, we couldn't do nothing else. We could have did something else because we made enough money." So dudes could have took the $5,000 or $6,000 they made in the week and did something else. No, they decided to start chasing the white man dream, start buying his cars, going on his vacation, and doing it up. I was just one of the smart guys that was out there was like, man, I'm finna stack up and I see this as a death or jail thing, and I'm finna get out and get into transportation. I'm just one of the ones that did that. But for the rest of them, they weren't making up no excuses. It was like Easy E saying the Ice Cube say, it was just about bitches and money. But let me say something, y'all, because I don't forgot who said it in the chat. Somebody asked about Collar's cash out. Collar, I know he don't say it before, but I'm gonna say it. You know what I'm saying? Because he doesn't repeat it sometimes. Collar does not have a cash app. He cannot get a cash app. Me and Collar had a conversation. Any amount that Collar gets on my cash app, I immediately, even when Elvis sent money, it was like I forgot what time it was. Collar wasn't even live. And I tell Collar, even if it's $1, I message him. Collar knows every single dime $1. So if anybody got a problem with not supporting Collar because it's not in this name and it's in my name, you know what I'm saying?
And to be honest with you, I think that's a model future over there. I don't think content creators should be directly receiving. It should be a third party, somebody like that, so there's transparency.
Now, hold on. Let me say this other part, Collar, because I want to make this very clear. If we wouldn't have raised the money for Collar, if we wouldn't have raised up the money to get the thing, because I put my own money in there to cover the cost, because we didn't have enough at first to cover everything, but we end up getting it. I told Collar the day we got it. But let me tell you something. If Collar wouldn't have got the money, I was going to say we're going to send it all back. I was going to come on this live and say, hey, because that was the money that was for it. And I told Collar that. I said, this money is for the GoPro and the mic. I said, so if these people are donating towards that, if they put that in the messages, GoPro or I think if we don't get it, I'm sending everybody their money back. But if you want to donate to Colin, if you just say Colin, then that money goes to him. Even when he going on Liberia, you know what I'm saying? I propose that, we help the brother out. You know what I'm saying? Let's sponsor some video. Go out there and eat some food. Go out there and eat some exotic iguana nuts or something. Pause. You know what I'm saying? Let's support the brother. Any money that we get after the fact, I send it directly to him. You get what I'm saying? It ain't, and not just because the money that I make, it's just the point that he shouldn't have to worry about that. And that's the problem that me and Colin talks about all the time with black people. We always talk about what white people do. White people know how to delegate positions to people that is good at. I'm good at hustling, I'm good at making money, and I'm good at crowdfunding. Colin is good for what he do. But in the black community, we want to try to do everything, and that's why
I don't know how to crowdfund. Let me ask the absolute theory. The reason why I don't have Cash App because
We know why, Colin.
hold on. Look,
sometimes you got to explain it, Elvis. Sometimes you got to explain it.
I got scammed by a fucking Nigerian.
That's what happened.
Kyle, you gotta prove it to. Look, Kyle, I got some breaking news, man. I don't know if it's relevant on your show, but like shit is going crazy, man. It's not, really relevant, but it's world news. They just bombed the Burj Khalifa, man, in Dubai. Iran just bombed that shit
I
just now.
saw
Just
that.
after
They
thing.
bombed the
It's
Burj
crazy.
Boohoo on Dubai. They're robbing Africa's gold and whatnot. So fuck them.
Well, Kyle, you know what I noticed earlier?
Nigerians out.
Yeah, Trump family, right? Just a detour. He has a pattern in his family which is kind of just unique. His mother was an immigrant. His mother was an immigrant. 4 of his 5 kids' mothers are immigrants. So this guy comes from immigrant stock, but he's very hard on the immigrants.
He's white. He's white. So
Okay.
White. He's a white man in America. Once all that immigrants are black people of color are always gonna be fucking an immigrant forever. You're gonna be an immigrant to the end of time.
I don't know why black people like Afro theory are rooting for Iran. They probably live in the West. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's a thing with the Democrat Party. I was watching all the media today. When I watched all the liberal media, it was everything that was wrong about it. Even though you had some people that were saying that it should have been done, we just don't like the way Trump do it. That's what they always say. Like
that was Obama who did that. They'd be freaking jumping up praising.
No, Megan's complaint when Obama took certain actions, Carla. You know that.
Let me tell you a point that was about immigration that one thing Elvis said the other day. He said that, Obama did the same thing, but it was how he did it. Let me tell you the difference. In all of these cities, in all these jails, when Obama was doing the deportation in these places, they had an ICE agent working at the jails. But when working there like a liaison, you know what I'm saying? But when Trump get in office, guess what happened? It's in those sanctuary cities, they have no liaisons at the jail. So they released them to the street. See, before when Obama was in office in the sanctuary cities, they had an ICE liaison working at the county jail. This information that I didn't know till I looked it up. Yeah. So what does that mean? That means that the sanctuary city took the ICE agent out because it's not federal, because it's a city or state run jail. So they pushed the ICE agent out. Now I don't know why they don't talk about this. Maybe they're bad at messaging, but I found out that's how they're able to get released. Before, when Obama was in office, the ICE liaison would take control of them before they left the jail. Now in the sanctuary cities, they let them go. So they want to see, they say it's chaos, but the Democrats want the chaos to happen so they can sit up there and call it chaos. So when they have to go chase them down and somebody
let me respond to you quickly, right? So there's one thing that supersedes and trump any shenanigans that any state government can do is a federal warrant from a federal judge. So how it works usually is a federal an order for deportation or order for removal. So a federal judge will give the DHS a warrant for a specific person, right, and says that this person is to be removed from the country. So you have the name, you have a last listed address.
Mandate removal. They can
No, hold
take
on,
Yeah.
Carlo. You
they can
go to
take
that
the
address, or
movie.
you can go into the person's home because it's a bench warrant, right?
Yeah,
And you can go in there
it's a
and
mandate.
get that person and take them to detention center and then deport them. That's how Obama was doing his, right? So usually you have a warrant. He sent out the agents to go and get that particular person and deport them. They wasn't doing fishing
No,
expeditions.
that's definitely not well, what you're saying is true, but the part that you're missing now is in the data bank. That hold on, you can look this up. 70% of the addresses when they went looking for them, they no longer live there. 70%,
No,
and
but
they
you know
didn't
they
update.
had the
Hold on.
ways to find them, right?
No, what ways did they have to find them, Elvis? What way?
But
Did
by
they have
by
some
vir-
type of special? Did they have some type of special link? Some like bracelets? They
let
cut.
me make the point, right?
Go ahead.
So by virtue of Obama deporting the most people
Uh-huh.
during his presidency, even compared to Trump and Biden combined, it shows that he was effective. So even though those people were not at
You're pushing the
those
goalposts,
address,
Elvis.
they
That's not
found them
what you
and deported
said.
them.
Let's stay on the point. You said that they had a way of finding them. So I'm asking you, what was their way of finding them?
No, like I said, the most immediate way would be that, of course, the last listed address that happens with the post office. People send letters to your last known address. So, like you said, if they weren't at those addresses, then the ICE agent would do their job and try to find them and locate them. Especially the state agencies, right? If you show them that you have a federal or warrant from a judge, they are obliged to help you. And most states was doing that for Obama. They will go out there and help them find that person.
And they had the people at the liaisons at the courthouse and at the
Yeah,
jail. You
that's
can't,
another
you
way
can't.
too. They did it.
Yeah, so that made it. So think about it like that. So you have to add that in there. You have to add it in there. So the thing about it is that the point that y'all are missing by the immigration, that y'all actually think like because Democrats are talking the loudest, like the people that are for immigration, like they care. Like y'all saying like it's amazing how y'all think that Latinos are mad about this. Latinos, if nobody else knows how immigration works, is Latinos. So they know how when the feds come in there, it's the same way with black people that stay in the hood that deal with SWAT teams. We know how they get down. Sometimes the SWAT team come through there, they show a little bit of force. Sometimes they kick through the door and bring battle rounds. We know how they get down. The point they're making that the Latinos that voted for Trump is the ones that don't want them. They don't even want them in there because they feel like they're jumping the line in front of them. That's the problem that Biden had, is that he was putting the people that were just getting here in front of the people that had already been here that was working. That was the problem.
What you watching in the back, collar? Is that you?
And so
I
the
mean,
immigration is, and just like Colin said last time, the news wasn't as the internet and the social media was not the same when Obama was here. Because if it was, you would have saw them same kids in cage. Hey, matter of fact, you would have saw Obama building the cages, building the center for the cages. They don't even show that. Now today they'll show Trump building the cages and the plants in Florida, but you don't have no picture, not one picture or no video of Obama them building the cages because the internet wasn't the same. And I dare say that in these days right here, with all the internet and all that, Obama wouldn't have been president. Because there's nothing about it, nothing about his rise. Man, me and Colin was talking, and we just had a simple question, and I want any of y'all to answer that. You can't find not one female, not one, besides Michelle, that said, I dated Obama. You know what I'm saying? We went out on a date. Nothing. Zero. Not one. And if anybody got an instant of any female, we're talking about from age 12 to however before he met Michelle, one female to say, I dated him, white, black, Indian, whoever. And it has never, he's the only president that I have ever heard. I mean, maybe just me. I look at things like that click in my brain. But that's an odd thing for nobody to say, hey, I went on a date with him. No
Obama
female.
Obama proposed to a woman called Sheila Jones. He was with her in 1996. He was dating her before he met Michelle Obama.
I got that's 1990. I'm saying, bruh, that's a whole gap. I know what you're talking about on that. But what I'm saying is that it has now no woman. That part I knew about, but you still ain't even heard nothing. Zero. So what I'm saying is that a lot of black people, Elvis, that don't even know that Obama was raised in Hawaii by his white mama. There's a lot of black people don't even know his mama is white. They don't know that he was raised in Hawaii. Because one thing about black people in America, we don't consider black people in Hawaii black. We just don't. We don't consider black people, we don't consider them real niggas. I mean, it's a bad
When you say
thing.
black, you mean the Polynesian, the Filipino looking black, or
We
they got
don't
real
see
black
them
people
like
there?
that. We just black people, we just don't see them like that. If they wasn't raised in America, you know what I'm saying? We just don't see them as black. We don't see them as black. We just don't.
But Hawaii is part of America. So when you say
I understand.
America, it encompasses Hawaii too.
Hawaii has not always been America.
No, I know, but we were talking about when it became a state. I
I
think in the
got you.
late 1800s.
And I'm trying to tell you that black people do not consider people that's from Hawaii or what is the other one that's what is the United States
Puerto
St. Croix?
Rico.
So none of that. They just don't see them the same because they don't act the same. They don't talk the same. The way they grew up is not the same. That's why a lot of black people said when Obama was in office, the realest black person was in the office was Michelle and her mama. That I'm just telling you how it is. You get what I'm saying? So when they found
Yeah,
out they
but
knew, go ahead.
yeah. So take for example, what's the guy name? I think he's an actor. Oh shit, I've missed it. But he was raised, or even take J. Cole for example. I'll go to a musician who was raised by his white mother, right?
Mm-hmm.
But his experience growing up was always being, he was raised in a white household, so to speak. His mother was
Right.
white and was raised in a household, but he's attached to black culture. Nobody would say that J. Cole is not a quote unquote real nigga.
No,
You
that's
Well,
know,
they still call him a half breed. You know, they still can. People still say about J. Cole, oh yeah, we can tell his mama was white.
so if he was to become president, he won't be a quote unquote real nigga in the White
No, he
House.
would be a half
No.
breed.
I disagree with you on that one because he still grew up around black people.
He still has a white mom. He still would be looked at as a half breed.
Did he have black family members or something like that?
Bro, it doesn't matter if he has a white mom to black people. If you have a white mom or black people, you consider the Oreo.
Mm-hmm.
It
Well,
just,
you from Georgia, so you might see it a little different too.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's how it is in anywhere you go. You get what I'm saying? If you're a mixed race, you're gonna be considered mixed race regardless.
Well, for me, for what you were saying in the beginning, dude was in Hawaii. Ain't no black communities in Hawaii like that.
Is that?
How do you pick up on our culture when you're not living in it? Now he did have some people that was African Americans that he went to school with, but you know what I'm saying. And then not only was he in Hawaii, he spent a lot of his childhood in Indonesia too.
And that's my whole point.
So it's like, when were you ever cultured into our culture?
He wasn't.
He did do some work in Chicago as a community organizer.
As a grown man,
He ran
was
for
in Chicago.
office as a state
He was in
senator.
Chicago for a few years.
Being raised though.
Now, don't get me wrong. He's a great talker. He get what I'm saying. He had the talk.
Well, listen to what I'm saying, right? So he ran campaigns in Chicago in the communities that he lived. He became a state senator. That means that the people, his constituents, thought he was a good enough leader to elect him to.
What does that have to do with what we're saying, Elvis?
Yeah,
what I'm saying is he have, like you're just making a case for J. Cole, that he grew up in an environment of black people, right? So of course Obama's lineage or his heritage is not African American. His father's African, mother's white. But what I'm saying is that he knew black people enough to talk to them, to convince them that he can represent their interests on both the state level, on a national level.
No, he didn't. That people at that time when Obama was running, and they was black people was on a Democrat plantation like a motherfucker. They just like you, Elvis. They was gonna vote Democrat no matter who. Just like you.
No, they had another black. I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying,
but he's a better talker. If you put Obama next to me, he's a better talker. You get what I'm saying? No matter how his mama is white, you get what I'm saying? He can talk the talk. He's like a preacher. He know how to play his art. He's a hustler. You can tell he's a hustler. But you can tell
His opponent, Alan, I think, what was it Alan Keyes or whatever his name is, the other black guy who was also running against him in the state senate, not the state senate, but the national senate race in
but he had
Illinois.
more charisma in today's political
So he
field.
was a better politician. So it was
He
based
was
on the
a
merit
better
of his
politician, but
politics.
that doesn't mean that the people know him. You can jump up there and say the right thing. Think about Beto O'Rourke. Just to switch it up a little bit. People like because he was hyped up. When people really got to know him, the people like, what? They ain't even fucking with him no more. He ain't even talked about no more. It's the same thing with Stacey Abrams. When the hype was on Stacey Abrams, everybody she was everywhere, here, there, wherever. Then when people got to know her and found out she was old gay chick, you know what I'm saying? She can't even think about running. She can't even run for mayor.
Somebody sent a cash app. You might want to check it. I think Rico Miller.
We got all that. Off of the Jeff to say Rico Miller dropped the dub. Well, I got that. I was gonna say it after I got through saying it. But what I'm saying, hey, appreciate that, Rico Miller. Hey, the money that you sending today is gonna go when he goes over there to Liberia. Me and Carla already talked. They got the MTN, they got the earned sundown, whatever the fuck it is, burnt earned, or however they send the money. I'm gonna send that over there. And if you want it to be to sponsor a video or sponsor some type of food or whatever, just you can put it in the chat or you can leave it in the note, or I can just give it to him straight up. But what I want to do, since Carla got the GoPro and the mic, that he go out and try different food, go to different restaurants, you get what I'm saying? And then talk to the people. That's why I was giving Carla advice on don't just go to the places, talk to the people, see how the people feel. Don't talk to the big wigs, talk to the small people sometimes, because sometimes you get the realest conversation talking to the waitress. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Talk to the guy out there that's helping, the people in the where the park at. You know what I'm saying? Always talking to the big wig sometimes. That conversation is polished. You get what I'm saying? Carl is smart enough that he can dissect from that. So when you send the cash apps, y'all let me know how y'all want me to direct it. If y'all don't, I'll just give my advice and say, hey, Carla, hey, check out this $20 right here. Man, go to a restaurant, pick out a different restaurant, you know what I'm saying? Not just your favorite one, and just go to it, show what you eat and show what the prices are, and then see how it tastes, compare it to American food. You get what I'm saying? And those are the type of videos people like to see. They like to see those comparisons of the food video.
I'm not going to do Dinas, man. Dinas, when he went to Liberia. I tell you about that? He went to Liberia one time, right? He ordered a big-ass bowl of rice. I think it was jollof rice, right? And the girl sat there, was interviewing him, right? She was hungry, right? It was like, he said, what are you going to have? He just ordered for 8 right in front of her. How Dinas, man.
Come on, Kyle. What made you think she was hungry, Kyle?
He was like, when she looked, she was staring at the bowl,
For the shit, Kyle.
Diana's like, so what are you gonna have? And she was like, she thought he was gonna say, ask her, give me another plate so I can give you some or whatnot. Yeah, she's not there. Hey, she didn't have no food, man. She's like, man, come on, man.
Yeah, I got to admit that too. He kind of don't know how to read the room. Like, even if it's not, what I'm saying? Like, even if it's just in that interview with somebody, man, you can at least order like some French fries or something.
Man. Order a soda.
You can't just be the only one sitting at the table eating like that. Because it don't even make Elvis, it don't even make it look good if you're at a table with 3 or 4 people and you're the only one with a plate. You could just have a plate of fries and tomatoes and avocado or something.
No, but the girl that was interviewing him, I think it was Rhoda, right? She comes from an affluent family. That's her cousin's restaurant that he was eating at.
Look at Mari Shai goes, Dinas is greedy. He asked for half of my
pastor. Yeah, so the girl you was talking to, Carla, she wasn't hungry. Her family owns that restaurant that Dinas was eating at. She was facilitating.
It wasn't Talia Ure.
No, it's Rhoda. Rhoda Ure. That's her cousin. Talia Ure.
It was a young girl. She was skinny.
No, it was a slim chick.
It was a slim chick.
Yeah, he should have had something. Elvis, at least if you ain't
the same thing, right?
if you ain't gonna have no food, you gotta at least have something to drink, like some water. You can't. It just. What I'm saying is the optics and the visual didn't look right. Even if she wasn't hungry, you get what I'm saying? You
still got it on camera.
Yeah, I mean, that is
that's
the
a little
African.
bit.
You would think he would know that just to be, you know,
That's when
hospitable
he
or whatever.
first started going there.
You know,
That was
offer. You always offer.
that was 2020. Maybe he learned something.
Yeah. But Rico Miller, he definitely ain't finna interview no general butt naked. But what I'm saying is that if you send the
Kyle,
money,
if you want to, I can facilitate it for you, Kyle. If you want to talk to him.
No. Who I want to try to get an interview with Prophet Key. I'm gonna go by the prison, right?
Yeah, your wife gonna divorce you, Kyle. She already told you that shit.
Man, girls, I was like, sit down, man. I'm getting doing enough for you. You know, I want that interview with Prophet Key, man. You know, I mean, that video will go viral. You
hey
know,
Rico, if you got like you want him to do like a street food video, try some street food, or
well, I don't
try.
do street food. I do not do street food, man.
Yeah, Kyle don't eat on the
Come
street.
on, man.
Listen, no, I do not eat
Nah,
nothing.
you're gonna get running. You're gonna get the bubble guts for like 2 weeks. Don't
I
do
don't
that,
eat
Kyle. I
street
wouldn't
food, bro,
recommend
in
it.
Africa, bro.
If, if, if you want like a restaurant, or you wanted him to go to a soul food restaurant or something,
We
you
got
could
so
say,
many restaurants, man. It's like they
Maybe go to Kid Mount, Kyle. You plan the trip to Kid Mount to show the
well, hold on,
beaches.
no, hold on, Colin. What I'm saying is, if the people is donating and they might have a restaurant that's in the city that if they paying for it, you know what I'm saying? They like, hey, it
Oh
goes
yeah,
$20.
okay, no problem. I could do
That's
that.
what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is dealer's choice if you want to be specific, but if you're not specific, then I'm gonna tell Colin just go to whatever restaurant you want to go to.
Check this out.
But
Check this out. This is one sports bar. I just have to look up to one night when I went there. I think after we went to the after we got done from the that night we went to the no the night before that. We went to this one sports bar just opened up in Monrovia, man. I want to see these places packed. Had music, everything like that, nice inside, everything like that. We ordered like sodas and we split me, my woman, and my driver. We split this case of that thing was so big we couldn't even finish it. You know, it was like a whole big plate of quesadilla. It was real thick, a chicken quesadilla. That thing was so.
oh shit, Colin, I meant to tell you, you got to watch that music now that you're over 1,000.
What are you talking about?
That copyright.
Oh
You got
yeah,
to make sure.
I hate about YouTube, man.
You got to make hold on, but this is the catch part. A lot of the African music is not copyrighted. Some of it ain't. But the funny part is they play so much American music in Liberia, you're gonna get copyright. You're gonna have to watch that. You know what I'm saying? You got to watch that.
It'd be like 2 seconds of a song when they
Yeah.
you know.
But this is what you got to do when they playing the copyright song. When you editing, you just gonna have to mute that and then either talk over that part when it's or just mute that part when they playing it, because if you don't, you're gonna get copyrighted, bro.
You know what? I like TikTok. TikTok, they let me play copyright. I got this one song when I was in this place called Jackie's Lodge in Nimba. It had to be playing a Bow Wow song in the background, man. Shit was so good, man. I was like walking around with my camera. I was playing the Bow Wow song. His first song came out, man. I was like, I was watching play the soccer and the basketball court and whatnot by the pool. When I was like, oh man, that shit was nice. It was on my TikTok, you know. TikTok don't really flag you for that shit, you know, like YouTube does. YouTube, man, it's like I play anything on the show, man. Like 2 hours later, before I go to bed and whatnot, they're like, sorry, hey, you have to delete this, whatever. You got to mute this, or I gotta trim it out, whatever, like that. You know, they give you the tools to trim it out, whatever. You know, it is good. But back to the topic. I'm still worried about what people don't seem to understand. When we say people have no idea how far down we were in America, that some of us had, and this is what I learned Hustle Smart, right? When I first moved down to Virginia in the 90s. See, when I moved upstate New York, we were probably the black people who made it, you know? We made it into middle America, right? When I came down to Virginia, do you know those people who actually crime was like a fucking occupation? You know? Oh yeah, my uncle, he's a drug dealer, you know? Like goddamn, like he went to school, got a degree in that shit, you know? And then I started studying history and stuff, right? I never forget, 2001, I went back to New York, right? I went back to New York, never forget this. And I would take a cab, his older brother at the time, man. This guy was like in his 40s or 50s at the time. And he said, he says, man, I left the South, right? I said, yeah, I'm in Virginia Beach. I love it down there, right? He goes, I'm back up here. I mean, upstate New York. When I'll never want to go to the South. When I goes, so I'll tell you my story. He said he was from St. Augustine, Florida, right? And I was talking about gangster rap and shit like that. He said, let me tell you something. Everybody thinks this crime and all stuff like that is new. He said in the 60s and the 70s, black people were killing each other left and right. He said we used to have this gun called the Saturday Night Special. You ever heard of a Hustle Mark? Hustle.
Oh yeah, that was the 38 special, right?
Saturday Night Special. They call it Saturday Night Special. It was like a little revolver. He said,
yeah, it's a little 30. It's a little 38 revolver, right?
Yeah. He said every weekend people go out there, go to the juke joint. Somebody was always end up dead. You know, he said those killings all the time, man. Bodies just piling up. And I remember when I was a kid, I never forget this, right? Where in Elizabeth City, I was in the South for one summer and we went to a funeral. It was this real light-skinned lady, right? She had a son that was real dark-skinned. I was like, her son, he was in a casket. And I go, Grandma, what happened to him? He goes, somebody killed him. And that dawned on me. I said, yeah, black on black violence is not new. You know, we like to make it seem like it started with the rappers in the 80s and whatnot. But black on black violence and stuff like that was not new. And he said St. Augustine was just so bad. He said this whole town just died. The city just died. Because there was so much violence and black on black crime and whatnot. He said a lot of people, he said, I live up here, I'm never going back to the South, whatnot. He goes, nothing there, just death and destruction, man. Everybody's selling dope. Everybody, he said back in the days it was heroin, you know, and gambling and heroin and stuff like that, you know, where he says, man, like that. So, like I said, our people went through a lot, you know, because there was really, these people, Elvis, locked us out of civilization, religiously, right? When we did find some sort of success, Black Wall Street, Wilmington, they destroyed it and burned it to the ground, left us destitute. In that destitution, we, you know, some of us who were smarter took the number running and stuff like that, you know, it was only because of this desperate situation we're in. Those people didn't want to do that, but that was all that was left. That was America. That's the America you love so much. But thank God to the civil rights movement, they changed that. And they realized that black people wanted a better life. You know, it wasn't just black people. It was anybody who wasn't white. You were condemned to a life of poverty and crime and stuff like that. So I'm not going to be mad at my ancestors because they had to run numbers and whatnot to survive and whatnot, you know. I'm not going to do it, you know. Like Afro Theory calls Stephanie St. Clair a thug. She was not a thug, you know. In fact, she was from
So Kyle, for example, right? Not just to argue, but just to get a point across. So when alcohol was prohibited, right? And you had the bootleggers who were bootlegging alcohol, like the mafia, those guys, the Al Capones, and they were getting filthy rich off of something that was
a lot
illegal
of
at the
black people
time.
were bootlegging too. We were bootlegging too.
Were those people criminals?
Well, they were criminals, but look. They even said that prohibition was basically an extreme reaction, and it was unnecessary. That's why they repealed it, you know, and they made alcohol legal. You cannot regulate certain things, you know. So what I'm saying is this: they were criminals, in fact, that they broke the law. But a law has to be just, you know, and make sense. You know, the Volstead Act and whatnot did not make any sense, you know. Prohibition did not make any sense. That's why they could not fight it. They just had to say, "Oh, we just gave up on it." What prohibition lasted 6 years and it was over. You know, in that time period, you know, they created the modern criminal syndicate, the mafia, and stuff like that.
Would you say that alcohol should be restricted
It
or
was
perhaps
because hold on,
limited in today's world?
let me tell you something. As a result of prohibition, you know, we still got laws on the books where you can't buy alcohol at a certain time in the South. You know, and here in Virginia, at 12 o'clock, you can't buy alcohol liquor. right?
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same way over here too.
And in New York, when I was in, what I love about going to New York was I can go to the liquor store at 2 o'clock in the morning. Remember, bro, we're friends. We can go to New York to liquor store at 12 o'clock in the morning and get a bottle. You know, you can buy beer any time of night.
Well, I'm asking that question because knowing the effect that alcohol has on people now and the destructive nature of it for those who abuse it. Do you think some laws should be put in place
Well,
to
there are
protect the
laws in
people?
place. You know, you can't drink and drive. You can
No,
restrict
I'm talking
people.
about those who abuse it. You know,
Yeah, and the bottom line, usually with alcohol, unlike other things, right? See, you could do crack and heroin and whatnot. And it's a slow death, right? Because you could just, it's just mind altering. People do heroin and crack, they go in the corner, they die. Alcohol is different. People who go out in alcohol tend to drive. They go out in public. They get what they call beer muscles. They start fight. They act up, and alcohol always leads you into confrontation and aggression with other people. So it's easier to detect and take down than
Kyle, have you ever known an alcoholic?
yeah.
Okay, so I'm saying that because, like, take drugs
And
for
the bottom
example.
line, hold up. When you see an alcoholic, right? The bottom line is this: you know he's an alcoholic, and you can get intervention. And that's what usually happens. People say, "Look, wife will say I'm gonna divorce you, kids will say I'm staying away from you. Your employer said you come to work one more time, you can lose everything on alcohol." So it's a quick way. It checks itself out. Because alcoholism and acting inebriated in public is unacceptable. So yeah, unless you got one of those people, which is rare, that just drinks. I know people like that, smart people that sit in the house all day and drink and get drunk every day and whatnot. They don't go nowhere, but that's very rare. Usually, when people get drunk, they got to be around somebody. They gotta, even if they're drunk by themselves, they're gonna call somebody up and harass them or knock on somebody's door or whatever, like that. Hey, what's going on? Whatnot. That's just alcohol. It's very rare that you got people who are alcoholics and they sit in their house to themselves.
What do
You
you think
always
most people suffer from? Drug addiction or alcoholism?
Alcoholism is probably the most dangerous. I
Right.
really, but the thing is, alcohol is legal, right? It's just the fact that people who abuse it, you know,
But
is
if something is prone to getting abused, that's what I'm asking you the question. Should it be restricted, if not fully prohibited?
what about
Prohibited.
sugar? Sugar is a
Do
major
people
cause.
ruin their lives based on sugar, Carla? Do people start
Hold up,
beating
hold
their
up,
wives because they're
hold up,
high on sugar?
hold up. Sugar causes diabetes, which basically drives insurance costs up. Health costs up. That you can see you go on that slippery slope. Cigarettes, right, causes cancer, right? Should we basically now what you can do
Yeah,
is
they put high taxes on cigarettes to try
right,
to
right, right. So,
restrict,
so they got that,
access
and
to it.
also you don't see cigarette. When I was, you probably don't remember this, right? When I was a kid, right in the '70s, there was sick cool commercials, Newport commercials on TV, and then in 1976, out of nowhere, they pulled all advertisements for television cigarettes off television. you know. And also, what they did was in each TV show, you notice how you watch Law and Order and stuff like that. They never smoke. No
Yeah,
TV shows have actors.
that's what I'm saying, Carla. You
Oh,
agree with my
what
point.
they're saying is, hold on. Society could say we don't condone this, right? Don't say we ban it, but we just don't condone this. You know?
No, they've done a lot of things on for cigarettes, right? Because a lot of places don't let you smoke inside of the place. Secondhand smoke is dangerous. You
Yeah, and
know,
they let you know you
they
cannot.
tax cigarettes now.
And
It's
the
When I was
really
dosage
coming up,
expensive to
hold on,
legislation
when I
buy.
for
was
sugar.
Rico,
Sugar
I'm
should
not
be
a fucking
controlled the
alcoholic,
same
bro.
way.
Oh, look, when I was coming up, you guys don't probably remember this, right? You used to be able to smoke at McDonald's in restaurants. They had little ashtrays, little aluminum ashtrays out there. You could smoke at McDonald's. You could smoke in restaurants. You had a
What I'm
smoke.
saying, based on the studies that come out, these people make decisions based on those studies, and alcohol, has proven to be equally as destructive. It's not more,
Yeah,
if
but
not more
it's
destructive
destructive to the
than
individual.
cigarettes.
Unless somebody you get behind the wheel of a car or you do something to somebody, and then you criminally charged, right? But you cannot prevent somebody from drinking and whatever. If they want to do that to their body,
Why? What's the main reason for drugs being, illegal? It's because it destroys people's life. It takes their immunity away,
right,
makes them
right.
addicts. You know,
Yeah, that's true. But
and so
I don't know
alcohol
if
have
that's
a similar effects on some people.
a slippery slope between the society has decided that one drug is out of bounds. Now they're trying to loosen up on marijuana, and they still got hard drugs, heroin, opioids, all that. It's still bad because people get OD on heroin. Well, you can't OD on alcohol. You
No,
know,
you could die from alcohol poisoning, Colin.
you know what it takes to do alcohol poisoning. You got to take a whole bottle of Southern Comfort, like 2 bottles of Southern Comfort. You could die. You know, but who does that? You know.
No, sometimes you can die from mixing your liquor. You can mix certain liquor
Oh
and
yeah,
then
something like that, or
give you
moonshine.
alcohol
I've
poisoning.
had moonshine before.
It's usually gonna be that you drunk too much liquor though. That's usually, and
Yeah,
the reason
that can
they're
happen
gonna
anyway.
look at it like it's easier to be functional with alcohol than it is to be with some of these drugs. Some of these drugs are too chemically addicting, and like we can't take, like you can only take but so many crackheads. Once crack gets too widespread, your community is ruined.
Yo, check this out. I have never, Mufasa, I've never in my life seen a recovered crackhead.
Yeah, you kidding me, Colin? Really?
Look. There was this one chick, right? That I used to date. She was older. I remember I was like 28, and she was beautiful. She was like 41, right? She was, oh my god. She basically told me that she was once married. She had a husband when her husband was a doctor, everything like that. But she got hooked on crack, right? And she was like, so we're dating. When she go, I'm recovering. She go, just got a rehab, recovering for 6 months, whatever like that. Her and her husband divorced, whatever. So I was dating her for like around 5 months, right? Then after freaking 5 months, right? She has told me, she goes, I'm sorry, I'm just not normal, right? She goes, then one night she goes, can you take me someplace, right? And then she took me. I went to this neighborhood, a place called Twin Canals in Virginia Beach. It's a Section 8 housing, whatever like that. She went inside, came out. I thought it was just want to see somebody, whatever like that. Went to the house one night, and she was like, "I'm sorry, I just got to do this." And she smoked a bowl right in fucking front of me. It was crack. She pulled out a crack pipe, whatever. And this was a woman that was absolutely gorgeous, black
I,
woman.
I knew, I knew it was gonna. I was just thinking about that in the back of my mind.
What?
It was just an off thought I was having while you was talking, and I was like, I listen to Colin, and every time he talks about a woman, the first thing he says about her is that
Oh
she's
yeah, because
beautiful.
I only mess with beautiful women. But anyway,
Look,
that's not the point, right?
that's a point I was thinking
But
about.
what
You
I'm
said
saying
the same
is this:
thing.
she had just gotten out of rehab twice, as I know her, right? And she was just like, "I'm sorry." I go, "You're gonna go back to rehab again?" And guess what? She did. Then a few years later, I saw her, right? And I saw her. She was driving. I saw her at a Walmart one Christmas. She said, "Hey, how you doing, Baba?" Oh yeah, I got a good job. I'm doing this. So I was saying to myself, I hope she's really recovered this time. She's like, I'm doing
So,
good.
so,
I got
so, Carla, do you think that from your first-hand experience, the severe punishment that Reagan and others was giving crack sellers was appropriate
I
based on the
don't look.
destruction that
Let
it
me tell
does
you
to
something.
people?
Let me tell you something, Elvis. Right? And
No, it wasn't. It wasn't appropriate,
I say I'm like
but
this.
it was needed though.
I'm like this. This is what I'm saying, right? I knew a lot of crack dealers growing up, right? Stuff like that. And I was around it, whatever, like that. I never did it, but I was around people who did it. Whatnot. Look, everybody that I knew, they were just. It was about that life. Everybody, I don't remember seeing anybody that was doing it because like the bullshit about just gotta feed my kid. No, the fuck you want your girl. This is how it is, right? When you're a crack dealer, the type of girl you with, like you a dime piece, right? You get her pregnant, right? You want to keep her, right? That when that baby comes, he better have some Jordans on. Your girl, right? This is how they have to live. They want their kids with the nice Jordans, nice stuff like that, looking cute. You better have the nice clothes on when y'all step out together. When it's a lifestyle, you know, all that
Who you
stuff.
talking about? You talking about the crack dealers?
Yeah, you
Okay,
know,
okay.
their lifestyle, right? Their lifestyle was extravagant, because that's what attracted the sort of type of women. Like Me personally, when I was coming up when I was like my worst time in life when I was like 19 and 20, because that's a time period where
I'm gonna make a silly argument, but tell me what you think. So I'm not in that war, so I don't know. I might just be speculating. I'm guessing pure cocaine. Most cocaines are not pure, but just cocaine by itself, perhaps is more expensive than crack, right? You assume
Yeah,
that. So why don't the crack dealers sell cocaine, which is perhaps less
because
destructive? It's addictive
crack is
than
very
cocaine, and they can still make a lot of money.
look,
because
crack is addictive, and you
crack
can
is free base. Crack. Okay, let me explain it real quick, Carla. Crack is like a dopamine. It's just like a rush. You know what I'm saying? Powder is different. Powder is just like rat poison. Once you put the powder to your nose, it go to eating the inside of your nostrils. It's called the gristle. You know what I'm saying? That part of your bone in your nose that you feel like it's a bone, but it's not really a bone. It's gristle like that, like on a piece of meat, like on a chicken. But so what it is that when you see people do powder, that's why you'll see them all the time that like they nose running and they keep making the snot go up their nose because the snot have crack in it. So they want it to go to their brain. So the powder goes directly to your brain. It sits on your brain and deteriorates it, but it deteriorates it slow. Crack give you an instant gratification. It just like eating. Like the difference is grits and cornbread. Like some people will tell you cornbread, if you put sugar cornbread, some people like cornbread more than they like grits. Do you get what I'm saying? So, and some people prefer grit. That's the only difference. One is a cooked up version. So actually the powder is more poisonous than the crack. The crack
But
is a
crack has additives to it, right?
Crack
Like
has additive.
ammonium and other stuff.
It got baking soda. You can use B12. You can use the different type of powder form to stretch it. But when you stretch it and you smoke it, because it's smoke, it give you a rush. But the people that do powder, it seems like they're more chill, is because of the powder is on their brain and it's in their brain and it making you be like it's more of a downer. You get what I'm saying? So that's the
No,
best way to
I
explain.
thought cocaine was an upper and makes you active and
No,
and hyperactive.
no, the goddamn crack is the
They're both
crack is a
uppers.
upper. The
Say
crack
that
is
They're
a
again.
both
upper.
uppers.
You'll get a
They're both
crackhead
uppers.
to hit a piece of crack. He'll cut everybody grass in the whole neighborhood.
But that's what I'm saying. That's an upper. That makes you more energetic. It
Yeah.
gives you it stimulates you.
Yeah,
But
but the
downer is like
powder is
marijuana that
more
brings you
people
down and
that
makes
do
you more
powder is
relaxed.
more chill. They're more chill, you know what I'm saying? Unless they just angry people. That's why a lot of people they use it. Believe me, powder is a sexy drug. In Florida, when they come in there, most people they get the girls
Yeah.
to have sex with. You get what I'm saying? Ain't no crackheads trying to smoke no crack and have sex. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact,
So
most crack.
that's my point. Also, smart that crack was more destructive to a person's social,
Yeah,
being. So that's what I'm saying. Why don't the dealers sell cocaine? That maybe you can have people being
because
productive
you
and
can make
functioning.
so if you got a handful of powder and a handful of if you got a handful of powder, you got two handful of powder. If you take that one handful of powder and make that into crack, you will make more money than just that handful of powder. You'll get more out of it. Do you get what I'm saying? Just same thing with
Yeah.
grits. If you turn the cornmeal into a cornbread, you're gonna have more cornbread than you have grits. It's gonna look like it's more, but it's actually just fluffed up and it's stretched. But
And crack hits faster, but
it's a dopamine.
it don't last as long. So
The
what?
last,
They
let
come
me
off
tell you
that
the
high.
truth. Hey DK, me and my boys, we studied from the average for a female, it was 18 to 23 minutes. For dudes, it was 23 to 33 minutes. For dudes, it was longer. That's why
Yeah.
it was more females that got men on crack. When I was in the hood selling it, it was more females that got men that wasn't on it because the women at that time, women looked it good, and the dudes wanted to mess with them. And they used to bring the dudes over there with them, get a hotel, and then the girl used to introduce the dudes while they doing whatever they doing, they would either put it with the weed. They would start out putting it with the weed, and that's how most guys got on crack was the women. It was some Adam and Eve type shit. If you talk to any real drug dealer that was on the blocks hustling, they'll tell you that we saw it like Adam and Eve. It was the women that got the black men on crack.
But what Carla was saying is that a crack addict has he has an affect, like a person with, their teeth or just the way their mouth move. You can tell that person was probably a crackhead, right? Because they have that affect to them. But maybe like a cocaine addict, perhaps maybe their nose being destroyed, that part of their nose being fucked up, they can recover and look pretty normal and function like a normal person. But like Carla was saying, he's never seen a quote unquote recover, crack addict. Like that one
They always
boxer.
have some type of twitch or something.
Yeah, they always have something wrong with them permanently, even if they're not on the drug anymore. You can the way they speak, the way they move, we can tell that person was
It gives them
definitely
hallucinate too.
So it was bad, man. So I kind of agree now with those racist people, even though they were racist, but they had to take severe action against the crack dealers because crack was just like meth, like what meth is today.
But hold on, though. But the funny thing is that the powder was killing the brain cells. See, the powder was killing the brain. The crack just made you act like a goddamn out of control monkey, like you needed some Ritalin for about 33 minutes. Do you get what I'm saying? So they just kept chasing the high, but the powder was more dangerous because it killed your brain cells. But you just didn't have an immediate physical reaction to it. Crack, you know what I'm saying? Crack, you see a motherfucker running up, cutting grass and doing flips and dancing. Powder just didn't do that. Powder was more dangerous because it was a pure form of poison. Do you see? So think about it like this, Elvis. The powder in my day was about, you got it at about 88 to 89% pure. That will kill you. It would kill you. So they had to stretch it. So when the Colombians got it over here, they would stretch it. They would get it down to about 86 to 85. Then you would get to the dudes and the Haitians and the Miami boys would get it to 85, and they would break it down to it. If they was to put that pure cocaine on the street, it would be automatically death like fentanyl. The only reason why they stretched it because back then the powder was so high. It was so high they stretched it, but then when they found out when they stretched it and cooked it up, you got the same potency. But when they were selling powder, they had to keep it between the 86 and 88 rank, 88% because it was more white people in high level. They was willing to pay more money for pure cocaine, but it still wasn't pure. It was about 86 to 84%.
I don't know. I was always
cocaine.
told that
Cocaine fucks up. That shit fucks up your heart, though.
That's what I was just gonna say. Cocaine will bust your heart. Your heart can explode. What you finna say, Musa?
No. But first, let me answer Elvis' question. So, Elvis, the issue when you hear people talking about the disparity, it was the fact that black people were being scapegoated. So the U.S. was running a campaign, a war on drugs, and then they were throwing us under the bus, even though we wasn't even making a majority of the money. It was all type of other people, and then they were throwing us under the bus and parading us out with these football numbers. That was really the issue.
Was it because crack was prominent amongst black dealers and maybe cocaine was prominent amongst white dealers?
Exactly.
Because we're black and they want to use us to parade out there and make it seem like it was us. But who was bringing the shit here? Who was the
when that bring the shit here, that has nothing to do with it. But it is still true.
No. What I'm saying is you should be parading all of those people on TV too.
The problem was that they demonized crack and they gave a special what you call a grid. It's a grid system. That's what you get charged with. And it was like they tried to make it almost federal in the state. So if you got caught with $40 worth of crack, you would get more time than somebody got caught with $400 worth of pure powder. They didn't rank powder by its purity. They rated powder by the weight of it.
But do you think it was because of the effect that it had on the person that made it more severe?
No. They just gave it because of black people. They gave crack. Mostly when I was growing up, 90% of people sold crack. Black people sold crack. It was only the smooth black people that got along with white people that sold powder. Mostly everybody sold crack. So they put a crime just for crack. And the white people, like if a white boy got caught with $30,000 worth of pure cocaine, that will kill you right then and there. $30,000 worth of pure cocaine and $30,000 worth of crack will not kill you. But the powder would kill you. And they still would give the crack dealer more time. They would give the crack dealer more time for the same amount, even though pure cocaine
I can't deny there was some racism in that policy.
Of course,
but what I'm saying to you is, somebody who was there, the effect on a crackhead's body and the deterioration of their body is far more quicker and worse than a cokehead.
I'll give you this point. The powder heads was more function. There was more functioning. The crack dealers wouldn't function. They wouldn't go to work. Like people, I used to see people coming through, crackheads hiding out in the crack houses, having the cars getting repossessed, people looking for their parents. You didn't see that with the powder heads would go home.
Right.
The crackheads wouldn't go home. That's the difference. So the crackheads, their whole mentality would change. The whole persona, it wasn't like that with it was just like I'm saying, with the crackheads, it was like The Walking Dead. With the powder, it was not like that.
Yeah, a lot of that too. Coke was expensive. They call it a rich man's high. So, they'll just be like, okay, well, look, more white people going to do that because they got more money. So we're going to go 10-1 against the crack, or I think it was 40-1 at that time.
Right.
More time for crack because that's what black people got because they ain't got as much money. And it was a targeted attack with crack against us.
Okay, let me give this example. Back then, a gram of pure powder was $100. A gram of crack costed about $40. You get it for $40. Back then, you can get it for $40. A gram of
damn near one hit for some people. Maybe two.
Exactly. They'll crush it up and put it all in a pipe. But a gram of powder for a white dude, that can last him the whole day. You know what I'm saying? He wouldn't hit it. A crackhead will take $800 and smoke that up in an hour. That's how people got so rich off of it. A powderhead would never come and spend $800. The most of powderhead.
Is that because crack is more addictive?
No, it's because of the high. The high didn't last more than 18 to 23 minutes.
Okay.
So it wasn't that they're addicted. They just, I guess it was they're addicted. But they kept chasing that high. The high is so strong. It's like, okay, put it this way. Say this, if you hit the lottery, that feeling that you hit the lottery, then 18 minutes it go away. And you say, hold on. If you go right back out there and buy this, spend $10 more, you'll get that same feeling of hitting the lottery. That's how crack was. Powder was more laid back. Like people, if people toot powder, they call it toot, and I don't know why they call it toot. But when people toot powder, they'll sit up there and have a conversation. When you still can have a educated conversation with somebody on powder, you get a person on crack, they lips get to twitching, they lock jaw.
And that's why I keep saying, but Mufasa disagree with me. It's because the effects of the crackhead was way more severe than the effects of the cokehead. So by the statute of the sentencing guidelines, it shows that crack was more severe to the body.
Don't be naive. They
than
didn't
crackhead.
make those guidelines. They didn't make.
No, I know we didn't make it. I said there's some form of racism in it, I'm sure.
Okay, well,
but I'm just saying, just looking at it, like Hustle Smart is saying.
Both of y'all are right, but I'm on Mufasa's side because they didn't use that. They didn't use that as a way of saying why they did it. They was trying to say that they didn't use that narrative at all. They could have said that, but they didn't use that narrative.
If we talk about what's more damaging, what's it called? Blue Magic heroin from the 70s was much more dangerous.
Heroin was so dangerous.
Frank Lucas, Blue Magic?
Yeah. But hold on for a second. Let me explain to you how dangerous heroin is. Heroin was so dangerous that they stopped calling it heroin. They started calling it dog food because people didn't even want to say the name heroin no more. They used to call it that boy, or they would call it that Bobby Boucher, or they would call it that Brown. You get what I'm saying? That dirty brown or that spicy brown. They wouldn't even call it. Heroin was just dangerous. But the funny part was heroin is more expensive than powder. Heroin is the most expensive. So a kilo of powder today will run you 28 to 32,000. A key of heroin is about 60,000. But you make so much more of it because you can stretch heroin like 8 or 9 times. That's why they call it dog food. You can just stretch it up, and then on top of that, you insert it now. You get the needle on it, and you get the high because it's directly in the vein, and they get that itch. It go to burning their veins and the itch. I have watched the people that go to hiding under the bed, hiding under the thing, pulling covers, take off all their clothes. They'll get hot, running up the street butt naked.
And good luck beating the heroin addiction. Good luck with that.
That shit, that scene in New Jack City, well, that was they had that about crack cocaine, but that's really how heroin was. Heroin was like that, like you shivering and shaking and vomiting and all that. That was heroin. They just made that into the crack for New Jack City, but that's how heroin is the hardest one to kick.
So what was your thought process when you saw black people going through that shit? Was you feeling bad, like, man, why am I doing this shit? I should stop doing this shit.
No, I saw black people as ants. Just I saw them as ants. It was a cycle. Just like how you watch an ant farm or something like that. That's just how I saw the whole thing. You get what I'm saying? Like this, because these people was older than me. I was young. So if you got grown people that don't have no self-control, I can't help them. They weren't listening. They weren't listening to me. They was waiting for me to get out there. It was nothing for me to do but sit up there and keep them high and keep them geeked up. You know what the thing about it is? The one thing they respect is people that serve them good drugs. They would have an issue if you sold them bad drugs. You tried to be like, well, you know what? I ain't gonna sell you this potent. I ain't gonna sell you this good work today. I'm gonna give you some lower stuff so maybe you can calm down. They didn't want that. So if you got the people that's demanding that type of drugs, you can't do nothing. Somebody was gonna do it. But
And
what happened? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, bro.
Like you said, they in the movies they portray crackheads to be like heroin addicts. Like you said, I mean, you could function on crack. Like Marion Barry, he was mayor of DC. He was on crack. He smoked crack. You would never know. What's it called? Joe Biden's son. He smokes crack.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know it.
Yeah, you can function on crack. It was just harder to fun. It was easier to function. Powder was the easiest. Crack was next. Heroin, it was man, you didn't even want to see a heroin addict. A heroin addict would be sitting there and while you talking to them in front of them, they'll sit up there and start patting your pockets or go to picking up something off the ground thinking there's some heroin. That's the craziest thing I ever saw was a heroin addict just go searching in the dirt. I'm talking about somewhere that they ain't even been, go to picking up dirt off the ground, looking at it and see if it's a piece of heroin or something. Like
That's so you know how bad. That's so you know how bad Vietnam was when the soldiers are taking heroin. That's like, damn, shit's fucked up.
And then then you gotta find different holes in their body. You'll see the women, they shooting it in their pussy and between their toenails, between their toes, everything.
Yeah, I've seen that. They put holes in their toenail. I'm like,
damn. Yeah. Yeah, and then on top of that, then they just start straight up just putting it in their butt.
Yeah. And that's how they started spreading AIDS, sharing needles and shit. All that fucked up shit,
Yep, straight up share. I'm talking about you'll be out there, one needle, 60 junkies, and then you see them girls jumping in and out of cars. You know what I'm saying? In and out of cars all night. And then the white dudes used to love them because they'd be so geeked up in space out. Man, I remember them chicks used to go out and they used to come back butt naked. Just standing there. Just standing there. With about $100. And then they'll sit right out there in the freezing cold. You know what I'm saying? Get a needle right then, shoot up. They even had a lady that used to be out there in the hood. The lady that said candy lady, she used to have like blankets and sheets. She used to sell to them out there.
I mean,
Bro,
I mean,
how do you come out of some shit like that normal, bro? How do you sit up there and watch all that shit?
That's what I'm saying, right?
Because
So
hustle smart.
Because what else is where you lived at it? Unless you was going to live somewhere else.
Nah, it was hella niggas that wasn't as involved as you though. Everybody didn't leave the stoop like you did, bro. Like they seen a little bit.
No. I'm telling you that I looked at people like they were ants. I didn't take them. I didn't see them.
How old was you there? How developed was your brain at that?
Just like 14.
Okay, yeah, you can't blame a 14-year-old for that.
No. I knew what I was doing. I knew what I was doing.
I know, but even your brain is not fully mature to already process and rationalize.
You learn quick.
A certain way. Yeah,
you learn quick. I was real. That's what I'm saying. I was real mature for my age at that time. But the thing about it is, once I learned the street code, and I just, this one guy always told me, man, that this old head in like Checkerboard Fred, he just told me, he like, if it ain't yours, don't touch it. You get a bag, it ain't yours, don't go in it, whatever. And I just followed that model. If somebody dropped something on the ground and gave me a bag or something, I didn't go through it and looked at it, handed it back to him. And when I handed it back to him, that person would introduce me to somebody else and be like, hey man, give him this, give him that. And then on top of that, they would tell people, hey, don't fuck with him, don't touch nothing from him. So just being in the hood every day, the old people protected me to sell the drugs. Nobody stopped me. It was
Did you ever know anybody who was normal or maybe was dealing and then turned to the drug themselves and became an addict?
That was plenty of them, because black people are hypersexual. So you had these dudes that was out there, selling drugs and all that. I'm telling you, it would be girls that was in high school, girls that worked for the city and all that. They would get on drugs that weekend. A lot of them drug dealers, they had apartments in there and they had hotels around there. So they would take them girls to the hotel, and then they'll end up, putting something in a blunt, putting it with it always started off like that. They would put a little heroin in the blunt, a little powder in the blunt, and then that's all it took. And the women were super freaky on them drugs. So you would have her freaking all night, all to the morning time, no sleep. And that's how it would come. So you have some drug dealers, they was drug dealers this week, and then they was junkie the next. But the thing about them, they would just always try to get a cheaper price. Like, hey man, give me the hookup, man. I'm trying to say, just. But once you take that ride, man, you just like a crackhead now. So that's the thing that changes of these days. Back then, we didn't do drugs. You automatically would get counseled out if you do drugs. We didn't even drink in the trap. The stuff that they do now, we never did then. We never did. You didn't do that shit.
So I mean, it's justified with the sentencing, man. I hate to say it's racist in the policy, but because like when Mufasa got even offended by some of the shit that was happening to black people, it's so fucking destructive, man. That the dealers, the people who are selling it to these people, when they see them,
because the police is they was 90% in the black neighborhood, 99% in the black neighborhood, and 1% in the white neighborhood. They didn't patrol even though the same stuff was going on in the white neighborhood. They didn't go over there and patrol. They weren't kicking in the doors. Like what I'm saying is, Elvis, no different from a crack dealer and a powder dealer.
No, I'm saying just the effects on a human being, right?
I got you, right? What I'm saying is that they treated the crack dealer different from you're talking about how it affected the people. We're talking about how the police came to the crack dealer. The police came to the crack dealer in helicopters, jumping out of helicopters, diving through windows. He's selling the same thing that the white dude's doing. Now, think about it like now. Fentanyl is more dangerous. Fentanyl and meth is more dangerous than crack. You don't see the police running over there, and they tell you that a little gram of fentanyl would kill 100 people. You don't see the police running in their door, kicking in their door, getting barricades, snatching the whole front of the house off the hinges, using battle rounds. They don't do that. They only did that to black people because they had a prison. They was getting paid. They opened up all these new prisons, and they was kicking out money to the judge. You hear about it ever? They locked up at least 30 judges. It's quiet.
a young girl who was my sister's friend died from I guess I don't know what they call it, like heart disease, because she was on fentanyl and all that
Right.
stuff, and she just passed away
But
recently.
that's what I'm saying. They didn't patrol the crack dealers like that. They intentionally sat out there and went for the crackheads, and they would get a crackhead for $40 worth of crack. They would give them like 10 years to serve for. But they wouldn't give that to the crack. The powder people selling the powder, they didn't run them down. They didn't chase them down.
So
The crack
take
dealers didn't.
yourself out of it for a second, Simplies. And now on the outside looking in, right?
Mhm.
If you're just in your spirit, not in your physical form, but you go out there and you see young kids selling, or maybe even adults selling drugs, let's say crack or fentanyl, to other black people, and the effects on their body and the way they start to deteriorate over time.
Elvis,
Don't you
are
think
you
that's just
hearing what
pure
he's saying?
wickedness and
In
Are
that
you
person
these
should
listening
be
to
times,
sent
what
to
he's
jail?
saying?
in these
He's giving
times
you
right
the
here, I would have a problem with it now because
Right.
it's too many opportunities now. But what I'm saying is that now the laws ain't even as bad. Back then, there was no opportunities. There was no jobs. There was no opportunities at all. No jobs. So, but what I'm saying is but the laws was more stern than the laws is more lax now.
But Elvis, do you understand the point he's making on how they're enforcing it unfairly? Do
They
you
was
Yeah, I
understand
get
enforcing
that?
that.
it
I know there's
unfairly.
some racism there, but I'm saying as a black man, even then, looking at it, he's like, man, shit, this
Okay,
can't be
but
good for our
you're
people.
skipping over it though.
The
You keep
greatest
saying,
racism you can see now is that white people are overwhelmingly on drugs, literally have an epidemic, and they don't even enforce it. You could smoke heroin, anything that you want
Right.
in front of the police department. They walk past you and ask you how you doing.
bro,
When
I
you are
used to live
black, they
downtown
hung
and
your ass.
you'll walk right. I'm taking my daughter to school. We got to watch motherfuckers smoking crack right in front of us. Or not
Hold
Where you
crack,
on,
live
hold
at?
on. They
that other
go
shit.
out
Yeah.
there. They go out there and give people clean needles now.
Right.
They go
Simple
out.
Lee,
But they're
They
not doing all the
got
hold
stuff
on,
something
that
hold on.
called
Elvis thinks they
Y'all
should
need to
do.
think about this. They go out there now and they pay the people to get them the old needles and get them fresh needles, alcohol pads to clean they get them whole kits now.
No,
Get
but
them.
that's the addicts, right? Because the addicts, you know, is
What I'm
isn't
saying
it?
is
Can
that
they
what I'm
arrest you for
saying is
being
the
high if you're
addicts.
just sitting by yourself on drugs?
But what I'm saying is the
They did,
addicts these days
they did it to
are
us.
more taken care of. They're more pampered these days. And the drug dealers are more pampered these days. You
yeah.
get what I'm saying? And hold on, the drugs are even they're more potent these days. They got synthetic drugs. Back in the days, if you sold
Okay,
synthetic drugs, you
okay.
could
So
get your
before I
ass
start and
whooped.
hustle smart, what do you think is the sentence, a rightful, appropriate sentence should have been for crack dealers?
It should
If
have
it
been
was
the
up to you,
same for powder. If you got caught with 28 grams of powder and 28 grams of crack, it's the same thing. Because think about it like this, Elvis. They do scientific. You ever seen them when they get you pulled you over? They put it in the little packet to see if
yeah, they
it turns.
tested to see if the color turns. Yeah.
And you know why it turns color of its potency. So if you put a gram of powder and a gram of crack in the thing for it to turn the color of the pure powder will hit quicker. The color of the crack will be more diluted because it's stretched. You add water, you add you add baking soda. Think about it. You add water, baking soda, and some people put B12 in it. So that's two things that's non-threatening that you add with crack to stretch it. And the powder is its pure form. It's just like rat poison.
The one I would agree with is that they classify marijuana in a higher class than cocaine, which I think is, is doesn't make any sense. Because people are getting more time for even marijuana because they classify as a higher,
You
drug
sure?
than
Yeah, vibe
cocaine.
with and 50, 50, 51, 51. You're right. It's normal because when you grow up around it, it's normal. Like you don't, even though you see all that happening, because you don't attach yourself to it because you ain't doing it. You're separate. It's just like when I was out there selling drugs, it was just like a correction officer and inmates. Even though you out there with them, you still like, man, I ain't on drugs. I'm making money. I'm around them all day. I mean, I'm pretty sure I got a contact for being in the crack house. You know what I'm saying? You can't help but to catch a contact. But it just didn't affect me. Secondhand crack smoke didn't do nothing to you.
I don't know. I'm not talking about just that. I'm just saying, like, as a 14-year-old man, I would have been emotional as fuck seeing black people going through that shit and just seeing what it does to people. It's because some of those people, you probably knew them maybe when
Oh
they
yeah.
were not on it. You knew they were respectable people, and now they're just fucked up and a shell of themselves. And it's just
No,
like,
because
it's sad, man.
they would beg you. They would come begging you. I would be at the hotels and everything, and they used to come beg you to be on the block. They used to come and say, "Hey, hustle, man, this other dude, he did me bad, or his drugs ain't good, or whatever." Like, because they would get mad. Like crack, that's the only thing would make a crackhead or heroin or powder mad if you gave them bad drugs. Now that right there, they would tell on you. They would go call them. They would set your ass up. You know what I'm saying? If you sold them they call it, in where I'm from, they call it damage. You know what I'm saying? You sold them a dummy. But the thing about it is that's what they wanted to do. So after a while, you stop feeling sorry for them because that's what they wanted to do. Now you had some people that would go out there and say, you know what I'm saying? Like they would come and tell you, like, look, when I spend this $100, you know what I'm saying? Hey, call my sister to come and get me. You know what I'm saying? Don't sell me no more. Or they would, when they trusted you like that, like I used to have people when they got paid, they'd be like, hey, this is my money right here. You know what I'm saying? It go my paycheck. Don't let me spend more than $100. After $100, they would want to go home. Those are the functioning ones. And you had the ones that would spend all day money. I'm talking about their whole entire check. Because they had a liquor store right there. And the liquor store would cash their check. And I'd never forget, man, they used to come out there on the people that work for the city, they used to get paid every 2 weeks. They used to come out like $600, $800. You get what I'm saying? And the difference between everybody else, I was young. So everybody else would go to the club and they would drop me off their work. And they would just tell me that, hey, man, bring me back, you know what I'm saying, 40 off the 100. So if they gave me $100 worth, I would give them 60 and I would keep 40. And that shit would be gone by the time to get. I used to make like $700 to $800 profit. And I ain't talking about like gross profit, about $700 to $800 a night.
Let me ask you guys a question. Do you know we're at war with Iran right now?
Yes.
Ibram Shahori, I just came across my feed that Iran was actually moving into Sahel. I didn't even know that. You know, they said they was planning to build an oil refinery in Sahel. Is this guy suicidal or what? You know. You think also he was going to sign defense deal
with Iran?
And so
I said early in the group to St. James or Ja, I said, this nigga better shut the fuck up and not speak on this Iran shit because he could be next.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This guy.
That's why I would say Iran is far more capable and kicking their ass right now. You think that Sahel can stop them if they really want to attack them?
St. James
in this case, shut the fuck up.
St. James think the AES could take on the fucking United States.
We're going to protect ourselves. We're doing everything. Nigga, you can't protect shit. Iran is far more capable. They produce missiles, ballistic missiles. They have more capabilities, and they can't fight these motherfuckers. You think the Sahel can stand against?
Yeah, that's that crazy thing that they talk about. Go ahead, RDK. Go ahead.
I'm saying they killed the supreme leader already.
Right, they fought him and bombed him to smithereens along with his kids. And out of his 5 wives or 4 wives, they kill all of them. So come on now, man.
Killed his children, his grandchildren.
Hey, Jonathan, I was trying to have a conversation. Of course, the way I talk, I don't get a lot of pushback. And I explained that I tried to explain it to him technically on the Article 5, it's all that stuff. But then I broke it down to them and I tried to explain to them that when an aircraft carrier comes, America in society just talk about the aircraft. They don't tell you about the 4 destroyers that go with it. They don't tell you about the two ships that's carrying extra food and extra ammunition. They tell you about the 2 class nuclear submarines that's following it. It's a strike package. That strike package can take out any country. Any
It's called a strike force.
it's called a strike.
Strike. Smart. Don't forget about the Tomahawk cruise missiles,
bruh. The goddamn the nuclear class carried the
The
Tomahawks,
intercontinental ballistic missiles. I
but
see.
the Ohio class, it carries the Titans. The Titans carry that's the ballistic that they can outfit them in with nuclear when they want to. Like, you're in some trouble. And then they parked two carriers. See, I kept hearing the media saying it. They like, we sending another ship over there. But what they don't tell you, when they send those ships, it coming with 4 destroyers, you know what I'm saying, and 2 nuclear subs. 2 nuclear, each aircraft carrier has 2 nuclear subs that come with it. That can destroy a country. Just those 2 nuclear subs. Let's not talk about the 60 aircraft, the 60 F-16s on there. Let's not talk about the 40 Apache helicopters on there. You get what that's below deck. Like, you're in some trouble. Like, the thing about it, I know we like to talk about, I know we have this fantasy about, black people on the rise. But what I'm saying is, do y'all understand when they launched this shit on Iran, it was over 126 aircraft carriers. 126 airplanes in the air at one time. And then you had the submarine shooting the Tomahawk missiles at the same time. You're in some trouble. And then Iran does not have 126 fighter jets. They don't even have 126. They have more ballistic missiles than they have fighter jets, because Israel already took the fighter jets out the last time before they hit the bunker.
Africans think you can fight a fighter jet with an RPG. You can't fight no fighter jet with RPGs, bro.
Yeah, they think they can fight a thing with a damn ragged ass AK-47.
Do they know what an RPG is?
They wrote Allahu Akbar on. You get what I'm saying? So it's crazy how they think that. But what I'm saying is, that's one thing with black people we do. We real braggadocious. Like, even though we talk on here about if it was the thing with white people and black people would win. No, we would not. We would not. We would not, because
you know why?
Kala, hustle smart. Is there one black African country with a destroyer?
No.
The closest thing is probably South Africa to have some kind of capability.
There's not one country that has an intercontinental ballistic missile. I have never witnessed my eyes seeing a black African man, even with those rocket launchers that you see in many other wars.
Yeah,
like I have not seen that.
Listen to this. This guy, now they're talking about, can the U.S. invade successfully in their terrain? Of course they can. They just don't want to waste the blood of Americans. If they if they go all out war, first thing first, it's not just going to be the Americans. It's like a gang. The NATO countries will be bound to go there with them and fight that war. So they're going to have boots on the ground. Iran is a bigger country, a larger population, yes, but still, America have the capabilities. They're just going to take them a lot of resources.
The people right now are basically celebrating Ayatollah's death. They're rising up, so they might overthrow the government themselves.
They're not going to overthrow that government.
No, why not?
The Revolutionary Guard is really tight.
Iran got way more supporters.
The Revolutionary Guard might side with the people. That happened before.
Nah, they want that power.
This is not Libya. They got more supporters for that government than they do opposition.
IRGC.
30,000 people.
Hey, hold on for a second, y'all. Hold on for a second. Hold on, Jonathan. We got another donation from Marie Shai. You know what I'm saying? Marie Shai, she did not put any directions. You know what I'm saying? What you want to do. If you got some type of direction that you want.
Marie Shai. Thank you.
If you got something that you want Carla to do, if you want him to go out there and dive in the sand, roll around in the ocean with it.
Nah, she want Carla to try some bushmeat on camera.
With a cigar while he doing a cigar, you know what I'm saying?
It's always within bounds.
Put your request in. You know what I'm saying? If you have a request, or you just giving it free will, you give it free will. I'm just giving y'all the option, because that's why we got the camera, so he can go to different. Y'all got any suggestions or whatever? that's inbounds, like Kyla said, just go ahead and give suggestions.
People always ask me these questions, like say, show us a nightlife. I want to show the nightlife on Elwood Junction is beautiful. Elwood Junction right now, they have the roundabout there. They have they got these new buildings that go across the street. The little bridge across the street. That's
It's called the overpass bridge.
How much for you to eat some bush meat?
So they got like 2
Mufasa, really.
How much do we have to donate for you to eat some bush meat?
$20.
Nothing.
Connor can't debase himself like that, man. Giving donation for eating.
Ain't nothing wrong with eating bush meat, man.
No,
you tried it before, Mufasa?
No.
Look, I don't eat it.
Mufasa drank bat blood, bro. What are you talking about?
For real?
I'm careful.
In Kano, I think you went to Kano, right?
I'm careful.
I went all over.
I don't even really eat a whole lot of meat, to tell you the truth.
No, but most of the times that I went there, I was a vegan. But the last times I went,
yeah, well, how you gonna be a Mufasa?
You went to Africa as a vegan?
He was a vegan because he was in Africa. That's the reason for being a vegan. He don't eat his meats.
I'm a vegan, man. Come the fuck up.
He over there drinking bat blood, like.
Did you really drink bat blood?
Nah, I ain't drink no bat blood.
Oh,
okay, but he did drink blood though.
I did drink blood, yeah.
What was it? Cow blood?
Pigeon.
What? was it a ritual?
That in America, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in the religion.
He bit the head off, spit it in the air, and then got there crushed.
That's some voodoo shit right there. That's some voodoo.
He put hands on it. He wasn't even like that.
Hey, Carla Marisa Chai said she has no requests. That's just for all you, my brother.
Well, yeah, I'll just go out there and whatever. Like I said,
you can gratuitously eat some bushmeat. That'll be nice, Carla.
Yeah, Carla, we want to see you eat some bushmeat, man.
Don't ask me.
Yeah. Carla, as much as Carla talk shit about bushmeat, man, that would just kill it.
Just try the country chicken, Carla. Tell your wife to cook some country chicken. That's bushmeat.
I'm like this. Hold up. A couple of weeks ago, this is how Liberia takes it seriously, right? A lady was fucking in her restaurant. Said she ran out of chicken. She couldn't afford chicken.
Oh, so yeah.
Bats in her fucking food. She got arrested. Liberia don't play that shit,
Oh, my fault. It was she dropped $15. I forgot to say that amount.
Thank you, Mari. So Liberia, they don't play that shit. Also, you don't have a lot of people. You don't have really roadside stalls and people eating stuff like that. All you have is restaurants in Liberia. You don't have a lot.
Another thing in Europe, Carla, they'll put in horse meat in the burger.
I don't give a fuck. Europeans are worse than Africans, man. They're fucking savages. They eat anything.
Hey, but you know what they were saying? Those meatballs that Akil was made with horse meat. If y'all ain't never ate Akil,
the Europeans will eat horse meat. Nothing wrong with it. It's illegal out there to eat it.
I like cooking myself, whatever like that. I'll buy a chicken, cut it, cook it, whatever like that. And I do not eat any random meat. I don't eat Chinese food like that.
I eat game.
Only thing I eat in Chinese food is sushi, the hibachi. And when I go to the hibachi, I pick up everything. When a hibachi grill, you pick up everything that you want to think. I always eat shrimp. I always eat the chicken breast and the crab. My favorites. I love seafood.
But Carla, you eat water bugs though.
I don't even know water bugs. Who told you I eat water bugs?
Shrimp, and those are.
That's another. Shrimp is not water bugs.
Shrimp, Carla, shrimp is roaches of the sea.
That's what they do. That's what people say. They also said,
Carla, that's what it is.
It's a crustacean, Carla. They eat the poops of other animals. That's how they live.
The bottom line is this:
they tasty, right?
So the
Memphis niggas said shrimp. Eating shrimp.
I love seafood. I love fish. I love mostly seafood. That's what I eat. But I mostly eat fish.
You know what, man? I tried the shrimp. Shrimp just doesn't taste good to me. Like you have to do so much to it to make it taste good. You know what I'm saying?
Man, you gotta saute it with butter.
That's what I'm saying. You got to goddamn get high cholesterol to make it taste good.
My wife, she cooks. She fries the shrimp with palm butter oil. She puts seasoning on it. It tastes fucking good. So shrimp is good. So my first meal in Liberia.
What's the difference between prawns and shrimp? Is it just that the prawns are bigger?
I don't know what the prawns.
But they also
prawns is bigger and they got a full face on them. You know what I'm saying? They got a full. They're almost like baby crawfish.
So I get
Carla,
there when I
can
get
you
to
at least
Liberia. When I
eat
get to Liberia, when I get
can
to
you eat
Liberia,
snail?
have
Can
it.
you eat snail?
No, I
Carla?
don't eat no snail. No.
Yeah, them
Fuck, we
How much
trying
we
to get
gotta
Nigerians, them
Cosby. You
donate?
don't got a crazy
Nigerians
shit like
love
this,
them fucking snails,
like a fear
man.
factor.
I
Yeah,
ain't
how
They
gonna.
much
love
we
they.
gotta donate for snail?
You ain't gonna get it from me. You do it yourself.
Come on, Carla.
What makes you think, yo? Why do people think this? I am not one of those people.
It might build your
I don't give
your
a fuck what
stomach
your
immunity, man. It might build up your immune system,
Carla,
Kyler.
they try to make you be an exotic eater, bro.
You see,
Nah,
diners eat
Carla should
everything.
know
I'm sure
about
that
this.
nigga got a strong stomach.
Carla, you should know about this shit. You on
Dice is an African.
TikTok.
That's why.
Say what?
Dice
Carla
is
say, Dinas is African.
Dice is African.
He's African now.
Nah,
He's
but
morphed into it.
nah,
He's
No.
eating the food.
I think Dice always was African, man. I'm just
Okay, Kyler.
be honest with you. I think he was always African.
Yeah, you seen his dad. His dad is African American. His mom, she look African American too. So.
I don't know.
I ain't never
I
seen
don't know. Maybe Dice was adopted.
Oh my gosh, Kyler.
No, really. I think Dice was adopted.
Nah, he just went head first into it. He didn't have any
I
reservation.
think he Dice
Eats
was
the food, goes everywhere,
Dice was
practice the religion.
Carla just be making stuff up.
But you know what though, man? I think Triari, if he is thinking about whatever, he already signed that crazy deal, whatever that deal he just signed. You know what I'm saying? But if he's trying to think that Iran can do anything, he just better stay out of that because they're not playing about that.
If they went in Libya and got Gaddafi with all the money and guns and all the things that Gaddafi had in Libya, you think a Burkina Faso nigga can stand a chance one day if they really want to come for him?
Only thing is, right now, he is not really directly at war with America, right?
Yeah.
He's at
He only
war.
cares about France.
It is France, and also the fact of the matter is, there's some people like that guy Ibrahim kicked out of him. Me and him was cool, but for years. But
Ibrahim,
the guy from the UK, Ibrahim, that was from the UK, Ibrahim, whatever. I'm saying he's like Icon Fire. He thinks the friggin' out is started by France. What that doesn't make any logical sense. They don't understand these Islamic jihadists are fucking for real. They all come back to. I don't even think it's Iran. I think it's that caliphate that was trying to form.
Sokoto Caliphate.
Yeah, no, they're all the way out in Iran, the ISIS.
Oh, okay.
So ever since ISIS appeared, heck goes Boko Haram, Al Shabaab, and doing all this heinous shit.
Boko Haram is just long before ISIS, Kyler.
But they weren't doing what they were doing now. What I'm saying is, when ISIS came around, what changed? Boko Haram was
a lot of those groups tended to side with ISIS because Daesh, as they call it, they were saying as the real practicer of Islam because they were doing what the Quran told them to do.
ISIS emboldened Boko Haram to start kidnapping people and cutting. They were always there, but they was got emboldened and started using the same tactics of terror, kidnapping people, making them force them to commit. Remember one day the guy said, "Are you Christian or Muslim?" Put a gun to blew him away because he said he was Christian. That's something.
That's why I get so angry with these guys who come online and try to bullshit like these guys are not religious and it's all the French. It's not all the French. People have ideology and they're fighting for their ideology.
They have direct people in the Sahel. It's not like they have to just influence Boko Haram. They got their own people. ISIS got their own people in the Sahel.
Yeah. Also, tells me they're speaking to each other. Trust me, they're speaking.
But think about it like this, caller. South Africa is the only country that has subs. They don't even have nuclear subs. They got diesel subs. Those are the loudest subs on the market. You can shoot them down from a plane. You get what I'm saying? Like they got three that they don't even rent them at the same time because they don't have the capacity to fix them. Like the thing about it is the problem with the AES and with all of them is talking about they have no capacity other than do like ground combat or face-to-face combat. Like what the United States and Israel and every other West country is gonna beat you in the air. They're gonna put these planes. They're gonna put these planes so far up in the air, they're gonna put it higher than anything that you can shoot up, and then these motherfuckers gonna drop these precision bombs that some of the motors don't even cut on till they get 100 feet from the ground. They don't activate then. You get what I'm saying? They got the cluster bombs would destroy. They would destroy the funny part is they would not Bikini Faso and the AS all of that 300 years back and cause so much damage that it would take them 100 years just to fix everything, and it would cost them so much money to do it. And then, hold on, Carla, this is the last thing. Then what they do is they would put the bottleneck and say anybody that do business with them or sell them anything, we're gonna put tariff on them. That's how the West get down. That's why what you hear all them clowns talking, them Curry go to Avengers and all that shit. Icon Fire with his clown ass when that chick was talking shit, ran his scary ass up out of here. He just weak, man. He just talking out and he weak as a man, man.
Don't even go to the United States. Take France. France have way more capability. I think they're talking, we kicked the French out. France alone, without the United States and NATO, they can obliterate you.
France is still
They're a nuclear superpower. You think they can?
France is still
They
there.
have
Okay.
one aircraft.
They have a nuclear. They have a
Can't
nuclear
take
arsenal.
France out. The United States told France to leave.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. France left on their own accord. If France wanted to leave up out of there and send them F-16s over there, it wouldn't take but three. It wouldn't take but 3 F-16 to wipe out the whole Burkina Faso.
Also,
But when you say these facts, they think you love the white man. You saying real life.
That's the thing I don't understand about black people. Me and Carla talk about that. When you tell facts to black people, and it's like, oh man, let me stay in my dream. If you don't let me stay in my dream, you ain't down. I'm like,
they went up for me, flex up on when I just told the facts is Niger politely gave those uranium mines back to France, and France is resuming operations. Even the uranium that they took and were going to sell it on the black market, they gave the uranium that they had mined out of there back to the France.
Really? That happened, Carla?
Yes.
Yeah, that happened.
Wow.
I mean, this bullshit. This and niggas trying to fight you online because you're telling them.
Do you have an article for that? Because I haven't heard news on
I haven't heard that.
A second. Yeah, it's the truth.
Tyler mentioned it. I searched it. It's real. They gave it back.
Can you post an article?
Yeah, we'll find it.
The only thing I tell them, be smart, bro. You ain't got the weapon there. You probably would never have it in this lifetime.
I think
combat these guys.
It's the people talking on the internet like Icon Fire. I don't think
like they ready to fight
America.
you. You're not a real black man if you don't want to fight the white man, nigga.
No. They overplay the importance of these countries. There's really nothing in these countries.
Even Jonathan Miller too, man. Jonathan, I'm disappointed. I know you're bullshitting, but you said that we could fight the white man and probably win, or we can fight them and
No. Don't do that, Elvis.
What you say, Jonathan? Say it again.
Crash out.
Okay. All right. Okay.
There's a big difference between
that's a suicide mission,
crash
Jonathan.
out. That's all I said, bro.
I mean, I
said Trump the greatest chance for white people to fall down, black people in America will have to crash the fuck out.
I mean, Trump doesn't care about,
and that's the only hope, because at the end of the day, they're not going to just start bombing up their own shit.
No, I mean, we could talk about the Iranian Revolution. They couldn't beat America at the time, but they did it.
I mean, come on. That's what I keep saying. Ain't
no come on, because at the end of the day, they had minefields that they had to cross. They took kids 12 and under and walked them through the minefields so the adults could go behind them. You think black people ready to do some shit like that? No. That's why you're not gonna win. They'll strap bombs to this.
We're talking about all-out war, not the United States showing restraint. All-out war.
They're willing to strap a bomb on a pregnant woman and blow up 2 U.S. soldiers.
In order for you to win, right? But in order for you to win, you have to have an end game. Black people in America have no fucking end game.
No, I'm not talking about America.
Other than basically crawling. Look, let me tell you something. I remember this back in 1995, 1996, right? Never forget this as long as I live, right? If you don't believe nothing I say, Black men, we were so pumped up after the Million Man March. Yeah, we're on a revolution. Yo, man, a couple years later, we were singing Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. All the day when Lion King came out one night,
Was that
What
before
I
or
got to do
after
with this
the
thing,
move
Colin?
people in Philly got bombed?
Well, that was after, but that wasn't even back. The black people didn't care about that. Well, I'm saying like this. We thought we was on a move at the Million Man March or some revolution, whatever like that. What I meant was black people start easing their way back into white good graces. You had this guy
Because
named
black people are not stupid, Carter. They know
oh,
there's no such thing as an armed
you
revolution
had
that's going to topple the white
this
man.
guy in Milwaukee, and you guys were
Maybe for you, Elvis. I mean,
Oh, but DK, we're all making
Vietnam,
sense, and you come up with that shit.
Vietnam beat America. So what are you talking about? Maybe you.
Nah, they ain't
No, no,
really
no, no,
beat
no,
them.
no, no,
That's
no,
what I'm
no. Hold on
saying.
a second. This is something that got to be pointed out. The Soviets were on the ground in Vietnam. They were on the ground in Korea. China was on the ground in Vietnam, and they were on the ground in Korea. For whatever reason today, I don't know why African countries try to link up with China and Russia. They ain't been on the ground for no other country since then.
Russia has never sacrificed any blood for any African country.
They
And they
never
never
will.
will. So trying to align with them and wave their flags makes me realize how stupid you are.
No,
Also,
it's about wars.
the problem
If Russia tell America not to bomb us, America will listen because they're for the Russia. That's not how it
is
works.
the black man in the West that has no end game. The white man has an end game. He beats you. Everything goes back to normal. He has the police, he has the courts, he has the military, he has the banks, he has the stock exchange. He has everything. You
But
have nothing. You
the
your
thing is, Kyla,
your end game
we
is you're gonna have to be dependent on him forever. For everything.
we black people from the West, all we have to look for, if people want to claim it, call it the mother continent. Well, look at Mama, goddamn it. When you look at Mama, what do you see?
If you look at
And when you
who,
look at your mama and you see there's no fucking hope, then you become damn near handicapped.
you
So if
go
we
to your
call
mama for
Africa,
nourishment, not for war. You go to
if
your
we
daddy for war.
if you want to call Africa daddy, pick one. Africa
Yeah.
mama and Africa daddy. When we look at Africa, man, our parents suck. Okay,
Nah.
and
And
so we
I will
can't do anything. We're
I would like
handicapped.
to correct the earlier session.
Let me
Soviet,
let's
so,
pretend for a bit. Let's pretend that Black America and the Caribbeans decided we're going to go all out war against white people. The Africans can't even get to us. They ain't got the planes. They ain't got the ships. They ain't got the what. They can't help us with nothing.
Don't say
That's
us.
the reality.
Don't do a delineation. It's all of us, Jonathan. We can't do shit. Black people on this side in the Western Hemisphere can't produce guns. They don't have the logistic to maintain and sustain a war. We don't have it either on the continent. So it's just niggas saying stupid shit. It just doesn't make sense. We can't fight the white man. I know DK don't like to hear that, but it's a fact, DK.
And that
uh,
reality,
Wait, hold
reality,
up. Let
Soviets,
me let
the
me let
Soviets
me
were
let me address
the
Elvis.
Soviets were on the ground in Angola. So that's correct. Your
Please say
Wait,
something
hold
that
on.
makes sense,
Let me address
Jonathan.
and
Elvis.
Dom ain't gonna say nothing that makes sense
There
if he
are
thinks to fight the white people.
there are African countries that produce their own guns. Uganda, Ethiopia,
Oh my
and
lord!
I believe there was one more. I believe it was either Kenya or Somalia.
Those
But
Now, brother, with all
and
due
What
then
kind
and
of
respect,
then
guns?
here in the states.
name
Hold
me
on.
the
Wait,
African
hold
ship
on. I'm not
company.
done. I'm not done. Here in the states, there's a number of black gun manufacturers that I know for
That's
certain.
true.
There's a brother that I think he does either he 3D prints them or
Are you kidding me?
yeah. There's a brother who does
How long it take to 3D print one gun?
well, that's something
It
you're gonna
only
have to go
takes a
look
day.
up,
It don't
Elvis.
take
But
too long.
there's a
Look,
couple of brothers
the
and
thing is,
sisters
a 3D printed
they
gun
got
is only good for
they
one
have
use. It's not good for multiple use. And
Yeah, and it's
firearms
mostly plastic, right?
manufacturing.
yeah. So Indama, please don't talk like that,
Come on, man.
The only thing we black people don't make
bro. You
Elvis
got to
is we
research
don't.
this shit and then talk
Well, hold
about
on.
it.
No, the only thing that black people don't make Elvis is we don't make
airplanes, and we don't make missiles, and we don't make ships.
The black
Those
people
are
make bullets.
I mean, I know. There's some black-owned gun shops that do sell
Oh
bullets.
my God! They buy the fucking guns and the bullets from the white people. I'm talking about producing
But
and production, brother.
now, that's a good idea. Now, Elvis. Now, for some reason, why don't we make bullets? That ain't no
We have
damn
we have
special shit.
they're small arms
It's
manufacturers.
about procurement, Jonathan, because these big companies like Raytheon, and these arms
No,
manufacturer,
I mean this is the thing that I really hate about
they got
black
production
people
of copper and zinc and all of those
globally.
things.
It doesn't make sense that we have all of this intellectual power and quote
That's
unquote
what
resources.
Obama be
And
saying. You got to use Africa and get those resources and build companies that's owned by black people here. Well, who's doing that? Who's having a aluminum, deal with the African country that has aluminum in abundance, or
Bottom line,
copper or zinc?
Obama was really serious, right? What you don't do is this: you basically build the aluminum on the African continent. And the bottom line is, if that's not going to be done, because it's never going to be done in America, they'll give you like 10 years of red tape, whatnot, and all stuff like that before regulation, before it ain't even worth it. The best thing to do if you're going to manufacture anything, do it on the African continent. But we're not. We're so disenfranchised from Africa. It won't happen in our lifetime.
Yeah, but here's my problem. Yeah, but here's my problem.
no, good God's
Your
fucking up your mic for a
your
reason.
phone is your problem. Your
Oh,
mic.
wait.
The
Sorry about that.
NBA
Sorry about that.
superstar is here to defend the NBAs, man. What's up,
That's
Okay, well,
man?
right.
I'll say
Uh,
this. I say,
Delineate for this nigga.
well, I'll say this. I'll say this, Colin. Like when you look at like manufacturing, like, I haven't seen any African nation like significantly like manufacturers. It's like Africa has a big problem with manufacturing. Like I don't see
Why? You know what?
manufacturing
You
getting
know
off the
why?
ground.
Well, you know why? The only reason why it has that is because, like all things, you can have all the minerals you want, like that. But if your nation is not organized, let me tell you something. You've never been to Africa, right? Majority of people in Africa, right? When you tell them 40 hours of your week for the next 30 years got to be dedicated to going to somebody else place of business, working for them, making them super rich while you get a paycheck or whatnot. That's not part of the culture. In order for you to manufacture, you need an industrial base. Before you have industrial base, you need a culture of an industrial workforce. You know,
No, I mean, but
Hey,
Colin, they don't have the jobs. If the jobs were there, they'll
you know
work.
what? But
You
even
got
with
people who are
hold up, hold up,
essentially slaves
hold
in
up,
those
hold up.
oh
If
yeah,
countries.
you
I'm
if
late.
if
You
look,
got
let me
people
tell you something,
sleeping in
Mufasa, right?
hotels and shit,
Oh, you know what? Hold up.
working every job.
Let me tell you something. Let me break it down to you, right?
Yeah, that's a fact.
Hold up. Do you know why Southeast Asia, all these countries became neodyms? You know what means? It means newly industrialized economies. That was Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, and all these other countries became newly industrialized countries because they had a ready-made workforce already, So when they built factories there, they had people that's going to work. Asians work really hard, that hard work. Japan's the most hardworking country in the world, right? And then that same hard work ethic was spread to Southeast Asia. Unfortunately, in Africa, right, I don't see anybody like Nigerian's perfect example. DK knows what to talk about. A Nigerian, if you hire him in America, right, he ain't gonna work with you more than 3 years before he's basically got some scheme to go back to Nigeria and big a mansion, whatever he's trying to do, whatever like that. It's like I don't want to say the wrong thing, man, but
Africans work
Go
hard,
ahead, go
Colin,
ahead,
and
Colin.
I haven't seen any of
they
the
don't
group
work.
of
They don't
people.
work many years.
I
I've never
haven't,
seen it. That's a lot of crap, man.
Colin. Africans
Then
work
you would have
hard.
an industrialized society. Most Africans.
Something is just the knowledge, Carla. Like somebody was saying, right? These white
It's
people, they
knowledge
share
and
knowledge
investment.
with each other, and they refuse to share any of the knowledge that they have acquired,
They
so
don't
the Africans
share
can build on it.
shit. They steal shit.
Yeah. So it's like starting a nuclear weapon program. You can't just start from atom. You can't just start from zero. You have to have a clue. You have to get a head start and then
You
try
know
to
what?
build on it.
So
Speaking of that, that's a great point
Elvis, how
because
did Iran get their program started? How did
The
Iran get their
Russians, the Russians helped them.
this show
the
was
Russians helped
about
them?
the
Yeah.
black woman, and I think it was a black woman that helped create the atom bomb.
I mean, come on now. There was
Yeah,
Robert
but here's
Oppenheimer
my thing. Here's my
and
No,
thing,
Einstein.
Dominic.
All
no,
those
they
guys were
tell you
working
it's
on.
Oppenheimer, but they don't tell you the black woman that was behind it
But yeah,
also.
black women contribute. Black people contribute in everything in this country. But
I heard
the
y'all
brunt
talking
of that
about the
work was
movies
done by
earlier. Did y'all
physicists
see
and
did
scientists.
y'all see Hidden Figures? That was a good one for black
Yeah,
people.
I heard it. That was a good one. But here's the thing though, Color, is that I don't see like for instance things like just getting like a railroad built, like a railroad, just something basic, like something going from like Ghana, into Nigeria, and those two countries are just right next to each other, like something like that. You know what I mean?
They're
It's,
not. They're
Railway
not.
has
They're not right next
I
to
don't,
each other,
I
you have
don't, I'm
though.
to
not
you
seeing it. I'm
have to
not seeing it, Color.
hold up. You have to justify a railway by having a certain amount of tonnage of good industrial goods go flowing back and forth between two countries. Unfortunately, everything that flows into Ghana comes from Europe. Same thing with Nigeria. There's no mutual trade of industrial goods being produced on both sides to justify a heavy gauge rail system.
Yeah, well, see, that's the thing. Like, I don't see,
That's what John
like,
Casher was trying to do for the last 50
No,
years,
John
right?
Cash was trying to build monorail, but the bottom line is those people. He had a good idea because he wanted to be. Me and him talked about it. He wanted to do a figure eight monorail system. Right, it would have worked because Lagos. He said it would have paid for itself by basically having 2 million passengers a day. You know, but
No, it's not going to pay for itself. The government
the
first have to
government,
fund it.
the
yeah, no, but I
government,
said, but
the government.
the government would make money back. But the Africans don't think long term. In 10 years, they could have made.
Well, who's going to build it? John Cashin by himself? You need people that
John,
actually
no,
does the other work.
John Cash,
Well, he
Nigerians
was
can build it.
the brains, the enengineer behind it, but
John Casher was just
the
like the
government.
Come
people
on,
who
Banjo. Don't be
Metro
disrespectful.
Rail. Metro Rail built monorails all over the world. They built all over the world, but he was a
No, Nigeria has train. They have running trains, Carla.
yeah, but not like that, not on that level.
Yeah, but
Those trains right now can't be because they didn't build the right elevation, and sometimes they're underwater when it floods and stuff like that. They didn't do the proper water table. The monorail would have been elevated.
that's for super wealthy nations like Japan,
No, it
United
doesn't
States.
actually take. It actually costs
man.
less to build elevated rail than it does on a track. Light rail's more.
Iran got that.
Yeah, so
A
No,
lot of
Iran is super
countries have
wealthy too.
a lot of
They got a lot of
countries
oil.
have metro systems. Even North Korea has a metro system.
yeah,
Like, come on,
Africans
man.
don't think that's important, man.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Like me and Jonathan, when we talk behind the scene, like we when you go to if Nigeria's the giant, and then you see that the people that's in charge does not even does not even delegate. The government doesn't even delegate cleaning under the underpass and the bridges. You get what I'm saying? Like they don't
Maintenance,
even do
maintenance is lacking.
maintenance. Maintenance is not. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you the strangest thing that made me irk. You know what I'm saying? That I remember we was walking somewhere and we walked up. I think me and Jonathan were having this conversation. And I walked down these stairs. When I put my hands on that railing, I felt like I was sticking my hands in a trash can. It was so sticky and you get what I'm saying? Like nobody else was
Sticky, dirty, the cheapest rail you ever touched in your life. Feel like that shit's
color.
made out of plastic.
Color, it feels like something that like if a building fell and you see the iron at you felt like you had like you needed a techno shot after touching it. Like nobody else is touching it. But in America, we gotta, even though you don't need the railing to walk up, you'll just touch it or grab it or something like that. Man, I'm talking about the paint was chipping. It just felt dirty. Like it's no beautification. It's nobody, coming through and just washing the steps. You get what I'm saying? Like, because it doesn't rain that much. You get what I'm saying? They don't have the will. They just don't have the will to do it. So that's why religion is so important to them, because as long as you give black people something to look forward to, and if you tell them to look toward the hills, the mountains in which comes your strength, and if you suffer, that's God's will for you to suffer. As long as you get up in the morning, that's all it takes. But when we come
Hey,
back to
hustle.
but when we come back to the United States, we have this same thing here, but it's just on a different level. Like our religious is on a different level. We use religion to condemn people, in America. We use it like as a exclamation point or a period. In Africa, they use it as like it's the will, like
Survival.
it's survival. Religion is a survival to them. You know what I'm saying?
It's
Like
the education system. They don't have no education, so basically their education is coming from the church, and they're not going in enough depth and getting enough narratives
Now,
and history and things, so they could think in different like, for instance, right, when the majority of what you do in this church and the majority of your worldview and how you see the world comes from church, all you see the world in is like good and bad. You're not thinking about the processes that shape the world around you. You can't
right.
think that far. All you're thinking about is good or is bad. Like, so if you ask them about their leaders, right? If you say something over here, we'll say, yo, he did such and such policy. He ain't doing that, whatever. But in Africa, the only thing they could tell you is the leaders are corrupt, because they think
Yeah.
it from a Christianity type of thing. It's either good or evil. We were taught in school, like, hey, you in World War II, Hitler made this choice and this leader made that choice, and it led to that. We have that type of education. They not
Well,
thinking like that.
Well,
That makes a
let me even
difference.
take that further, Mufasa. Just like me and Kyle always talk about, that they just want power. They're not governed. If it's through 200 million, 300 million people, there are 200 million, 30 people, 230 million people. They're only governing for 60 million people. They're not governing for the country, and the country is okay with that. It's just like being there. We was talking earlier about the hood and how the projects, how living in those conditions. It's some people that was in that area didn't want anything to change. They liked that the lights was off. They liked that the people were snatching up the stop signs, and you get what I'm saying. People like having abandoned cars everywhere. That's where they used to hide their drugs. So it's a certain part of West Africans that like that area to stay where it is. They don't want no competition, because competition they can, if you just hustling just to eat, to survive, it's not that much. It's not that much. It's not that much oomph you have to put into that. But when you're trying to hustle to provide like a better way of living, then that's more stress. But if you're just hustling just to eat, how hard it is to hustle up enough to get you some rice, some palm oil, 2 onions and 2 tomatoes, and a pack of spaghetti and some eggs. It's not that hard, but to them, that's surviving. That's a win. That's a fucking win. You get what I'm saying? So they have that mind frame. In America, we have a different mind frame, but we still have that way of that. We still searching for a higher authority, thinking we're gonna have some great life after we die. That's the craziest thing about religion. I tell people all the time, the day that I stopped believing in God was the day that I read the Bible from beginning to the end. I was like, ain't no way in the world this shit is real. It ain't
Hey,
no
hey, you
fucking
know
way.
that shit was created by Constantine in
Yeah,
325
bro, when I
AD.
did the research
You
on that,
heard?
you know what I'm saying? And then when I saw how they sent out the Christian crusade to hunt people down that had other
So when
books
people
in it.
start talking this foolishness,
The
man,
Christian
bro.
crusade went out and hunt people down. They found people dying. People died with these scrolls, with these books, with these testaments. But you know what? It is what it is. Because I don't see the way that I see the Bible. I see the Bible the same way as Harry Potter. Harry Potter is Jesus and Dumbledore is God. That's how I look at it. And all the people that ran around with Harry Potter was the disciples. All that crazy shit in between, all that hope and
Hey,
all that.
I tried to tell these niggas about Dr. Barashango. You know who that is, Kala?
No, I don't know what it is. Who it is?
Nah, he
Hey,
a
look,
Bible scholar.
yeah, I know who he is, but I'm not gonna say nothing.
What? Say something, man. Say something about him.
No.
Come on, man. What? He above your pay grade, huh?
No. I just look, man. I think the guy was a nice man. I think he was a nice man. He meant well.
All
Hey,
right,
love
man.
hate 43. I was finna get to that. And yeah, South Africa is the most developed country, but you still it's only developed because they got the white
White
people are
people,
now. Listen, I
white,
know Colin
colored
hates
Indians and the Europeans that live there. White people
Colin hates
like
1876, but I'm gonna have to use 1876. Goddamn quote this one: the white people are the managers and
He
the
said the white
Indians
people are the. He said the white people are the referee.
are the referees. Yeah, they refereeing over there in South Africa. That's why it's like that. If you like Colin, me and Colin had this conversation, and I've been listening for the last week, and you hear these Africans talk from Sierra Leone to wherever they from. They tell you how corruption is embedded in the culture, in the business.
Amara, man. I listen to him, man. I got punch drunk listening to him, man. I was like, damn, they know.
He called it. He
If you
called. He
listen
called it
to
an
Amara,
operation.
shit,
He called it an operation.
you
An
think the
operation is
AES
spin.
about to take
Operation
over the
is spin.
world? Shit.
Operation
Yeah,
is spin.
Sierra Leone's a dump, man.
If you got to look at life and doing business as an operation of cost, that would deter you from trying to do business. The thing that motivates people know that they have to pay fees and all that, but they don't want to feel like, okay, if I'm having a good day, I got to pay a fee, and if I'm having a bad day, I got to pay a fee. That's extortion.
I'm already psyching myself up that this time, like right now, my inbox is blowing up. But people know I'm coming to Liberia, they're gonna be in for a rude awakening this time, man. You know,
No money.
Hey,
No
Hey, I'm
tip.
gonna go on the record, y'all, and I'm gonna tell y'all. First of all, let me say this: Marie Shy dropped another $10, caller. You know what I'm saying?
thank you,
Let me
Bria Shy. You know I love you.
go ahead and put that out there. But what I'm saying, what I'm saying is, I told Colin as a friend. You know what I'm saying? I like Colin. You're a little too nice over there. You know what I'm saying? Like I understand you think it's nice, whatever. I said, but they're not seeing it. They're seeing it as Collar got it to give, not that Collar is being nice. And that's one thing you have to learn from being in the streets.
Now I'm like this because I've given so many people so much money. You have no idea. I help so many people in Liberia out with money or not. You know. Now when I go there, I want to be left the fuck alone.
Right. But hold on. This is the point that I told Collar. I said, but now you're gonna do that, they're gonna feel like you changed.
I really
you get what I'm saying?
I really don't give.
They gonna call. They gonna be saying you wicked, Collar.
Change, Collar.
I could care less. I am
wicked, man.
Don't
You're
you
wicked, man.
understand? It's a pollination school of hate. You know. Bottom line is this: I'm teaching people how to hate. And I'm gonna start to hate people. You know.
Collar, you gonna have to be trifling like me now. See my wife, they family. I be like, yeah, your sister ain't my sister.
They get to you. Look, they get to
your
you.
mama ain't my mama.
You ever notice that? Look,
I don't care about them that much.
You part of the family now, John.
Your brother ain't my brother.
They get to you through your wife, and your wife and people around you and whatnot. Oh yeah,
I probably should change that way of thinking, but I ain't.
Your ass here, brother.
My brother.
I'll be crazy as hell if people in my own family got to struggle to get something from me, and the African ain't got to struggle. You gonna struggle, motherfucker.
When Big Black goes there, they're gonna love him, man.
Big Black's an idiot.
Big Black ain't going over there. He can't stand the heat. He can't deal with the heat over there.
He gonna be at the airport with his dashiki. People gonna be licking their lips like, oh.
Okay, Big Black can't even stand there. He ain't gonna make it out of the airport, bro.
Another story I'll tell. Speaking of women, right? There's a video going out. I meant to play it on the show, right? I should play it. You know that lady Leslie Jones that went to Ghana?
Oh, she got beat up?
The one that got slapped up.
Yeah.
By her guy named Boo.
Yo, check this out. She said she's done with Ghana. She lost $60,000. You know.
Talk about Leslie Jones, the ugly chick that played in a
She kind of cute, man.
Man, cut it out, bro.
This is a chick from California.
She kind of cute, man.
She was an Uber driver.
Stop struggling.
She was an
I ain't
Uber driver.
struggling. Shit.
I was thinking the same hustle fire.
Hold
That
on. Hey,
ugly
hey,
shit.
hey,
From
hey, hey,
Ghostbusters.
hey, Colin, you talking about Leslie Jones, the one that played in Ghostbusters, right?
No,
Ghostbusters. What?
Mr. No
Not
Limit.
the chick that
Yeah,
was on
the new
The
SNL,
fuck?
and I
Oh,
got the
okay.
hookup with Master P. That's not that chick.
Man,
Oh,
nah.
okay. Who they
She,
talking about? Is she famous or
She
something?
on the internet,
no, she's an
man.
internet personality. And then
Okay.
she was like,
Wasn't she on Dinah's platform?
she was gonna
Yeah,
meet the
I
chief,
think she
whatever
was
like
on
that.
there
Yo,
before.
hold up, let me say this: a typical African American, right? She gonna meet the chief or whatnot. She goes, I just all this. I met the chief. I'm getting my land finally. We're gonna like this. She was in America, California, doing Uber, right? And she had a
Hey,
grand.
leave her alone, man.
And she was gonna go to Ghana and get some beachfront
Hey,
property.
Leslie, if you out there, holler at me, girl. Fuck these haters.
God, you knocking them down, man.
Leslie,
You a
Fuck
shark.
these hating
Bantu is
ass
a
God bless
niggas.
you,
shark.
Ben, too.
Fuck these hating ass niggas, girl.
Bantu is a shark. He eating them all.
yeah, they're gonna love Bantu men when you said.
Ooh, ooh. No,
Hey, I just
man.
be talking, man.
Mm-mm. Man, have you been to Nigeria yet, Bantu?
Hell no.
Bantu has been
What?
nowhere. Yeah, in Africa. Yet.
Oh well, I just said you go to Nigeria, you're gonna be pleasantly. You gonna see the aggressive. You gonna feel like they trying to set you up. They're gonna be so aggressive. That's how aggressive they are. Guess when they hear your
Yeah,
accent.
Really?
I heard Lewis is
I
Ashanti. They
imagine.
just gave Mr. Beast the chieftaincy. He's now chief of like
Yeah, I
development.
saw that. You know.
Gunna's been taking L's lately, bro.
So he gonna be over Lewis now, right? He gonna be
Yeah.
Lewis gonna have to bow to him.
Hey, but you know what? Early when we was talking about, with the guns in America, if something was the Civil War, and Gunna was saying to crash out. The thing about it is that black people, we ain't got enough weapons
Oh
to crash.
yeah, that's why I came on the show. Y'all
Yeah, yeah,
fucking
yeah. I figured when you
defeated
came on right
ass
now, we ain't got enough.
motherfuckers.
We don't have
Trying to
enough.
bring
We,
y'all
we,
All
morale up.
right.
we
So
can
we
crash
are
out
back with the
against
Leslie
her right here.
Jones.
Once again.
That's the
Yeah.
girl
Back
from
Yeah,
for the
Dinah's
that's
first
her.
time.
platform.
Back for
That's
the second
her.
time. Back for the
Yeah,
Come
second
here,
she
girl.
time.
certainly
I
looked
like
better
Okay,
it.
than
so
Leslie Jones from the movies.
Yeah, she looked
we
better.
last
Yes.
left off in
That's
July
a
of
Oh,
strong nose,
2024.
though.
what the
Yes.
hell y'all looking at?
Jonathan,
You
what you want to
amazingly
have? A
received
mixed
the
Caucasian
two
looking
pieces of
nose?
land that you
Leslie,
purchased
Yeah, that ain't a
in
Miss
Ghana.
Caucasian
A lot
looking
has
nose, nigga. I
changed
don't know
come
what is.
here.
in the country since then.
Well, you said that's a
800
strong
people
nose.
got
What's wrong with the nose?
citizenship.
It's
There's a
not.
new
That ain't no
president
African
and new
nose.
administration. And we'll get to what has changed for you.
She
But
might be
let's
East
first
African, right?
take a look
Kyla,
back
please
But
say
to where
that
we
damn
last
thing that
left
you're
nah,
off.
supposed to
she
say.
from Cali.
Where did we
Right,
last leave
Cali?
100%,
off in your
100% Black
challenges with the
American.
land situation in Ghana? Those two
But
pieces of land.
What's that shit he supposed to say
Well, the
about
first
copyright?
land, let's start with that
Tyler
one.
don't
The
be
land
saying you
fair
that
gotta
was
use.
say that before
Fair
you
that's
do
the
the
use.
land
video,
that
Fair
caller. You
use.
Fair
gotta do it
use.
before you
people
Yeah,
do
tried to
fair
the video,
use.
petition
caller.
for.
Yep.
That's the land that got me into the
Tyler, just
Jubilee
restart the
House
video
twice.
and say fair
That's the
use.
land that
You
got me
But
watch
into
the video
Leslie, you
jail
right.
know,
next
I
to
gotta
Yeah,
talk
Hey,
to
Yoko.
you
Tyler
Stop
ain't gonna
about
give
costing
a
this
your
fuck.
though.
own
You
Shout
can't be
out
monetization.
look,
losing
to
those
trying to listen to the
60,000
the
in
video.
YouTube
Ghana. You know,
community
we gotta
and
talk about
Trying to
Renee.
that
listen to
now.
the damn
I
video,
always want to
please.
say thank
Talk
you
to me
because I
afterwards.
would not have gotten this far without the Ghanaians on
Talking
my
about
side
shit.
and the diaspora, right, in the YouTube community. So we left off. The petition worked. It got to
Okay.
EOCO, right? Economic organization. I'm sorry. What is EOCO? Economic Organization of Organized Crime. And that's what it is. And so they're like the FBI of Ghana. That's Ghana's FBI. So the petition got all the way to that height. And they called me. I had a conversation with them. They're like, we're going to be with you every step of the way. They're like, the next time you're in Ghana, we want to meet you. Come down to the office. We'll take you to the actual owners of the land, have you meet the chief family and the people that actually own it. And I'm like, this is great, right? Breakthrough, right? And so that's where we left off. So we left off me about to leave to go to Tanzania, to go to Ghana. That's where we left off. Yes.
So that's where we left off. And I think at that time, there was a bit of optimism, right? As you said, breakthrough.
Yes.
You're going to meet with the organization that polices these kinds of things and can enforce what's necessary to ensure that justice is served. So that's where we left off, with optimism. Now, that was July of last year.
Yes.
Walk us through what happened after you went on your Tanzania trip, which was an amazing trip, right? If I'm not mistaken, you went with Jay Cameron and team, right?
Yes.
Okay.
My family. It was my family's first time coming to the motherland in over 400 years. So I'm the first one, and then they're the second wave. So that was a huge moment for my family. Huge moment.
Dope. So they got a chance to see East Africa and what it has to offer. And then you go to West Africa, to Ghana.
Yes. So, but it starts in Tanzania, though.
Okay. Tell me.
So by this time, I'm excited, like you said, in a state of optimism. I talked to the Lands Commission. They're like, yeah, we can register this. By the time you get to Ghana, registration will be done. I said, look, it's happening. Okay. I was in Tanzania, about to get on the boat in the East Indian Ocean, right? And I get a text from my middleman that's been helping me communicate with the Lands Commission, Iyoko, Coast Estates, all that. He says, they said that there's another owner of the land and you can't register it. I said, how can this be? This makes no sense. I did this full, complete Lands Commission search where Linsgod Group and companies, Costa didn't pop up because they're the ones that sold it, but we already know that's a whole story. And so they scammed me out my money with that. And so I did another Lands Commission search. Linsgod and Group popped up on the Lands Commission search. That was in 2021. Sure. So now we're in 2024. I get a letter saying, oh, there's two different chiefs that own this land. The Lands Commission. This is the same Lands Commission that told me Linsgod and company owns the land. Now someone totally different owns the land. And that was back in 2014. So I said, how can this be if they owned it in 2014 and I did my Lands Commission search in 2021? This doesn't make any sense. So I get there. I tell Iyoko and they're like, oh, something has to be wrong, right? And so they're like, we'll just wait till you get here and we'll go from there. So I'm like, okay, I'm not alone. So I got some power behind me now. Yep. I get to Iyoko's office. They treat me like I'm a disturbance, as if I wasn't invited. And I was like, what is this? So to skip all that, to go straight to the point, I asked them 3 times, what Cost did, this is legal? They're allowed to fraud people out their money like this? You know what their response was? Because now I'm meeting with one of the bosses of my Iyoko representative, right? Right. There's about 8 of us in the room. And he said, what fraud is in the States is not fraud here. This is Ghana.
Wow. Can we take a step back? Because that's crazy. First of all, that's crazy. Can we, what fraud in the United States is not the same.
All right,
here.
we have to watch the whole video.
Because I think fraud everywhere should be fraud everywhere.
Yeah, we don't need to watch the whole video.
We
They took advantage of it.
explain what Cost did. So you mentioned that you did the land search in 2021.
Because you got to talk in between the video.
And
you can't just say
yeah, you do have to talk
these
between
folks
it. You have to
did
stop it.
who said they owned it from 2014 didn't show up. So what did this group do that was fraudulent? Just so we can bring everybody back up to speed. Those who haven't seen
the video. Can you pause the video, Kala? Look at the video I just posted, Kala. This is what Ghana's done. This lady went to Africa to invest, do this Pan-Africanism thing. She got scammed. Now she's going back to the U.S. The video says why I'm joining the U.S. Armed Forces. I mean, this is what Ghana did.
Let this be a warning to you, Pan-African motherfuckers.
But a lot of you notice that it's most of these women. That's the same. It's the same lady.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Woman, they don't play the game the way that they're supposed to play the game in Africa. And one, you shouldn't be doing this in Africa anyway.
Yeah. So, if you had 60,000 to blow, man, come here, come my way.
You can do.
So my whole thing is,
damn, sis.
A lot of people be selling people this African.
Hey,
dream,
now you
right?
think she cute, Jonathan?
And I said like this. My whole thing
No,
is,
I think she just dumb.
my whole thing is, I have no problem with people going to Africa. Let me talk. I have no problem with people going to Africa, right? But I've told people all the time, right? Particularly a country like Ghana. And
how many bad stories got to come out of Ghana for people to get it?
Hold on. No, what it is this. This is how you solve the problem, right? you have to lose all respect, like I have, of chieftaincy, all that shit like that. I don't respect none of that shit. You know, I don't respect none. Don't tell me you're a fucking chief. Don't tell me you got land to sell. Don't say I don't believe in none of that shit. You know, like you said, 2 chiefs claim the land. These people are not organized. We're not. Their culture's not that deep. You know, it's not that far back. Not deep. They're all fucking. They project this on black people in America. An African will come there and look at them and laugh. You know, you're a chief. We laugh.
Dude,
You know,
Mr. Beast is a chief. Is a Ashanti
he's a chief.
chief.
You know, they'll make anybody a chief. You know, you got the money, you become a chief. You know, it's a joke. You
They
know,
made Professor Smalls a chief.
Professor Smalls is another chief. You know,
They made him a chief in Ghana.
he's a fucking another clown, man. You know, anybody with gray hair and when that that can read a book is a chief. You know.
You know what? Call Black America. We gonna take an L on behalf of the sisters that got scammed. The fact that happened, we should retaliate against these people too.
Well, what could happen? Tell me, hold up.
They should be getting knocked down too,
That's
just like white people.
Oh, there's
Hey,
John. Said, right? Hold up. The Africans are smart enough to be covered because they have diplomacy, they have a military, and we have absolutely nothing. So they look at you. This is Black America, right? They're like, if they did that to China, guess what? Chinese will send their military in, recover. You know,
this lady lost.
Black Americans are the easiest target.
Whoa, shit!
Black Americans are the easiest target.
This lady lost $60,000. Now she's broke and has to resort.
No, I don't think that, Colin. I don't think that's serious.
What can you do? How can you retaliate?
No, you're still an American, whether you believe that or not. When that nigga got killed down there in Mexico, and the whole damn cartel apologized, gave over the body, all kinds of shit.
There's no gonna be no recourse for her because they look at that as like it's an investment. You lost. That's it.
Nah, that ain't how they look at it.
How they gonna look at it?
She could lobby Trump. Lobby
the government is not allowed. The government's not allowed to scam you.
Yeah, but it happens all the time.
Did you listen what she just said? They said that fraud in Ghana is not fraud in America. So it's mute, man. Nah. America's not going to save her.
The thing is, black people that go to Africa, are you really willing to go to the U.S. government and say this is happening to you?
Why not?
And that you want, because they're not going to do that. Because that would be the most. That would be the most un-Pan-African thing ever. You're going to go to the white racist government and tell them that the African people.
Let me ask you a question. So in other words, basically, what you're telling me, Jonathan, right, is you're whatever you do in Africa up for grabs. You're completely at the mercy of Africans.
Essentially, especially if you're going to be done.
No, there's no other way. If the African decided, something, we're not going to give you money back. What can you do?
That's what I'm saying, Jonathan. What's the process?
You got to get your government involved.
How?
What government?
The U.S. government. That's the part that makes it coonery, right? Because you're supposed to be Pan-African and hate the West.
All right. Now, let's say she did get the government ball. What's she gonna do? Tell the government what? That she got scammed?
Listen, believe it or not, the U.S. government will back its own people.
Okay, well,
even if you're black, don't take that shit that deep.
U.S. government.
I mean, who you gonna call? It's around hello, U.S. government. Ghana just scammed me for $60,000.
By the way, every night we're doing ceremonies.
Now, think about this.
White devils
the same U.S. government that a lot of times we'll complain about. Let's go and be honest about it, right?
U.S. government finna do shit about
even
that.
let's just say black Americans, when they get arrested abroad or some shit abroad, will the U.S. government leave them there, or will they try to go there and save them? You got arrested in China for stealing, the U.S. government got you out. You got arrested in Russia for drugs, the U.S. government got you out.
Yeah, but what about
you do some stupid shit? You do some stupid shit.
We have not seen, Jonathan. I get that. What we have not seen is so many Black Americans that went to Africa lost everything and they got recourse. That's what we haven't seen.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what's
But the FBI has gone after scammers worldwide. That guy Hush Puppy was extradited to America.
Yeah, but he was scamming white people though.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
There you
There has been no proof that if we go to Africa, that's why I'm leery about everything, even I'm doing in Liberia. Much I love Liberia, right? Like me, when I go to Liberia, the first thing I do, right, the second day I'm there, third day I'm there, I check in with the U.S. Embassy, right? They want to know, okay, what you doing? I'll be here for this amount of time, blah, blah, blah. I give them a locations where I'm going to be at, stuff like that, blah, 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 where I stay at and everything like that. And they say, okay. Then sometimes they send me text messages, emails, alerts, whatnot, if there's anything going on. And if I have to, let's say something happens, turmoil happens in the country, they can evacuate me before, you know what I'm saying? So I'm I'm covered like that. I use because I'm a U.S. citizen, use what's available to me. That's one thing. That's what they're obligated. But if I go over there on some Pan African Black national shit, to my building this and whatnot, and then something happens, whatnot, they ain't gonna intervene because they're like they don't want Black people in America going to Africa in the first place.
Especially if Trump's administration, they check your Twitter and they see you.
And Pan Africanism is anti-government anyway.
Yeah, they hate
So.
Black nationalism. They hate it. They want to stamp it out. They consider us a fucking
They see
threat.
you on your Twitter wearing a dashiki.
Yeah, you better not say, Pan African talking about you want the government help.
A lot of people go over there as U.S. citizens saying like this. That's what I play. I'm a U.S. citizen. That's why I'm careful about what I'm saying. I'm not going to dive right into this. Oh, we're Black power. No, you got a government, Liberian government. They have diplomatic. Also, let's be honest with ourselves. Ghana has diplomatic relations with the United States that they're not trying to ruin over you. And the United States has diplomatic relations with Liberia and Ghana that they're not going to ruin over you. So you're fucked. The only solution ultimately, if Black people engage Africa, is in Afghanistan. That's it. It all comes back to the idea of an Afghanistan.
I mean, if you don't think,
engage him like Jonathan.
If you don't think you're an American citizen, renounce your citizenship. Get a citizenship from these other places.
Well, I never said that. Look,
not just you. I'm just saying people with the whole, oh, that's a coon. If somebody do something to me and it's within the jurisdiction of the
yeah, that's what they do with me. I'll do the same thing. Sure, fuck it.
Yeah.
They don't say nothing when they collected my taxes.
That's right. But Foster, you're a smart young man. I agree with the same thing. Well, look, this is the reality. Forget all the Black to the 20th power shit. We're not Dr. Kobalali Cambone, whatever his name is, When I go to Africa, I'm gonna have a U.S. motherfucking passport. That's it. I'm a U.S. citizen. All rules apply. Cambone renounced his citizenship. He's now a full-fledged Ghanaian. Now he has no power. He has no say-so in that country. He doesn't have the vote. He doesn't nothing. You went to a place where a marginal country, right? And you're marginal. Imagine being marginal in a marginalized country. At least in America, right? Everybody wants to know, where's Black America going to do this voting thing? Why are they delineating? Why are they sitting down and whatnot? You feel like you're always at the center of attention. You go to Africa, to be honest with you, except for Liberia, right? You go to Africa and you are so fucking insignificant because these people in Ghana always have to figure one thing. If you don't have numbers, you ain't shit. If you don't have economic power or numbers, you ain't shit to these Africans, Now they won't do that to the Lebanese or the people because Lebanese are sitting on billions of dollars.
Hey, Kala, I think, and I just came up with this idea. I think what you should do, Kala, and I know, it may not be, it may not line up with the way you think,
Please
but
don't
you
tell
should.
me nothing stupid, Adama. Go ahead.
No. But just think about this. It's just like with this lady, right? She should get the U.S. government involved in this because if you have American citizens, okay, and they go into this, they being lured to a foreign nation.
Nobody put a
Wait, so Carla, hold up, Carla. Just let me finish, man. And they being lured, right, to a foreign nation, and they're trying to invest in this nation, and they're trying to do business in this nation, and this nation is somehow stealing their money and just taking their money and stuff. Yeah, the State Department needs to look into that, but because what you need to think, Kala, is start thinking like this. When you talk about the Liberia thing, wait, hold on, caller. Just let me land. You talk about the Liberia thing, right? What you need to do, caller, is you need to just make a company, okay? Make an LLC, whatever,
I'm already
and
incorporated.
go over there as an American company.
I'm
Okay,
already
they
doing that, bro.
just say, just go
Look,
over there as an I got this company, I'm
All right,
trying to
Igama,
mine
he's about to
gold.
kick you
You
off
just say,
now.
I'm a mining company, and I'm just trying to mine gold in Liberia. I'm trying to explore
the
for
bottom line
gold
is
in
going to take a
Liberia.
long time before I
And
put
so when something pop off, the U.S. government will back you, Carla, because they'll look at you like, okay, this is an American company. Oh, we got Americans over there trying to do business over there,
What the hell?
and they running
I
into
guess, but you
opposition.
know what?
Kala, he ain't wrong though.
You need to
If
start
enough
thinking like that,
Being
Carla.
Black Americans
incorporated
get
in the United
scammed over
States
there,
as an international corporation
they
could
could
help
bring a
you and
case
protect you.
against
You
Ghana.
need to start thinking like that, Carla, because otherwise you're gonna end up like this lady.
Look, I'm not gonna be like a lady.
This is the smartest thing I've heard Indama said ever. You ain't wrong, Kala.
Saying the same thing.
Americans
That's
only
a
cares if
good
you got
point
a
he made.
biostrategic interest in the country. I ain't got that. So the hell I'm not putting no fucking money in these countries and whatnot because I gotta trust the country. If I'm going to invest in Liberia, it has to be the point where I trust the government and the system and whatnot. And like I said, the stuff that I see going on in Liberia right now, like what I saw with the Prophet Key being arrested for without due process. Just a judge just locked them up.
Yeah, but that's a social thing, Kala. It's not a business thing.
No. A man
Hey,
got
didn't you say it was some lady that was taking money in Liberia? She disappointed you or something?
no. It was Madam Cooper, right?
Oh,
Well, that's just accusations right now,
oh.
and it could be just a witch hunt against George Weah's government, right? But Madam Jeannie Cooper, they said she would. Then again, I had a guy Anshan Jabba, he was doing rice. He was the first person to start domestically growing Liberian rice again since the 70s, right? He worked for the Tobin administration as a kid, and the Rally Time projects, right? So he's doing rice, all these projects with that. He says he can't even get an audience with Janine Cooper. I thought that was kind of odd because, he said, I could have used some of her money funding. He had to find alternative funding. Well, she I think she told him there's no money available, and so and now she's being interrupted for contracts with her nephew Zubin, and that really hurt me because I really love Janine Cooper and whatnot, and that really hurt me. But my whole thing is it is what it is, because
It's the tribal nature of it, Kala.
it's
You don't want them targeting one of your ethnic people.
it's not the try. I could care less about that, right?
Yeah,
The
that's
bottom line is
fucking
look, if I
Elvis.
see people and I believed in you, whatever like that, and we don't even know what the real the facts are yet,
That's what the ethnic people do, man. He's not guilty.
Well, we
It's a
don't know.
witch hunt.
We don't,
We gotta see the evidence.
look. Hold on. First of all, she worked for the Way administration. It's a witch hunt against the Way administration.
You ain't gonna give me the supporter collar because you call Weir's name in the collar.
No. I'm saying it's Ware's administration, and I say like this:
Yeah, I mean, if somebody's corrupting the government, don't mean the president told them to do it.
corruption, improprieties, and whatnot. It could have been impropriety. It could have been a impropriety. If she's guilty, hey, that's a sad day.
Everybody in Liberia is corrupt, regardless of their tribe. There's no tribe that's not corrupt.
And I'm saying like this, so it is what it is. So but my point
Don't feel bad, Colin.
what I'm trying to make
There are
is
native people being targeted too.
people tell me that, oh yeah, you go to Africa and whatnot. I have not seen one country in Africa yet that I could say me personally, that's one thing, right? But when I have a lot of people asking me about Liberia, right? White people too. Is that a good investment? No, I just tell them, well, whatever like that. I can't with a full chest say, yeah, man, that's a good place to invest. I got white people.
Certain things are good investment in the climate. Others are not.
I have the same thing, Colin. Go ahead.
I'm like, I've been there, whatnot. I know there's certain things and whatnot, but this is my point I'm trying to make, Elvis. Right? In Africa in general, Liberia not so much, but Africa in general. There's so many people that, like, let me give you an example. If somebody says, Kala, how is it in Virginia? I want to open this up, right? And I could tell them, come to Virginia Beach, right? Go down to the city treasurer's office, right? Get a business permit, right? If you're gonna do building construction, you got to go to the zoning department, get contract with zoning as a general contractor. Boom, boom, boom. I could tell them, boom, boom, boom. Now, what I don't have to tell them is you got to meet with such and such over here. You know, you got to talk to such and such over here. Oh, you got to know this big man right here, or this big lady right here, Oma right here. That's in Liberia and Africa. That's the difference. Till I get to the point where I can say, oh yeah. Now you know who got the ease of doing business out of all the African countries? Rwanda. Rwanda has a one-stop shop. As soon as you land off that plane, you can go right at the airport when there's an office you can go to, register your business, everything, and hit the ground running within 2 days.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Colin, is that remember that guy, the farming channel in Ghana?
Kenya too.
What's his name?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, Zaylock.
No, not Zaylock. It's a dude. His channel is like farming something. He had a successful goat farm or something like that. Everything was going. He already bought the land and everything. And then they came to him and said, years ago, the priest in the town said you can't do this here, so you got to move your whole operation. That's the
I remember that. I remember that he was fighting.
That's some shit they do in Africa, bro. You can't invest in that. Or and when you invest, you have to do things that you control. Like you can't just deal with just straight up. Like people are like, oh, I want to deal with these resources. They'll take that. You got to go there and do something creative or something that depends on you, something that can move around with you.
Yeah, you might as well not invest. Shit is a bad investment.
The thing is, if you want to invest in Africa, one, you have to be corrupt like everybody else.
I'm not gonna be corrupt. I'm not doing that because why?
Then Tyler, you ain't gonna make it in Africa.
Because everybody I know that went down that corrupt road and broke, you know.
I was gonna write 419.
Everyone that goes down the righteous path comes out broke. The corrupt people make it.
Everybody goes down that corrupt path because the bottom line is me. I ain't giving you a dime. I don't give a fuck what you think.
Colin, you be giving away money without. That's the thing, though, Colin. A lot of times, our people, we don't want to support the corruption because we think it's bad. Cool. But then we'll give out money to local people and all kinds of shit. That doesn't make any sense.
I'll just be passing out dollar bills.
What's that quote you always say? When in Rome, act like the Romans. When in Africa, act like the Africans.
No,
be
I'm
corrupt.
not gonna act like a fucking African, you know. Look, the bottom line is this: when you see people in these countries, right? What you have to understand is when you become like them, and corrupt them or not, you're gonna be just like them.
Jonathan has fully embraced
my whole thing is
Pan-Africanism for real.
I look at my brother Mark Blanton in South Africa. I know personally, right? He's making millions of dollars with his real estate and tourism business and stuff like that in South Africa, right? He's dealing.
But South Africa has established,
right? So maybe that the countries you got to go to are countries that are established and developed. You know,
Kala, don't you think South Africa would be a good look for you because it's well established?
Well, my whole thing is
insurance business there.
My whole thing is this, right? As far as like I said, look in a couple of years, my business is gonna be so big in America that I don't have to work anymore. I just go to Africa and live. You know, give me 3 more years, I could sit back and just make money in my sleep. Right? Anyway, my point I'm trying to make is this: in South Africa, they got a huge developed economy and stuff like that. It's a first world infrastructure, first world economy and stuff like that. That's what Black America really needs. You know. And these economies like that to deal with, right? We cannot take on the responsibility of taking the risk and going to these developing countries that are so far behind in everything. And we're not, talk about I like the country because it's like this. I like this country because of Kwame Nkrumah lived here. So the fuck what? People go to Ghana just because of Kwame Nkrumah,
And that slave dungeon too, the
Elmina
Castle.
Where they serve fried chicken.
So
that's how what's her name? Mama Africa got caught up over there. Is she
And
open
then
up?
you got people like Lewis, my good friend Lewis, right? And he's all like, "Oh, no, his tribal shit." This is 2026, and people are still the primitive Africans still identify as politically, socially, politically, economically around a fucking archaic thing called a tribe.
Well, they got Mr. Beast now as their leader. So
no, he's a tribal development machine.
African goddess, I don't think corruption is the reason why Africa isn't developing. Been to a lot of corrupt countries, they seem to develop. And that's not the reason why they're not developing.
Well, I don't think
You
it's no.
got
Look,
when you have retards in power, you don't
hold on,
develop.
look, I don't think it's so much as corruption. I just think of the fact that I don't think Africa knows what a developed and advanced society looks like.
No, it's the people. I mean, I don't even blame the leaders at this point. It's actually just the people. You can't develop with people that have a certain mindset unless you're a dictator. You can force people to do whatever you want them to do. That's how all the other countries that had dictators, they could just force their population to do shit that they don't want to do. But in Africa, they don't have that kind of dictator.
Yeah, that's true.
So what you have is you have a whole bunch of people that claim to be free, and they can do whatever they want. They could be dumb, they could be educated, they could sit online all day, they could struggle. You have a bunch of people that still have an old way of thinking. Majority of people think Jesus Christ is going to come build a road for them, and then if you're in the north, well, you think Allah is just going to want you to suffer temporarily so you can get 18 5-year-olds when you die. I mean, this is the reality of Africa at the moment. So it's not the corruption that's stopping people from develop. You could develop and be corrupt in the motherfucker. America was corrupt as hell and developed.
Yeah, but America had checks and balances, though. Remember there was an old movie, in the movie Gangs of New York. He goes, the most corrupt political party in history was Tammany Hall. But he's in the movie. He said, he goes, we can't use the police. He goes, to do our dirty work. He goes, the appearance of the law must be upheld. See, you understand something about America. It's the appearance of the law, not the law itself, whatever like that. It makes it work. The appearance of the law, the appearance of due process, the appearance of a democratic process. As long as people believe that is all real, it's going to work forever. America can be corrupt as hell.
That's where Jerry
I was talking
Rawlings
to
messed
somebody
up.
from the Philippines today. We had a
Bringing
business
in
lunch,
democracy.
and she was talking about the corruption and that she was surprised to see so much corruption in the Bay Area. And I'm like, yeah, the last Oakland mayor got arrested. The mayor before that got arrested. Everyone's literally doing all kinds of fraud and scamming and corrupt bullshit. There's corruption all throughout this damn country.
Well, I would say like this: the main thing, the most corrupt thing, America.
Yeah, we got to rise above that.
America corrupted the whole
Somehow.
institution that's been around for thousands of years called the citizen. Let me tell you, I'm gonna drop a jewel from the College Genesis tonight, right? And I thought about this today, man. Every time I get a jewel, I pull over the side of the road and think. I'm like, God damn, I'm gonna say this, right? So I came up with this one today, right? America basically is gonna lose this country. You know how they're gonna lose? Through immigration, illegal immigration. Because America has trivialized the institution that's been around for thousands of years. It's called the modern republic, called the citizen. In other words, a citizen in ancient times had rights that was protected. The ancient Romans, Senate, whatnot. Oh, a citizen, that person's citizen, my rights and whatnot. Citizen meant something. Oh, you're not a Roman citizen, you're just a visitor? Okay, well, whatever. Oh, you're a Roman citizen. Hey, come on, let's go to the Colosseum. Citizens, you are a citizen, you're part of the fraternity. The nation is for you. You're part of something, right? The nation protects you, provides you your general welfare. Now, America called black people in America citizens, but they proceeded to benign neglect and left us. They did a conscious decision in 1883 to abandon Reconstruction and leave us at the mercy of people who formerly enslaved us and whatnot. And you had almost 100 years of destroyed Jim Crow, disenfranchisement, murder, some everything. Wilmington massacre. American government didn't do nothing. Although you call these black people citizens, right? You did nothing to protect them. They said, in other words, the Supreme Court ruled that the federal government didn't have any obligation to protect black people, right? It was left up to the states to provide for them. And the states didn't want to do that. So that's why the federal government abandoned its obligation to protect people it called citizens. Now, since that happened, right, the term the citizens was gradually being eroded. So now it's almost dead. Anybody could walk across the border, call himself a citizen. Elvis had a thing with Icon Fire. He basically said, "Oh, Elvis, repeat what Icon Fire said about citizenship."
He said that just because he's a citizen of a country doesn't have to be loyal to that country.
I was hey, I was listening to y'all. I
200
was
years
like,
ago, that
icon
would
crazy, man.
200 years ago, that would have got you hung for treason.
No, I was just watching. It was a Jewish dude on Jesse Lee Peterson's show. He said the same thing. He said, "Oh, I consider myself Jewish. I just have the passport's just a piece of paper. I have no loyalty to America."
You said who show were you listening to?
Jesse Lee Peterson. He got it.
You mean the black dude?
Yeah, the
oh, come on, man, come on.
Yeah, the coon. He had a Jew on there, a Zionist. I wanted to hear what the Zionist dude had to say, and he was like, "Yeah, I have no loyalty to America. It's just like a sheet of paper. That's how I look at it."
But you know, loyalty is not in the mouth, right? Loyalty is in the actions that you take. If you take any action,
damn sure ain't any action.
The whole idea of a republic is people are loyal. There's a social contract. You're loyal to the republic before above anything else. You say, I don't have any other foreign state. You're born into it. You swear allegiance to it, whatever like that. You know, that's what makes a society work. Now you literally got government official like Ilan Omar and all these people. She said her first priority is Somalia. She said that, you know, and she's a sitting member of Congress. You know, you got people out there doing that and they're holding public office. That means this country is in a serious decline. America's dying.
We're not close to declining.
Yes,
we just wish that there was black people in the office that felt the same way about us, and that's it.
No, that's bullshit.
Yeah,
no?
I don't think
Because of the definition of America dying, you will have to point to a place.
Look, what I'm saying is this: America as an institution, a republic, and everything like that, that's going to function. You cannot have millions of people inside the country that don't have any allegiance to the country that are here legally and whatnot. You can't remove.
That's why they're getting shipped back.
Again, allegiance has to be tested in terms of your action. If you have the option where you have to show that you're allegiant to the country and you choose otherwise, then you're not allegiance to you don't have allegiance to that country.
Or
so a person, hold on, let me just finish quickly. A person could bluster and say, "I'm not loyal to this country. I'm not loyal to this country." But until they've shown that they've taken action that is disloyal to the country, you can't take any actions against them.
No. If you come out and say your words are your bond, if you come out of sign, mind, and body and say, I have no allegiance to America, but like, no, actually, if you say it on foreign soil, you know, that's ground for, you know, you could.
Color word,
even
freedom of speech is a bitch, and they have it.
Yeah, but the whole thing is freedom of speech.
Hey, just talking shit. If somebody
Same way
wanted to
Trump said,
deport
no
their
more
ass, they'll be
wars,
talking
niggas
about,
starts
yes, I
bombing
got
shit.
allegiance.
You can say whatever you want.
I'm like, I'm like this. I don't really care, right?
Man.
But I do know there's this, right? When people keep telling me, "Oh, we're all American," that's what I'm aiming us at, right? When people say, "Oh, we really are," and you got people coming here from all over the world, don't speak the language, don't you think if you're going to be a citizen of the country, you should know something about the history of the country? You should know what the holidays are, participate in the country.
Carla, they do a citizenship test that tests your knowledge about the country's history, its presidents, its Supreme Court justices.
But you got a lot of people that come here, right? And they basically are doing their own thing. And I look at social media chat rooms, right? A lot of different groups, whatnot. They're completely immersed in the politics and everything of their home country. And they do nothing to assimilate into this culture. And I'm like, that's fine, right? People do what they want to do. That's not my point. My point is, going forward, right? Could it be that America is now turning into an empire, not a republic? An empire, the people are now subjects. That's what I think we're moving towards. We're not citizens anymore. We're subjects. That's why they can shoot you now, like the ICE agents or whatnot. They can shoot you now because you are a subject of.
So
Kyler,
what,
you
Kyler?
voted for this,
So
Kyler. You
what do
No,
voted.
you
wait a
think?
minute.
What do you
I
think,
voted
man?
for
America been an empire. When
this.
was it not an empire?
Oh
I
man.
voted for this because I want to bring all this out. I want to show. I would. You know what I hate, Elvis? Be honest with you, right? I hate it more than anything, right? I know America is right now. What it is right now. This is what I want because I want America to be what it's supposed to be. All right. When I used to hear Barack Obama getting up there talking about our forefathers came from all over to great display, I'm like, nigga, who the fuck are you talking about?
Hey, he got a white forefather, Kyler.
Well,
He's on his white
he's
side.
me, and I hate being lied to. I mean, my forefather didn't come here seeking opportunity and talk about the Statue of Liberty and shit like that. That ain't my history. So I hate the lies. I'd rather white America be America. Let Donald Trump make America be America, right? That means we can focus on building ourselves, figure out
So
what our future
what
is.
do you think? Trump gonna turn to a dictator or something? Is that what you think?
Well, I just think America is ready for empire, and the bottom line is those who want empire, that means everybody's like a conquistador or
Yeah,
conqueror.
that's what the
It's
conquistador
been an
descendant
empire.
Marco Rubio said. We ready
Yeah,
to go back.
we're about to go back into that conquistador era.
We've
You know?
been an empire since like the early 1900s.
Yeah, but
Well,
we're
yeah, I
really
was gonna
an
say
empire
it's
now. We're
been an
really the
empire, but
He wasn't
it
being
was
out in
not.
the open, just going gangbusters, taking
How
people's.
are we not in the open? We've had the Monroe Doctrine in
Yeah,
place.
but it
We
wasn't
got
really
Puerto
enforced.
Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, American Samoa, a whole bunch of
America.
Guam, a whole bunch of other areas that ain't states. They're
yeah,
just
this is
territories.
empire
This
shit.
has
That's
been
the
No,
definition of
No,
It's
empire.
expanded
what I'm
now.
talking about is
America is a straight up colonial empire.
hold on. The difference is this: before those people in those areas that America control, they were given citizenship and whatnot. Now America will say, although we have your territory, you're part of the United States, hey, we can start restricting you. That's what I think is going to happen. We don't want all these brown people coming to the mainland, and stuff like that. They can start doing that,
No.
No.
But what I'm saying is, Maduro was acting up, and they went in and took him up in like less than 24 hours.
American empire.
We run all of South America. They're all our subjects. This is an empire. It's been like that.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying, it's going to stay like. And also, what if the hesitating the kicker, right, Mufasa? What if the poll comes out a day after saying 99% of America strongly oppose our intervention in Venezuela, and Donald Trump the next day says, "I hear the polls, but I'm sending even more to arrest everybody else in Venezuela." You see where I'm going with this?
No.
In other words, American, when you become an empire, right? It doesn't matter what the fuck you think. It doesn't matter what the poll thinks.
Did it ever matter what
Doesn't
the
matter.
poll thinks?
No.
Ever?
Oh no, it doesn't. But now it's really
All right.
most people don't even want the war with Iran. But guess what?
Yeah, it never mattered. Ever.
It been not mattering, bro. They're just gonna have you arguing over some dumb shit like abortion or something, while all the important stuff never changes.
So that's how they control the media. That's what I'm saying. They keep you distracted. They give you morons a fucking Super Bowl, and you're arguing about Bad Bunny, wherever the fuck that is. I didn't even watch it.
I mean, they basically perfected slavery. The best way is when
I didn't watch it either, but
when you don't know when you gotta say we're starting to have an empire. That's when they know they've perfected their empire. But they've had an empire for damn near a century.
Yeah, well, America was under the guise of democracy, elections, and all that would change everything.
No, it's a god, but I'm saying everybody here pretty much knows that that's not true. Anybody who's self-aware and aware and reading and looking at things, that's not true. If it's what part of Nancy Pelosi's 100-year reign is a democracy? She doesn't even debate. She doesn't do none of that.
Kyle, you know when they threw the citizen overboard in 1933 when they gave everybody birth certificates and social security numbers.
And also not only that, before a
To
citizen was
pay back that Federal Reserve debt that you were incurring by going to war with Germany.
Yeah, that's when that
as
citizenship
a
was
thing,
over.
back in those days, right? There was it was Roosevelt that started that whole thing where if you were born in America, you had birthright citizenship. And there was a lot of people that lived in the United States. People don't know this. A lot of European immigrants came here, had children, and they didn't swear allegiance to the United States. A lot of people didn't do it. People think Ellis Island. About a good half of the people never became citizens. Or their
No,
children.
but you can live in the United States without swearing allegiance to them.
Yeah,
It's
no, but
called
I'm
being a
saying is,
permanent resident.
but it was all. But if that's the case, the 14th Amendment says if your parents do not have citizenship, you are not a citizen, even if you were born here. But that was sort of overlooked, and they'll start giving
Where
everybody.
does it say that, Colin?
All right.
The
That's
14th
what I was going to
Amendment.
ask you.
14th Amendment says both your parents can't have allegiance to a kingdom, foreign entity, a foreign state, whatever like that, right?
You got to pull it up and read it. Let's see it.
It's in the 14th, second half of the 14th Amendment. You know.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want to see it. Let's read it. Let's see it.
Look it up, right? So, but the thing is, it was never really enforced. You know, it was never really enforced. And then the Immigration Act of 1965 accelerated that. Now, what you have is all these people on the right were like, "Damn!" Because we had a vague definition. Why do you think all
Tyler,
these people?
Trump mother was born in Scotland. He's the
Yeah, I
president
know. But
today.
what I'm saying is, you could become a citizen, right? If you swear
Yeah,
allegiance.
niggas
You know,
a tether.
that's not what I'm talking about. My point I'm trying to make, Elvis, is this: when there was a vague, like Trump's grandparents, right? They were very vague about at the time what a citizen was. So some people, it could be his grandfather never became a citizen, but he was assuming a citizen here. But what I'm saying is Donald Trump and all these other people were born here,
You
right?
too, Elvis, but I was talking about Trump.
And so I don't know what Donald Trump's father was born here. He was a citizen, and Donald Trump is a citizen.
Donald Trump's mother wasn't born here.
Yeah,
Donald Trump's children's mother wasn't born here.
I know, but I'm saying is this. But that doesn't have nothing to do with him, so long as his parents were born here, right?
But his parent wasn't born here. His mother wasn't born here. When his father was born here.
You said Donald Trump's mother wasn't born here?
No, she's an immigrant from Scotland.
Yeah, Trump is a tether.
So no, what I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is, she was obviously a citizen when he was born. So, now
Well,
what
it's
I'm trying to make
the 14th
what
Amendment.
I'm trying to make is this. Then when the 1965 Immigration Act came here, like hundreds of thousands, like millions of people start coming here, right? And the definition of what a citizenship changed, right? It stopped being that whole thing of before a citizen was somebody like Donald Trump's family was from Europe, and they were going to assimilate. They openly used to say this, right? Eugenics, a superior race of people coming here to mix with like that. So they kept a lot of Southern Europeans, Eastern Europeans out and brought in Northern and Western Europeans, Scandinavians here. And they said those will make good Americans because they could blend in with the Anglo-Saxon culture, white Anglo-Saxon culture, Protestant culture, And which we'll call, like I said, the line became blurred a little bit and allowed for Southern and Eastern Europeans to come in. And then by 1960s, you got POCs, people of color, start coming in because they said the 1929 Immigration Naturalization Act, where that was racist, So they repealed that and started the Immigration Act today. And now these people, these white supremacists, are saying, you know something, we did all that. And they look at Tucker Carlson, well, like back in 1930, San Francisco was 90% white. Los Angeles was 98% white. All these cities, Philadelphia, 90% white. New York City was 85% white, whatever like that. And he looked at the numbers now, all the whites are minority in all these major cities. And so they realize, well, geez, we let millions of people here who are not white, and now it's changing the
Yeah, but Kyla, you gotta heed to what I was really trying to tell you, Kyla, is that it's like with this woman, right? Okay, yeah, I was just thinking that the idea just came to me, Kyla.
well, hold on,
What could make? Wait, hold on. I was
why don't
just
you go
wait, hold on, Kyla. Just hear me out. Hear me out. Hold on.
over there
What
and
could
we
make?
have fun?
Hold on, Kyla. What could make? And I was just thinking about this. What could make, or what could guarantee the Afghanistan to be successful? And then the idea hit me.
I'm not look, Dama. I'm not
No,
talking.
the idea hit me, Kyla. If it was backed by the U.S.
Hold on,
government,
hold
it
on,
would actually be
hold
successful.
on, Dama. I'm not talking about
You
that
got
today.
to think like that, Kyla.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you one more time. I'm not talking about that today.
Idama, how back on the PS4, man?
No, no. If
Yeah.
just think about it. If
Idama,
Afghanistan was
shut up. The
backed
man said he doesn't want to talk
by the
about it. Be
U.S.
quiet.
government,
I don't want to discuss
it would
that.
actually
That's just
succeed.
like another
I don't
ACS
want to
trip to
discuss that.
Liberia. So,
It would succeed.
Oh
Hold on.
boy.
The reason
All right, well,
it's not getting off the ground, Kyla,
hold on.
because you
That's
don't
fine.
have the backing of
Dama
your
want to
Nigga, have
government.
you
Fine.
not heard him say he don't want to
he
discuss
trying
it?
to get kicked off. That's what he doing.
God damn. When I say I don't want to discuss something, man, leave it alone. Shit. So
Tyler, I
anyway,
just had a bright idea. Partner with the United States to form Afghanistan. That's a great idea.
I
Yeah,
want to say
Oh
I
that.
boy.
just thought
Idama, let
about
it
that,
go, bro. I was
Kyla.
kidding. Don't mention it. Don't bring it up. I was kidding.
You think
It's something,
No,
because what it is,
Mama, I tell you, this is the last I'm gonna tell you. Shut up. God damn.
It's too slow, man.
The bottom line is, I do not like talking about that. Where like I said, I'm not talking about the African with no one ever again. Anybody knows me, knows what I said. I said what I said, whatever like that. I believe. Now, if somebody wants to come up with their own ideas, keep it to yourself. Create your own
Yeah,
platform.
we're supposed to be talking about black women tonight, not.
Yeah, so tell me, Jonathan, who's your favorite African American woman in Black American history? And why?
God damn, so many of them. Shit.
There's so many, man.
Way
You
too
get your
many
chance,
of them.
Ben, too. Let's Jonathan go.
Shit. Depends on how I want to go about it. If I want to say for church purposes, I be like Maddie Moss Clark. She was the greatest gospel choir leader
No,
ever in history.
Mahalia Jackson was.
Now, Kyla, I'm Church of God in Christ.
No, no,
I'm
no,
gonna go with Maddie
Mahalia
Moss
no.
Jackson
Clark
was
over
the
her.
greatest
But you're right,
gospel singer of all time.
Mahalia Jackson, how we got over. She sung at the March on Washington. She was a great woman. Okay, God
She was
bless
the
her
greatest
heart. She got
gospel.
a song I used to sing. I used to get in trouble for it. And let's see, who else I want to say, man. It's just too many to name. I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. And I'm naming people don't even know about.
Yeah, I don't even know about her.
Yeah, there's too
What
many.
about what about you, Bento?
Oh, it's a lot, man. I like Henrietta Lacks.
That's the lady who DNA was used to.
Yeah, who they stole her DNA and shit, man.
But she didn't. I mean, respectfully to her, right? Did she do anything while she was alive, or she's more famous for her DNA being used for like research purposes?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, what she did when she was alive, I mean, they stole her cells without telling her. So now, yeah, she famous now. She got the immortal cells, Henrietta Lacks.
What about you, DK?
Tyler, who do you like? Name the
Tyler
people
already said who
that
you
you
like.
like.
I said Madam C.J. Walker.
Businesswoman for sure.
I said Queen of Zinga. And
And then he mentioned a
Hey,
gangster
man.
and
Hey,
got mad at
wasn't
me for
Queen
saying he was a gangster.
Zinga? Wasn't she
somebody
a
no
slave hunter?
Hustle
Wasn't
Smart asked me about is she the one that run numbers? I said no, that's Madam Stephanie St. Clair who I admire too. Stephanie St.
Oh
Clair.
yeah, shout out to her, the New York lady
and
in
I'm
New York,
really
right?
impressed with the ladies from Hidden Colors from that movie.
Hitting cut from Tariq
I
No,
mean,
no, wait a
Hidden
minute.
Figures.
I
Hidden
think
Figures.
Y'all were
Not hidden
talking about
colors,
that
hidden
earlier about her
figures,
being a numbers runner, and I think
hidden
Elvis was
figures.
saying she was a gangster, some shit like that.
She was not no gangster. She was a
Or at the
policymaker, you know.
I know I said she was a criminal. She was doing,
How was that a criminal?
illegal gambling.
Hold up. She
No,
was
I'm just catching him up on the argument was having. That's all.
I don't think she was a criminal. She was doing a criminal offense.
she wasn't no criminal. God bless her
No.
heart.
No, that's
Okay.
it's
Listen,
We're not. I hate white people. They don't. They call something criminal when they don't want other people to do it.
Yeah, which was
Why are they doing
not.
it?
All right, criminal just means something that is
Hold
illegal.
on, Elvis. You
All
know,
right, Elvis, who was your favorite? Why you
hold
asking
on. At one
everybody?
time,
Harriet Tubman.
Oh
black men
yeah,
had
Harriet
to
Tubman.
cut people's hair on the low and hide secrecy because that was a criminal offense on a
So
bar.
Jonathan, let's do something benign, right? So barbering, right? To open the shop, you go to open a shop. You don't have your barber license, and you start cutting hair. It's not hurting. It's not killing anybody, right? But it's illegal. So if you do that, that's a criminal act. So if somebody does that, that's somebody that's particularly in that thing is a criminal. If gambling illegal, if gambling is not permissible and you do that and you're running numbers in a speakeasy where you got to come and get a password or go into the back room and gamble, that's illegal. Like the mafia having a restaurant and in the back room they're gambling, that's also illegal. They're criminals. So saying that is not an insult to her; it's just the act that she's engaging is
Yeah,
a
but it has
criminal
a
act.
different. It has a
Well,
different
it's
right.
an insult because
Well,
they
if
stole
we
it, and then now they
actually
tell you it's legal because they
hold
doing
on,
it.
Bantu. If we were
So
to go
yeah, they
fully by the American Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and all of that shit, none of that shit's actually illegal. Because these are things that they call these things crimes of moral turpitude. It could be something that the public just doesn't like or the government just doesn't like. But reality, the government should have nothing to do with it. It's kind of like that marriage issue. At one hand, being gay was actually against the law.
yeah.
Being black was against the law, technically. So just because the government says that, oh well, this is against the law, you doing this is against the law, does that mean that that's actually makes you a criminal, Elvis?
Yes, if it's
Alcohol
on
was
the
against
if
the
it's part of the
law.
penal code and that is for prohibited or it's
Just like y'all was
illegal to
talking
do
about
certain things.
earlier, weed used to be against the law. It's not
You
Yeah,
know,
now.
weed is still
it was
federally
against
illegal.
Man,
Elvis.
it
It
really.
was against the law for black people to get married in the South. So
I
black
mean,
people
I'm
getting
not
married.
arguing. Look, listen, Jonathan. I'm not arguing.
So black people, wait,
No,
black people
listen,
getting
Jonathan.
married.
I know you make that argument.
Black people getting married was
There's
criminal.
a
They were
law that
criminals
you
for
may
getting married.
agree with it, and certain laws you don't agree or you don't think it should be, illegal or legal for certain things to happen, right? Like people right now are saying, for example, gay marriage shouldn't be legal. It's a moral abomination that people should get married to the same sex. A lot of people will not stop somebody from getting married because they disagree with the law.
With the
It's the
law.
law, right? So certain laws you may disagree with it on personally, but if you commit that act, it's still a illegal act that you're committing. So that's the point that I'm making. It's not an argument with the morality of the law. People always say morality doesn't equal legality, right? So if it's morally okay with you, that don't mean it's legally okay. So, well, Harriet Tubman is my favorite because, like I said, she was more militant in her action. Even her most famous picture
Yeah, I meant to
is
say her
somebody who is
too.
militant in their thinking and
Wait
in
a
their
minute.
action.
Wait a minute. Don't say that sister that was doing numbers running was a criminal.
I mean, Jonathan,
And
it's a
then,
fact, bro. We don't have to have a
by your
long, drag out
wait a
argument
minute,
about it.
Elvis, and then by your very logic, go ahead and say another criminal was your favorite because she was doing shit that was illegal.
Yeah.
Correct?
She was stealing slaves.
She was still a slave.
So
Yeah.
Elvis,
Yes,
Elvis.
she's
What you
my
So
talking
my
favorite.
about?
I'd
It
rather
was
take
just
her
legal.
criminality. Yeah, I'll admit it.
now you
Yeah,
picking
like I said, I'd rather take her criminality and freeing people
She was
than
yo.
running
She was
numbers.
a wanted yo. She was a wanted criminal.
Yeah, I'd rather take that, defiance and the betterment of black people
Yeah, she's one
than
of my
taking money
favorites
out of,
too, though.
Yeah,
degenerate gamblers.
the numbers were betterment of black people.
Oh, Colin.
His banks, everything.
Adam C.J. Walker.
Really,
Jonathan, what about you? Who's the most who you say is your top
He
female?
calls some choir director.
The
Oh, Bantu. What
singer.
about you, Bantu? Okay, you said Lax, right? The lady with the cell.
Henrietta Lacks,
What
man.
about you,
All day.
DK?
Yeah, I say Harriet Tubman. Harriet Tubman.
Yeah, I mean that's
I say
the
Harriet
consensus, right?
Tubman too. Yeah, I go
And
Harriet Tubman.
I
she was
love
just
Harriet Tubman. I love Sojourner Truth. I love too many of them.
Your truth is
If I
another one.
start naming them, it's gonna be a whole
Start
bunch of people
naming
you
them,
don't
man.
know.
Stay night.
It's
Name
gonna
them.
be. They got
Just,
named 2 people you didn't know already.
just
But Jonathan,
that's
to
even
be honest,
better.
with all due
We
respect to
can
that lady, though,
learn.
a choir director, you think that's
No. See, the
really
thing is, the easiest way to explain a lot of these people that I'll name to you would be, oh, well, she was a
Oh, you
choir
know who
director,
needs to be named
but they
tonight? Hold
actually
on.
played roles
We
in the
gotta
civil
take a
rights
moment of
movement.
silence for this. Fannie Lou Hamer.
Her too.
Uh,
I'm sick and tired of being sick.
Fannie Lou
Yeah, what you
Hamer,
call
man.
African guys? There'll be no Afghanistan backed by the United States government if I'm involved with it. It goes against the whole purpose. I believe that.
did you kick Ndama off, or did he leave by his, in his own way?
Oh, you
He
left
got
on.
kicked off.
I
No,
ain't kicked
Colin said he left
him
on
off.
his own.
He left on his own. He just like I hate when motherfuckers come up here, giving me fucking advice. I can't stand that shit.
I knew you was about to kick him off when he started trying to give you advice.
Said Colin, I was just thinking. I came up with a good idea. They brought up some U.S. government in Africa.
I had a good idea.
I mean, shout out to the women though, man. Carter said this show was about women appreciating the black
Yeah,
women who played a part in that.
salute,
Yeah,
salute,
Nice show.
salute.
So
it was
shout out to all
about
the
black
great black
women, and
women.
y'all always go off topic.
Yeah, I was listening. These niggas talking
And I
about
came in, y'all talk about
heroin and
doing
shit.
drugs and all kinds
Yeah,
of shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
that was interesting though. That topic was interesting.
Oh
I
yeah, I
enjoyed it.
was listening. Y'all talking about how they
Well,
been
y'all at
shooting
least
up.
name some black female drug dealers
Oh my
when
gosh,
y'all
Sean.
talking about it, because they had them too.
Oh yeah, oh
Oh, what is
yeah.
that lady name from LA who was doing
What is her
you
name? I know who
remember
you talking about.
yeah, the black woman.
Yeah, they did a documentary on
They
her
did a
too.
documentary, a street documentary, yeah.
She was out
Shout
there
out,
with
She was moving weight.
yeah, she was
shout out to
moving
Shada
weight.
Shakur. So you got to
Sada
give her.
Shakur, salute.
Yeah, she just passed away. Yeah, what you call it? Yeah, Sasha Core. People said she had a history. She was really.
Shout out to Finney.
Sasha Core. I read her book. She said she grew up middle class, She wasn't poor. She grew
And
up in.
she's a beautiful woman. Very pretty.
So she grew up in like that, but she got radicalized. When she saw certain things. Certain things will trigger people. In places like New York, whatever like that, like the state police or whatever like that. One encounter with the police and stuff like that could basically turn. I've seen people who grew up, black people who grew up in suburbs.
But why did you I mean
That
we're
might what
advocating for
happened to
her,
this
right?
lady here on the screen.
We're advocating for her, right? But why did she kill that cop? Was it just
I don't know.
radical
Hey,
or
hold up, Elvis. Hey, you gotta prove that. You can't just say that.
She didn't kill the cop.
oh she didn't kill the
Yeah,
cop? Okay.
nah.
All right. Now I mean I just want to know because if she
Look, she wasn't accused. She was with the group that it got shootout with.
They ain't got no evidence that she did it.
They just anybody associated with them in that area, they were guilty,
Elvis is the type
whether
like
you did some shit or not.
when Nat Turner did what he did, he would have been asking questions.
No. I mean, if you say there was a revolution or some criminals was running away from a cop and then she was in the car with them, you know how that shit work. If you go and do a bank rob, even if it's
It don't take
is
much.
Captain America
Elvis, it
to the
don't take
T.
much. Routine traffic stop sometimes go left when that.
Well,
right.
hold on.
So, Carla, if your friend came and
hold on,
picked you
Kyle. I
up
got a question for Elvis.
and he goes to rob a bank and he starts fleeing
Elvis,
from the
it's the
cop and he
American
kills a
government
cop.
criminals.
Oh, Jonathan, let's not get into that. The
It's a
point,
question.
listen to what I'm saying to Carla, for example, right?
You can't leave the context out. You keep doing that.
Hold on. I just have a question, right? So, Carla, for example, you ask your buddy for a ride. He picks you up from your house. He said, "Oh, I gotta stop right here and pick up."
I do what Chris Rock does. You ever say Chris Rock's skit?
Oh boy, I can't even get up the thing out, Carla. So he goes to the bank. So I gotta get some money from the bank real quick. Goes in the bank and he robs the bank and he comes out. He jumps in the car and he starts running away. And you're in that car with him and you're fleeing, right?
I'm a hostage.
And he takes a gun and he starts to shoot at the cop and kill one of the cops that's chasing him. What do you think happens to you?
He a hostage.
He's a death penalty, for that.
Yeah.
The
So is
person
that
driving
the
the car
case,
that
or
did
was she
wait.
part of an
Wait a minute.
organization? that
The
was,
I don't think that was the
you
case.
know,
You know,
no,
right. That's
that's
what I'm
not the
saying. It wasn't
same
the case. That wasn't. She wasn't a hostage. She was a part of a group. Let's be fair. Killing a cop is not something that we should
I don't
advocate
know
for.
exactly the whole case. I got
Uh,
Killing a cop is
Elvis,
something
Elvis.
I'll
Asada
advocate for.
Shakur,
Okay, but
rest
you
in
have to
peace. Salute.
look at the context of the time. You get what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Yeah, yes, Luke.
When you're
Now that's what
facing
I'm saying. Explain it to me. I want to understand
no,
it.
but what I'm saying,
not for
if you put
killing
it in
black people, bro.
context, if you're facing so many injustices from police and from the state, it's not unreasonable to think that there are
And
some
somebody's gonna
justified killings.
retaliate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you're removing context and just saying it like in a vacuum. Don't kill cops. It's like no, it's more to it than that.
Nah,
And they know it.
nah.
They
He's
know it.
saying it like he know
They,
that she actually
they,
did it.
know it. They
The,
know
the,
it.
the way he's viewing it is the same way that the white people in Rhodesia was viewing, or Ian Smith was viewing Robert Mugabe and anybody that wanted to have freedom.
Nah, if it's just a
By
cop,
default, that you're even killing cops, fighting people, or
if you're telling me
anything,
there
you're a
was a
criminal.
chase, right? I didn't know there was a chase. If you're saying there was a chase, or was it a
Hey,
traffic stop and the cop got killed? What really happened?
hey,
That's what I'm
Elvis,
saying.
you can't say that Harry Tubman is your favorite and then turn around and say, Asada Shakur, did she? Come
Because
on.
Harry
Well,
Tubman,
are cops slavers? Are they enslaving black people and
Yes,
keeping them on the
they,
plantation?
yes.
Okay. I mean, we'll have an honest conversation. Let's be honest, right?
Do
So I'm
you know
saying,
why the
what is the
police force
context of
was
that whole?
created? Do you know
What is
why
the
the police
context of that
force was
whole incident? I
created?
want to understand it. Was
Do
it a
you know?
stop? Was it a chase? Was it a crime committed and those guys were being chased by the
They
cops? What
were
happened?
they were being
Fuck all that.
they were black revolutionary people, black Pan Africans,
The police
black
force was
nationalists
created to
who
catch
were
slaves,
under
nigga.
attack by the
Did you
FBI.
know that?
And the FBI would utilize the local police to carry out action that they wouldn't have taken.
Call it. Tell them.
I'm saying in that particular instance, what was the
In that
case?
particular
Well, I mean,
instance, it's
looking
the
crazy
exact
out
thing that we're talking about.
So
This
according to
wasn't no
Elvis, Fred.
accident.
So Elvis, according to your logic, Fred Hampton wasn't in his right to shoot back at the
You're
police.
not hearing what I'm saying. I'm talking about one particular incident. I don't know the whole story. If you guys are more familiar with it, that's what I'm asking to understand. What happened? What led to the shooting?
what led to the shooting.
Yeah.
I think they got in an altercation with the police, and the police was trying to shoot them. That's what led to it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
But you, as far as you're concerned, the context of what the police are doing to black people on a regular basis is irrelevant. It just comes down to that one incident, right?
And all you have
No,
to do is
I
go
mean,
back to the original intent of why the
if
police
you
was
see,
created.
like for example, that's like saying,
No. Wait a minute. Wait a
Catch
minute.
your
Wait a minute.
motherfucking
Wait a
ass.
minute. First of all, they didn't commit no crime. They were supposedly stopped for a tail light.
okay, and then did they have
And
guns with them in the
she
car?
got shot and her hands was up.
Did they when she got shot with her hands up? Was it what the cop already shot at before?
No.
Nah, they came with the guns up.
They were the police are the ones that started the shooting for no fucking reason.
All right.
But when they get killed, you know how that works out.
So
So Assad is your favorite now. Say
nah, man, people who
it.
yeah, that's the thing. If you're talking about slavery days, there's somebody saying that Harriet Tubman, it's like the cops were being bad to the Black Panthers. So now any cop you see as your enemy, you should attack them because
No,
being
see,
black.
that's the issue is that
That wasn't.
Elvis doesn't understand. He doesn't understand that we were still oppressed. I
No,
think maybe
he.
you're thinking that as soon as the cil rights bill was passed, that it just all ended and everything was fair. And if you kill the police, you're a bad person.
Nah, hell no, right?
I
Because
mean, for
that's the
you,
only way that your questions make sense.
Back in those
no,
days,
take Kyler
shit.
for example, right? Kyler talks about his life on his channel quite frequently. One of the things that he doesn't mention, perhaps he's traumatized by, but I don't think that's the case. He doesn't really mention a lot of bad experience with police. Like I'm sure we've all had that. Being pulled over or
That's because
something.
Kala was raised by
Well,
people
that's what I'm
that
saying.
tell him
So all
to
cops are not
be
bad,
a
right?
good
So
boy
Kyler
when
grew up
you
in the
grow up and
'80s, the
shit.
'90s, the '70s, maybe. and he's seeing policing. So I get it. Yeah, I'm not trying to diminish
But
that black
I don't
people are
know.
still.
Even I mean, I don't know Kyle's thing, but I'm saying I don't know a lot of black men who haven't had corrupt.
Plus, it depends on where you live, right? If you live in a neighborhood that's notorious for certain
I didn't
things,
grow up in a notorious neighborhood
No,
in
I'm not talking about
Minnesota.
you personally. I'm saying anybody. It,
Maybe
it
that's just
depends on where
me.
you live. If you live in a more quiet, peaceful neighborhood
And you
where
know, Asada was part
there's
of
not a
Black
history there with the
Panthers,
cops,
so of course they was being targeted. So yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So if you're part of a black radical group that is armed and their rhetoric is that they are going to be violent and resistant, the cops are
man, get
probably
out
going to
of
be more on edge with you.
on the edge.
Yeah, but this is the same country that wouldn't do the same thing to the
The
white ones.
Black Panthers was not like out there trying to beef with the police, man. They were just letting them know, look, if you shoot us, we shooting your motherfucking ass. Simple as that. Wasn't no, oh, we targeting the police.
And again, I mean, I'm being naive here, right? But every time I've got stopped by the police, a couple of times, maybe because of the state that I live in, but couple of times I've been in the wrong and I've been let go, given a little warning and told to do whatever I needed to do to fix the issue. Usually, if I get stopped, I talk to the cops. No issues. I'm on my way. But it's probably because, again, I'm just assuming, maybe because of my criminal record, right? If you have a minimum criminal record, you're not seen as a threat.
Where are you
The
from? Where are you from?
Minnesota. I live in Minnesota.
I'm
So
saying when you grow up, you were in Minnesota and this was happening.
say that again.
You were in like what city? Like a small town in Minnesota or what?
No, well, it's a suburb outside of Minneapolis. That's our big city. But it's like a 60,000 city back then. Now I live in a better city, so to speak.
Yeah, because I used to get pulled over, followed, and every time they pulled me over, they would say, "Are you on?" Usually they say, Can I get your
Are you
license?"
on probation or parole?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they say,
probation
"Are
and
you on parole or
parole.
probation?"
Yeah,
They
that's
ask
Now,
you.
that's the
I've
first thing
never
you
been
pop
asked
up.
that question
Yeah,
before.
I've been
that's
yeah.
the
asked that
first
question
thing
more
they
than two
ask you.
times.
That's I don't know because you guys might be different in your criminal history. Maybe that's why.
Well,
I
They
was,
we
don't
I'm
from
know
a
your
football
Cali.
criminal
player,
history
bro.
when
I
they
It
was
ask you
might
that
be it
question,
might be
Elvis.
different in Minnesota, but in
I was an
Cali,
athlete, bro.
nigga, you
I
on
You
was
guys, all
probation or
three of you are from
parole.
Cali, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
it,
That's exactly what I was saying. Where you
it
grew up
might
matters.
it might be different in
Yeah,
Minnesota.
they never ask that
College
question here.
for a
So
Never.
little while.
98% of black men that grew up. I see. That's what I'm saying. You probably grew up in some like off-brand town or something. I don't know where you grew
Yeah.
up.
Nah,
Now, the thing is, Mufasa, in the Bay Area, if you're in the East Bay, particularly in the Alameda County, they'll ask you, are you from Oakland?
See what I'm
If you're
saying?
arrested in Temple City. That's all they want to know. And then
Like,
if you're
nigga, is
not,
you from
if
Oakland?
you're from Oakland, if you
then
live
they
in
know your trouble,
Oakland,
right?
they
Yeah,
Or
will
they
drive
assume your
your
trouble.
ass to the city border and tell you to go across the city. That's happened.
and I have a couple of them. They say, "Are you a Fourth Amendment waiver?" I mean, the first time they asked me, I didn't even know what that was.
I ain't never heard that. Shit.
Yeah, no. One person asked me that. I was like, I didn't even know what it was.
The hell is that?
Your Fourth Amendment is your search and seizure. So if you're on parole or probation,
Oh,
your Fourth
okay. That's
Amendment
okay.
waives
That's the same
search
What
thing
and
I
as
would
seizure.
like
asking
to
you on
say
parole
is
or
there's
probation.
been so much progress in America. Elvis doesn't have no idea about none of this shit.
I'm just,
Well, I
no, but
mean,
No,
Elvis,
I'm
I'm
saying, look,
aware, bro.
my
I wasn't.
experience is not going to be the same with everybody else. That's what I'm
you
saying. So
can't expect. Yeah,
location
he.
matters.
No, it's the time period in which you grew up in the country. That's
Yeah,
the
the
difference
time
maker.
period.
Because
Yeah,
Minnesota was not
it's the
different
time
than
period
any other part
and
of the
the
rest of
area.
the U.S.,
Yeah.
bro.
I think
Well, no,
college
but
had a
he's
shot
being
at support.
ambiguous about where he was. I mean, if he was in like
Yeah,
Minneapolis or
collar
whatever,
eating a
that's
sandwich
different.
and
Minneapolis was hell for black people.
Yeah, you
TikTok.
know what I'm saying? He would
Yeah,
have
but I
shot.
don't live in Minneapolis. That's the thing, right?
Yeah, you
Minneapolis
know
as a
what I'm saying?
city is notorious for crime. Like we live here, and now it's a lot better. But
Yeah, that
before, when I
might
first came in
that
the early
might be something
2000s,
that they ask like cities with like that has
yeah, the
notorious.
major cities are
Yeah,
always going to
Minneapolis
be.
Yeah,
is
I've
gonna
never heard that
be.
in my life, and I live in the middle of nowhere.
You
Where,
never
Yeah,
heard what?
how many times you was pulled over? Like, were you followed? Like,
A
you
few
have to be
times, a few
driving
times, but even people I spoke to, nobody has ever said, are you on probation, anything like
yeah,
that.
I've never had that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
California is a different
Yeah,
yeah.
state.
Cali is
yeah,
different.
It's so
California
different.
is like a police state for sure.
Yeah. I remember when I first
So they're
got my
probably more
license,
aggressive and more
man.
suspecting with you guys when it comes
But
to
like I said, it
I
policing.
could
was
be like,
18 years old. I got pulled over. That motherfucker said, "You on
No, wait a
probation or
minute now.
parole?"
Steve, in Carolina, when you get
I was
pulled
like,
over,
"Hell
what do the
no."
police say, Steve?
They ask you for your license and registration.
Registration.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. They
Yeah,
ask you
they
for your
ask
And
you.
that's
license and
it. And they
They
tell you
ask
why they
you for
stopped you. You
that.
know why I stopped you?
I've been
You
speeding
Yeah,
got a
they like
tail
if
light.
you ask tail light.
So you didn't make that turn. You
Right.
kind of ran across the sky.
Now,
I've been
Whatever.
I would
speeding
like to
going
point
15
something out.
over.
Now,
It's
there's a
license and
discrepancy here for
registration.
folks that don't know.
License
Steve
and
is only
registration.
25.
So
What does that mean?
Well, what that mean?
You didn't
John?
grow up during this time period that we're talking about.
Oh,
Jonathan, you grew up in the 80s.
Generation, bro.
You
No,
didn't grow up in the 80s, Jonathan.
I grew
But
up in
I
the
mean, I
90s.
could ask older people. I'm pretty sure older people never heard it either. Like I said, that might be something that happens in a place that might got a lot of crime or something like that.
Right. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
saying.
it's
Because
true.
community, the reputation of a community, it kind of puts the cop on edge, especially if it's a high
It's like,
crime
I don't
area.
know. I don't know anybody that
I don't
ever
have that.
experienced police brutality. To me, it
wait.
sounds like police brutality normally happens in places where there's a lot of crime.
Steve, you live in a little teeny weeny country town. What are you talking about?
Okay.
So
You would
that
think
town is probably not
that's
going
my
to be
point.
policed with a lot of fear and a lot of aggression because it
Exactly.
doesn't
That's
have the
the point I'm
history
trying to make.
of a
When
Los
you like
Angeles, for
Man,
example.
that,
ain't no police where fucking Steve live at. Shit.
oh, okay.
Steve got
Got
that
police.
one.
It's one
Steve in one of those
We have
towns
to
that got
drive
one
into the
sheriff.
city to see the
sheriff and a deputy.
police. Shit.
Steve in the town that got the with that one sheriff, that one
Is that
main
true, Steve? You
sheriff.
got to go on Main Street to go to the police headquarters?
Yeah, ain't no fucking
No,
police in that town,
no,
man. 1,000
Like
people,
what?
nigga.
With a
How many
city.
no.
how many people live in your city, Steve?
1,000.
Ain't
A
got no fucking
thousand.
police, man.
Hold on,
Fuck
Jeez.
out of here.
That
hold
is
on.
not, bro.
I keep telling y'all this. I live 10 minutes outside of the city with 50,000 people. It's not a lot, but it's
Yeah,
not.
you got
The
50,000 ain't
police, the
shit either.
police
Yeah,
are
my
cowboys.
city got like
yeah,
56,000
50,000 is
people
still
living here.
small, but
My daughter's
you
high school has more than 1,000 people. That's
Yeah,
not even.
most high schools
but
do.
you still will have a few police with 50,000.
Oh, you
Yeah.
got one police officer in a small office.
So
In
Oh, we
Steve is
have.
even more different than me because I live in a place with 56,000 people, and it's a prominent place here in Minnesota. A lot
You
of
don't go into
where
the
is your
cities,
phone?
shit, you'll
Yeah,
never
well,
see
It's
a
40 million
yeah,
police.
people
where
in the
where
city.
Steve live, everyone know each other.
Yeah,
I live on
And the
St.
black people
Augustine.
know
That's
not to
something.
go towards the
Shout
area of
out
the
to
white
African
people.
knowledge.
Steve stays in his
Oh
little
shit.
secluded neighborhood.
No, shout out to African knowledge status.
Is
That's
so
that
something.
you're
how it
living
is,
out there
Steve?
on your own. Well,
Is that
Steve,
how
you
it
don't want
is,
to move
Steve, over
somewhere
there?
else.
no,
How's the job
And
opportunities out
Steve
there?
ain't got no money. He ain't
I
going
told
nowhere.
you I'm a country boy. I love being in the country.
Oh,
That
country
means poor.
bumpkin.
it's
Yeah,
protected.
I love it.
When the person says I'm a country boy, I ain't never leaving here. That means they ain't got no money to go nowhere else. That's what
No,
that
that
means.
ain't the reason why. I don't like cities, man. When I went into Raleigh, I don't like Raleigh.
You might
Is
have
that, is
social
that,
Really?
anxiety,
now,
Steve. Is that
Steve,
why you got
Not even
social
that.
Steve,
anxiety?
Steve, when I was broke,
Raleigh's
man,
not
I'd
even a
never
big
leave the
city.
United States of America,
Raleigh's not
man.
even a big city, bro. Raleigh's not a big
That's the
city.
mentality,
Hold on,
Steve. I
DK. I
understand
know
that.
Raleigh's not a big city, but I don't like it. I didn't like it when I went to New York. I couldn't stay in New York.
You probably
Uh,
have social anxiety, bro. That's probably what it is. You
I don't know,
probably
man.
just don't like to be
Steve,
around too many people.
I
what
don't
was
like
you,
to be around a lot of people. That is true.
Steve is a good person.
you
See,
was raised in the city
online
or
he's
the country?
talkative, he can
I was
communicate,
raised in the
but
country.
in person he stands
Oh,
in the
okay.
corner and hides his face.
Yeah, a
Just
lot
a
of you are
plastic bag
raised in
of
the
his face.
country. They don't like the city. So,
Yeah, I'm not a city person, bro.
Steve,
He's a
Like
Steve is
I said,
not a city
country
bumpkin.
boy.
I don't like being around a lot of people.
Steve, you got that Petey Pablo song? I'm gonna
shit.
be
When I
country
moved to the
till the
country,
day
shit, I didn't
I
like the city
die.
no more. I hated that shit.
He gets overwhelmed when he's in. I don't get overwhelmed. I just don't like it. It's just too many people.
Steve gets flustered.
Come on.
That's the word.
Steve get paranoid
Man,
about my
what are
job.
people looking at me for? Man? Is it because I'm from a little town in South Carolina or North Carolina?
No, that ain't what I do, bro.
See, remind me of that dude from the woods. You know, the kid from North
North
Carolina.
Carolina.
Oh, who's your favorite
Wait, hold
black
on, Steve.
woman?
Yeah, Steve. Who's your
We
favorite
talking about black women
black woman?
tonight in history.
Harriet Tubman, right?
Harriet
And
Tubman. Yeah.
All the
All right, give
real
me
Harriet
ones,
Tubman,
all
someone
the
that ain't
real
so
ones go for
popular.
Harriet,
Y'all have
man.
anyone that's not popular?
Sister Dolores
Stop
Tubman.
saying popular. She's popular for a reason, Jonathan. What she did was very heroic.
Yeah. But give some name
We're
a
not
very
looking for
popular
obscure. We're
person,
looking for the most
and then
prominent.
name a non very popular person.
No, we need to name people that's not popular too.
You can.
I mean, God
Again,
bless Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, and all of them beautiful women. Okay, name some people that ain't so popular.
Kyla said she wasn't beautiful. That's
Who
what
was it?
Joe.
Talk about Harry Tubman.
Why you looking at an
Colin, you a
elderly man
hater,
talking about
man.
beauty?
That's why
You a
when he was
fucking
saying that, I was thinking, I was like, Kyle, the first thing he said about a woman before he even starts talking about the person.
I'm
She
pretty
was
sure. I'm
gorgeous. She
pretty
was
sure
so
those
fine.
slave. I'm pretty sure those enslaved people saw Harriet Tubman. Like, oh no, I don't want to go with her. She's not beautiful.
She not beautiful. Or like the Memphis niggas that said, she not beautiful. She not beautiful.
She's not beautiful.
Harriet Tubman was married twice. I think she was pretty damn fine.
Right. She was that picture we see of her is when she was older,
Yeah,
man.
that's when she was old already. So yeah, when she was
I ain't never
younger.
seen a fine ass, old ass lady like that. Come on now.
Yeah, people didn't smile in photos at those times.
Yeah, she didn't have nothing to smile about. She was just looking mad.
People in
And,
general, they just didn't smile in photos. White, black, didn't matter. They never smiled back in the day for some strange reason. Even my family.
That
They got
ain't
portraits
strange.
from
Why the hell
The
you can
fuck you
the
smile?
got to
30s and 40s.
smile
They didn't
about?
smile.
Shit.
It's not. Listen, even I gotta keep telling y'all that just because there was slavery or whatnot, don't mean people didn't have fun. They did.
No, but I'm saying somebody like Harriet Tubman, she probably she still had fun, but she ain't be smiling on the picture and shit.
Nobody smiled on pictures. Even if they were happy, they didn't smile.
they probably thought they looked goofy smiling in the moment when ain't nothing to smile about. Like that stupid shit they get us to do. Smile, give me a smile. Like,
Yeah.
but nah, man, I don't know. I don't know another person that did as much as a female in terms of really putting their life on the line. I'm sure other people did it with,
We just didn't hear about them, but
yeah, but she
I
really
heard them
went
talking
out.
about that movie, The Woman King, earlier. They were talking.
Well, fine now. I'll get credit.
shout out to
Condoleezza
the
Rice.
Homemade Empire. That's
Condoleezza
where my
Rice
ancestors come
deserves
from. Shout out.
some
Hey, fuck
beautiful.
the homemade. They was selling motherfuckers
For
like
what,
Yeah,
Jonathan?
we
For her
was selling
political
people.
achievement or for anything particular she did to?
Educational achievement, political achievement, all kinds of shit. What you talking about?
Did y'all know? Did y'all? I just
I
found this out.
mean, Michelle
Oh,
Obama is
shout out to
in the
Simone
same boat
Biles,
as
the
her.
most decorated
I think Condoleezza went
Olympian.
to Yale. Michelle went
That's
to, I
another
think,
one of my
Princeton and Harvard.
favorites. Simone Biles.
Michelle Obama brothers too. He went to Yale. He went
Condoleezza
to
Rice
Princeton.
was a professor. I think she still teaches at Stanford now.
Yeah, but I'm saying
Michelle
she
Obama
went to Yale
was a
with
beautiful
George
wife.
And
Bush.
you know what? I'll add one. Dr. Mai C. Jameson, first black woman in space.
Oh, yes.
Oh yeah, she was on that.
First,
Oh yeah, and the black astronauts are not talked about highly enough. There was a couple of black astronauts that
We
was
never
out there.
went to space, man. That's a
Hey, I
conspiracy.
know
yeah, I'll
y'all
take
may
this one.
not like her, but I like Dr. Frances Cress Welsing.
She's great.
Is she a pseudo?
Nah, see, I
No,
knew
she
this.
was.
See, I knew Elvis gonna come with
No, I'm
this
just
shit,
asking a question.
man.
I'm just asking a question.
Nah, she ain't no fucking pseudo.
Okay.
To
So
the
how do you know I'm
unintelligent
asking?
person,
Is this something that other
she
people
was
ask me for?
pseudo. To the
Yeah,
intelligent
people be
people, she's
talking
not
that shit,
pseudo.
man.
Okay. I don't know what Kyle is. I want to get his opinion on that. If she's a
Oh
pseudo or
no,
not.
no, he loved Dr.
Press
Francis.
Wilson, she was awesome. Nikki Giovanni as a poet and as a speaker, she was amazing. If she was alive today, she'd be a BA. She was pushing delineation back in the days.
From whom?
Oh yeah, he was talking about Sister Soldier too.
Kyla wouldn't. Kyla, I never heard Kyla speak on Francis Cress Wilson. I don't
That's why I
think
want to hear his
Well,
opinion. What do you think about her?
No, he
kind of
like he
feel
like
that
her.
shit.
that's his cup of tea.
Yeah, I think I heard him say he like her before. Yeah, he gave her good praise.
Celebration of Black women in Black History Month. That would be nice.
Yeah.
So who are some of these our contemporary women today that you hold in high esteem? Black women.
Man, Condoleezza
Simone
Rice to be
Biles. I
one
like
of them.
Simone Biles.
Sexy Red, man.
Oh,
Shout out.
come on, Steve.
Shout out to Sexy Red.
Y'all just messed up the whole.
Yeah, I did respect Dr.
Mega Stella, man.
Oh, there you go.
Chedolo, nothing is
There's the
started.
answer.
You know who I respect? That lady on the fair board, the black woman on the fair board. I forgot his name, but she got to that position. She must be really, really
Hey, you know who
top
Barbara
notch.
Sizemore
What about
is,
Aunt
Kala?
Jemima? Do Aunt Jemima count?
Kala?
Come on, man.
Aunt Jemima.
You know who Barbara Sizemore is?
Oh, they took Aunt Jemima off the syrup.
Yeah, I don't think they shouldn't have did that, man.
Yo,
Damn.
fellas, Bantu's asked me a question. Go ahead, Bantu.
No, I said, do you know who Barbara Sizemore is?
I've heard of her, but I never heard her work.
I know Jane Simon. But what do you think about Chris Wilson, Carla? What do you think? Do you think she was a pseudo, or you respect her work as a real guy?
No, he
Back in
said
the
he
day,
respect her.
she was. Let me tell you about her, Frances Cress Wilson. Right? She said some uncomfortable stuff that was true, and people were not ready for it. In other words, basically, with Frances Cress Welsing and her teachings, the ISIS papers, and all that, it does not, unlike other people who we talk about in history, she does not leave you with a happy ending. In other words, basically, what she said was this. She goes, as long as white people fear, the power structure is about keeping this idea of whiteness and white purity. Black people are always going to be in peril. The race is going to be like this. So black people kid themselves by thinking they're going to live in a multiracial society. That's what we thrive for, right? And a pluralistic society, multiracial society. That's not the case because white people will be committing suicide, racially suicide. They're not going to give up that power. Is the land of color and demarcation. People don't like, white people don't like what they say, but it's the absolute truth. White people want their whiteness. They want to enjoy, eat their cake and enjoy it too. In other words, basically, they want their whiteness and everything. They want the world to work out in their favor, but they don't want you to acknowledge that. Say, look, wait a minute here. The reason why we're going through this is because you want to be white above everything else, right? And when somebody's determined to be white, right, that means somebody has to be black. Somebody has to stay black. Somebody has to stay in a subordinate position. And she was just laying it down like that. And black people like, no. I think we, at the time, black people were like, oh, we're going to, people are going to get together and blah, blah, blah. Now we look at it, 2026. I think a lot of black people are revisiting this thing. And there's a growing number of black people, right? Middle class black people, right? Who are questioning the whole idea of integrated society. And a lot of black people are talking about black separatism and black nationalism in black middle America, you know? And now when people thought she was nutty and crazy, people have started to dust off those ISIS papers and say, you know something? This lady made a lot of sense back then. We had to go through all this. That's what's happening right
Do
now.
you feel like
That's why
Howard
she has to be
Howard should have
mentioned,
denied her
Elvis.
tenure?
There ain't no pseudo shit.
DK asked me a question. Go ahead, DK.
No, that was Bufasa was talking to you.
Yeah, I was saying, do you feel like Howard should have denied her tenure? They didn't. They denied her tenure.
Yeah, because the whole
because
thing
of the
is
ISIS
Howard
papers.
basically his endowment is coming from white donors and stuff like that. We're not free. Look, the thing is, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Break it down real quick while I got your attention, right? The only reason why black separatism and the black nationalist movement never got an upper hand is because of academia. Academia is not about black preservation, black nationalism. It's about this ideal utopianism called Americanism, post-racial harmony, and stuff like that. Do you know something, right? I'll tell you some history. Do you know black nationalism is the oldest ideology in Black America? Prince Hall, when he was denied a Masonic order, he split for himself a free African Masonic order and built a Masonic order as good as the white people's Masonic order. That was a response to that. We built Richard Allen built the African Methodist Episcopal Church. He built what he called the African Church, right, in Philadelphia. So black nationalism, response of black to white racism, has always been black nationalism. And that always was there. That's where Francis Quest Wellesley and all these people come from, right? Then you got academics who've been cultivated by white America who've been telling us the higher education, if white people adopt higher education, if everybody adopt higher education, we're going to think on a different level. It doesn't work like that. You can have white people who are highly educated, and sometimes they were like, nigga. Or their primal instinct of white people is always like software is their baseness. Every white man is a Klansman, she said, you know? Every white man is a racist, you know, because that's part of his identity and his survival mechanism. That's the history of America. The American white man. I don't know what she thought about other white men around the world, but she described the American white man to the T.
Yeah, but Carla, so what you said, it's like a subjective living room kind of thing. But do you really feel that you can structure that into a falsifiable, legitimate science like theory or sociological theory?
No. Why? Because she couldn't do it because she doesn't. We don't have the numbers.
Absolutely, genetically.
Yeah, Carla, it's not about the number.
I'm
It's
gonna
about
put Francis Cross as Wilson.
Carla, what you just said, right? Let me just tell you the truth. You hear it right. Every white person have what call mind of they want to dominate, right? You can't put them down low. But the problem with the black people in America,
they want to preserve their whiteness, and to do so,
But you see,
dominate.
you see what I start thinking nowadays through this Donald Trump and others guys, I start having the sense like, is it because white people don't have color in their eyes? That's why they go down like that. They can just eliminate anybody just for them to get what they want. But the problem with the Negroes in America, also, they're not organized like that. They hate every black person that come around them. As long as you don't have that asset, you live in a place whereby the Latinos. So the Negroes in America have a lot of enemy. One pretending to be your friend, the other one pretend to say, okay, I can make you this, but they don't really dancing with you like that. So what you have to do is try organize yourself into one power. Only that the problem with black people that money can easily influence them. Money. With money, you see them on YouTube. When you come to YouTube right now, they all bashing Caribbeans and everything. But without the Caribbeans,
Hey,
even
who is your favorite black woman, Cadola? Who's your favorite black woman?
My favorite black woman?
Yeah.
In history, especially
Man,
Black Americans.
Millie Jackson, man.
Who?
Millie Jackson,
Hold on. Is it
Emily Jackson? Millie Jackson? Who's that?
Yeah, that lady that looks like G-Wago.
She's a singer, Elvis.
Okay, I don't know. But I was gonna say, right? Cadola said something that's kind of true.
Are there any famous Nigerian women in history that we should know about?
Fela Kuti's mom.
Fela Kuti's mom. I was gonna say the same thing. I don't think you can keep right about the same time as well.
I don't know about that, man. I just know what I'm doing. So what I'm talking about is what I mean. If you're not organized and form a strong, that's why I look at this young generation. They're just after the money and dance. But you live in a society like
Cadola, let me say this, right? Let me say this.
Yeah.
Take the LRA, is it the LRA? The IRA, the Irish Resistance Army or something like that. Those guys was fighting for
Republican Army.
Yeah, those guys was fighting for independence from Britain for a long time. A lot of people did all they could to infiltrate them. And eventually they became successful and got their independence. So those guys, like you take Black Americans, for example, right? Those guys were procuring arms, they were getting weaponry, they were fighting, they were using terroristic tactics, they were bombing, they were doing all kinds of things to get that independence.
Wait, what?
We have no land to.
The Irish Republican Army?
Yeah.
They weren't fighting for independence, nigga. They lost.
No, they wanted.
They were trying to reunify Ireland.
Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland, that's what I'm saying. They wanted to unify, but I'm saying they fought the British and they didn't get, infiltrated. They didn't get taken out by money. People didn't influence them and
Evans,
they
they did.
They folded.
No, they didn't fold, bro. They didn't fold. They are very autonomous, and both of that they carry both passports. You understand me? The ones that have independence and the one that's under the UK, they have they can carry both passports and they can run on both countries into their government. So
they could do that regardless of the fact. They could do that. They already have the capability of doing that. That's not something new.
No. Before not.
They're still a part of the United Kingdom. They wanted to split that part from the United Kingdom. They lost in that objective.
No, because they're the one in government, but the one in North can easily form a government, go and contest the South. At the South
they allow them to, they allow them to move as they want, and they were there fighting for a very, very long time. And, look at this guy called Abshabti. Even this guy that not died, man. With 100,000, they will start singing total different music. Not just, I'm not talking about the black people in America alone. The black people nearly all over the world. With little money, man, they will flip. Endurance is not really there. Okay, the old ones even did more. But this new generation, man, they don't do nothing. And you live in a place like United States whereby it's different color. There's some group that actually, if you check their history, they never loved no black people like that. Salvador, Mexico, these ones that are there. Check the black people, check Guatemala and Ecuador and Colombia even.
Oh yeah, those South American countries are very
Yeah,
racist. Very racist.
check what they're doing to their blacks, Africans that are there, or let me call it descendants that are there. They don't treat them well at all. They're the one now called the Latinos. If you give them space, they will pour out their racist behavior because the Spanish blood in them is so deep. You understand me? Don't tell you nonsense. Look at even Dominic close to Haiti there. The work of Dominican Republic.
Dominican
Look
Republic.
the way they hate the other.
Haiti.
See the way they hate their neighbor.
I mean, that's a little
Haiti.
bit. Their history is a little bit complex because I
Yeah,
mean,
but Haiti,
That shit is crazy though, Steve.
Dominican Republic is the only country that have a Bible on their flag. So I think they hate the Haitian because they practice voodoo.
I think it has something
And
to do
then,
with it. He just came in there about try to kill him, but I mean, back in
No,
the day.
man. No. It's
and
not
plus
that. It's
the
just
Haitian
behavior
went in
because
there and subjugated them a while ago.
Yeah,
So they haven't forgotten it.
Hispaniola,
it's not
that
because of
shit
that
don't
skin.
make
It's
no
not because of
sense,
that skin.
man.
That skin, if you go to
I
other
don't.
places,
I don't think it's because of their dark skin,
how
Keto.
do you know?
It's not just because of
It's
dark
a history
skin,
between them,
It's
because
Cadola.
history
There's
between them.
history between them.
it's a lot
Yeah,
of
that's
dark
history between
skinned
them.
Man,
The
if you
Dominicans.
don't feel like
Christian, they have a Christian faith that looks down on the voodoo that's practiced right next door to
you should
them.
not look.
It ain't got nothing to do with religion either.
And religion is part of it too.
I don't
You
Uh,
should, man,
So a lot
okay.
of uprising that the Haitians
Why
put
other
down.
Africans? Let
Most
me tell you
Haitians are
something.
I
that
think
Why
it
way.
other
all got
Africans are
something a
going
little
there?
to do with it.
There's a
All
lot of
Yeah,
Africans that
everything
hold
has
on
to
holiday
do.
that said never go to that place. It's just about the skin. They don't want it to do. That's what
No,
they
there's a
always.
lot of dark skinned Dominicans,
Yeah,
Cadola.
but they're nowhere to be found. Even look at
No, Big Poppy, David Ortiz is one of them.
Go look
Man,
at his
what do you mean they
a
know
lot
where
of
to be
baseball
found?
players are from there.
look
Go
at
look at him.
that Ortiz guy.
Maduro country. Look at them. The white
Venezuela.
the white Spanish there.
Venezuela is a lot of white people, bro.
Hey, hey,
No,
Francis
there's a lot
Chris
of
Wellsing
dark
might be
skinned
your
black people in
favorite,
Venezuela.
There's a
Kidola,
lot of dark skin. There, like I said, look at the
because that was
MSB.
her
That's where
argument.
all of them at, man. I'm trying to tell you.
The colors, the
You
color
know,
scheme.
Yeah,
if you just
the
give a black people
ISIS.
some power to
Yeah, the
eat,
ISIS
people
papers.
just don't put their mouth down, start talking nonsense. I have a deep thinking that I don't like this guy in power. This old man is a fucking guy, and
They're
you
gonna
could see this guy live
come
in
knocking your
America.
door tonight, Cadola. Be careful.
What are you talking
Who?
about, Tanibu?
They're gonna come knock on your gate. That
No,
gate
this
man's
old
gonna be running away when they
see
come there.
Condola ain't scared of them niggas.
this Turkish old man that is in power now that is just doing nonsense. So this will tell you. I'll tell my Africans to be careful. The white man make you a citizen of America. As
Hey,
long as the white man say you're no longer a citizen, you back home. Do your job, build your houses in Africa, and the day the guy will knock on your door, say leave, carry your bag, and say choose. I'll see you later.
Toodles. Say toodles.
Toodles.
Yeah, it's true because these people.
Thank you, Smitty. As someone who's been in South America, there's a lot of dark skinned Venezuelans. There you go.
Yeah, you know that.
These people will make you. They
Colombians
will
have
make
the
what they want.
most,
oh yeah, no, he's saying that they treat him like that because
Oh,
that's
absolutely. Yeah.
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 Because of your skin, man.
Right.
Colombia has a. I don't know if they still do, but they have a black African vice president in Colombia.
Not too long, just because the man did it, man. This man just want something like that, but not too long.
Somebody just got killed in Colombia. One of the senators or something.
Was that Colombia or Mexico? I think that was
No,
the
it was
guy that got hit
Colombia.
by the cartel in Mexico.
Nah, well, this was like a few months ago.
Yeah, that's
They
what I'm talking
talk.
about. It's a mayor in Mexico that got killed.
Nah, it was
Yeah.
one in Colombia.
It was in Colombia, okay. Because I
Yeah,
saw the video where he
I
got
think it
killed
was
at the
a
birthday party.
senator. Well, he was a mayor or a senator.
Yeah, it's a mayor. I think they're talking about Mexico.
Colombia, one black woman is the vice president there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because they just want to include her.
Oh, come on. They got a large population of black people in Colombia.
And guess what? They look at French Parliament. They have a Negro there, one Congolese woman. What do they call it? They call her monkey immediately inside that parliament. You know what I mean?
Oh, boy.
I think this woman was also called monkey
Well,
like that.
Condola, our own president called our former president, first lady monkeys, but Carla and them still support them. Carla say it was the aid. It wasn't Trump that tweeted that out. That was his aid.
Condoleezza's from the old school. He keep calling us Negroes. Negroes.
No, because man, we just have to be very careful. These people, I have one inside my house, but that doesn't mean I cannot just digest what is going on. Really, I even told my wife. I said because
the people that voted for Trump, at least Jonathan said he wasn't stupid enough to vote for Trump.
I didn't vote for Trump either.
How's the laws in California? I know I don't want to be prejudiced. Kind of. Is there a relaxation for convicts now to vote then too, or if you're a convict you can't vote at all?
I don't know.
Why you asking Bantu?
Yeah, why you asking me?
I'm asking Bantu because Jonathan's quiet. I don't know if he's on the chat.
Oh, nah.
You can vote. You can be in prison in California and vote.
And vote. Okay, all right. I just asked it because I don't know how the laws are. But I'm saying you say you were smart enough not to vote for the nigga, but a lot of these guys voted for this and they act as if they're quiet right now. You hear Dynasty barely opens his mouth to say anything about Trump.
Smitty,
like the guy T. Khalid.
No.
I criticizing Trump today.
I do think it's kind of strange that you can that in a state prison or in a county jail you can actually go vote.
Wow.
You think it's strange? Why?
Yeah, don't get scared now.
Sounds weird.
I mean,
Smitty, why do you say that? Why do you say that comment? They more similar to black Americans. What makes them more similar to black Americans?
This lady that is who is this one?
Well, South Americans, they have a culture that has some fusion of blackness.
Yeah, that's Leslie, man. That's my future wife, man.
You? Who's that, Steve? Steve?
Yeah, so I'm saying like the South American culture. I mean, it's a fictional thing, but it's similar like that for Colombia. You ever seen that movie Encanto? The movie?
Yeah.
So you have a lot of Colombians. It's some South Americans. They have black people that intermarry in their families.
I give it to you.
They have a similar culture to. I think that the people most likely to black people or Africans are the Haitians, right, and the Jamaicans.
Right.
But I think she made up all the white people, quote unquote. Maybe the white passing people. The South Americans are probably more akin to African culture. The way they live, they live in more like rural village areas. They're fine with that. They do like farming.
They isolate those people for so long that those people they still keep their culture. I was watching video I saw even in Guyana. They have they live like Africans. They eat this fufu of it.
There's this guy and a guy that my dad is friends with, right? And he likes our food. He likes our African food. And he's an Indian guy.
Where's he from?
Why
He's from
why the
Guyana.
black Canadians ain't got African culture? Why people from Barbados ain't got African culture? Why you got to be from the poor areas to have African culture?
Yeah.
Oh, Jonathan. So, Mboma Baruti is saying there's no power in being Black American, but rather an African. Black Americans are ill positioned to have multi-level upliftment. Except for Black American, other U.S. group use ancient homelands as resources. As a resource.
Hold on, let me ask a question. Kidola, or
what was that? The Ubuntu King?
Yo, asking me a question.
I was in Mboma.
Yeah, I said. You said this is gonna be your future wife.
I think he
that
said
was Ben too thirsty. His girl gonna come from work and heard what he said and put a slap on him.
Hey, she is a beautiful woman up here, though.
I give it to you, Steve.
Her skin is flawless. I don't really do too much shaming for women like that.
Don't lie to yourself.
Her skin is nice.
Yeah.
I'll be trying to hit on my wife, nigga.
This lady will buy you.
My bad, Bantu.
But if you're gonna marry this lady,
you're that girl that moved to Chicago, Ben, to Champagne or wherever you are.
You will whine you to death. about this lady. I don't like her at all,
You don't
man.
like
You don't like the lady that's talking Cthulhu? You know her?
don't like
You
Leslie?
recognize her?
Oh
Yeah, I do her, man. She's a whiner,
She
man. She was
she was the
talking
girl that was talking shit, in Gambia, or is it a different
in
person
Ghana,
hey
in
you
Ghana?
man,
know.
she
She's
got beat up. She got the nerve. She got the right to talk
man, this
shit,
one can put a
man.
kiss on your head, man. The
Fuck.
day you fuck her,
Who
She
is this
man,
lady? Who is she?
she would tell the
she's
police
like a
to
It's
leave her.
somebody that
blogger. She's in that
she
space.
got
Black
scammed
ladies going to Africa and blogging about it. I
in
guess
Man,
Ghana.
her
in
boyfriend
Ghana,
smacked her for talking shit or some shit like that, which is
she was talking nonsense,
it's
man.
not it's not
I get
right.
what you're saying, Smitty.
Let Steve marry her, man.
I get
Steve
what you're
live in the
saying,
country
Smitty.
home side. Maybe she will be quiet more there than, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to Steve, man, since she
Yes,
ain't
I
But
think
hold
Steve.
on now, Elvis. Explain Baruti's comment and whether or not you agree with him and why.
I mean, Baruti is saying, that the power, what makes a group powerful, especially in the United States, if they're of foreign origins, is their home base. Like Japanese Americans or Chinese American or Indian Americans, they have a large home base and they utilize that home base to their
I
advantage.
think that's what
But Baruti,
Kala be saying
to
too.
push back on you a little bit, those people are different because they're recent immigrants, so they have most likely direct knowledge of their homeland that they came from. Unlike the African Americans who have been separated from Africa for so long, it's harder to tap in and reconnect with the
But I
homeland
see,
that they've
I
been
see.
detached from.
Look. Let me give you an example. Like I went to a high level dinner the other day where the top executives for a marketing firm came down here, took my sister, the SGA, and the three MGAs, me, my brother, and Ken, out for dinner, and basically just talked about the future, which we got great with that. So, and then I bought my sister's Mercedes. I got a good life here. Right? I mean, I go to Liberia and whatnot. So let me just throw all that away, right? I have no problem communicating with my family, my brothers in English, right? So I should just throw all that away, right? And adopt a Ubuntu so I can go to wherever I go and starve, be ostracized and whatnot, be ridiculed, be scammed, be ripped off. I think I had enough.
Nah, Carla, in all fairness to him, he's saying that the things that you see the Indians doing, the
Let me,
things you see the Lebanese doing,
say something. Bruno
and
said something. Let me break it down to you. Black people right now, this one brother broke it down. Do you know that majority of black people in America live in mixed income, mixed racial, multiracial communities right now? And that most black people in the middle class, educated middle class, that's what I'm saying. What the hell? He's acting like I don't know, where's he like we're just when he's the Broody is going by the people he see on the street corners in the Bronx. So I can solve their problem. That's not the majority of us, Rudy. Goddamn. So when I look, let me give you an example. We had a meeting in my office Friday, right? My sister's partners, they came on. These are powerful black women, They came down here, right? And it was like they know I go to Liberia, right? They saw I have the Liberian flag and stuff like in my office, right? They're like, oh yeah, I know you go to Africa, right? I said Liberia, right? I said almost said I haven't been to Africa yet. I just went to Liberia.
oh my God,
no,
Liberia is the Africa of Africa.
no, that
Stop
almost
it.
slipped out. That almost slipped out, right? Anyway, so anyway, she was like, "Oh my God, I heard you have a good time." When I said, "Yeah," she goes, "Send some pictures." I'll bring her some souvenirs and whatnot. But I got a lot of people interested in Africa right now. They're like, okay, now if I told them, one of the prerequisites is you got to do Ubuntu, you got to learn Kiswahili, you got to do all this.
That's not what he's saying, Carla. You misrepresented it. Let me explain to you.
So what I'm saying is this: I know Black America, right? I know my people, right? I want them to get interested in Africa, particularly Liberia and countries like that, right? But I want us to do it our own terms. What Baruti he wants us on his terms.
Jumbo, Baruti, Jumbo.
I don't care about his Ubuntu culture.
The key thing he said here is multi-level upliftment.
We already got
Hold on, Kyla, hold on.
uplift who?
Kyla, let me speak, please.
You gotta talk to Baruti in
We're
Swahili. Habai Gani. Habarigani,
For
Bori.
individual. We don't want the friggin' upliftment or whatever.
Listen to what I'm saying. Let me explain it, right? So living in a middle class life, it's nice. It's fine. There's
Yeah, it's
nothing
great.
wrong with that.
Show me
Hold
anything.
on. Hold on. But picture this, right? If a person is wanting to have a steel mill and be an independent
We don't
steel
have
mill owner. Hold
like
on, Carla. We heard about the guy, Hightower, right? But for other people who want to have more, they can go to these countries like Liberia, for example, to have iron ore. You can have a conglomerate of black American men who start a corporation and get iron ore directly from the continent and import it back here and hire black people at a steel mill. They have a direct resource from their mother
hold on.
continent and
Oh,
they're
but
uplifting their community using a resource from that continent.
what's that got to do with?
That's just one example I'm giving you,
Hold on,
Carla. That's what
hold
he's
on.
talking about.
If people are doing that, look, this is what
Who do you know that's doing that, Carla?
Hold on. This is what pisses me off, right? There are black people that do business overseas and whatnot in Africa right now as we speak. You know, there's black American investment groups all over the continent, right? And what I'm trying to say is this, right? And they're business people. They're not Pan-Africanists. The people who are successful in Africa are not Pan-Africanists. They don't believe in none of that stuff like that. You know, their business, they're like facts, figures, accounting, bottom line, whatever, figures, footnotes, balance sheets, all the shit like that. That's the real business world, right? I am sick and tired of people putting something to me and it has not worked. Why don't he show me an example?
It hasn't been. People here haven't utilized it. What he's telling you is not to go to.
Hold on. You got all these
Jesus.
Africans on the continent. How come Ghana and Liberia, like, let me give you an example. Perfect example I'm talking about. I thought about this today. So I put a lot of thought in my shows, right? I thought about today. I said I was really upset. The back and forth between St. James and Lewis, right? Now, St. James is a Mussy guy from the other side of the border. I know the Mussy people. They're fierce and they're stubborn. I study their history, you know. Lewis is a friggin' Shanti, northern Ghana region, when not like there. Instead of them talking about let's building trade, let's do business, let's do Ubuntu, back and show us the way, right? They're talking about my tribe this, we're gonna take this, we're gonna fuck you up and blah 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 blah. I'm saying to myself, and then these people say we want to come to me and tell me about some fucking Ubuntu. I have not seen no Ubuntu.
Let me break it down, Carla. Again, but really, I wish you could come on the show. But what I understand for what he's saying is, you don't have to go and live in Africa.
So
Use Africa's. Listen.
What do we need?
Use Africa resources for the upliftment of your people here. You can do so much more with whether it's rubber.
Elvis, the day Black America gets a fucking crumb out of Africa, the day when hell freezes over.
Carla, you're not listening.
Damn,
You're
that's
not
a
gonna. He's
strong.
not
That's a
saying.
strong
How
FBA
Black
talking
America
point.
gonna get rid?
That's a
Hold on.
strong.
Let me ask you something, Elvis. Right? There's like at least 500 oil blocks off the coast of Africa, West Africa, right? How many of those oil blocks were given to Black people?
That's not how it works. Nobody.
Why is it not it work? Why is it?
Because he's not advocating.
You know who has those oil blocks, Elvis? You're greedy ass fucking people on the continent.
Oh boy.
You're trying to share.
You're not listening. You're getting too emotional. Grasp the concept,
Kala, you used to like they have to allocate
That
something to you,
concept
right?
is
In
not
America.
that hard to
In
grasp.
Africa, nobody
No,
allocates
what
anything
he's
to
saying
nobody.
is they're businessmen
It's
here, right? They can
bullshit.
form a conglomerate, right? And go and buy the oil blocks.
Hold on. We just talked all
It's just
night.
another name for Pan-Africanism.
Hold on. We just talked all night how on a small scale we got girls like this on the screen getting ripped off. So why was any millionaire, black billionaire, put their money in Africa and this little stuff can't?
Because the black billionaires are going to do their due diligence. They're going to have lawyers. They're going to be well prepared and equipped to make good deals.
Kala, nobody's ripping her off. In Africa, if you build to the beach, Kala, she don't understand African system, right? She went to the beach, close to the water side. In the water side, sometimes the government owns those land. They can use it at any
She
time.
don't understand that when she going to Africa, she going to
and if you're not from
It's
the
not
tribe,
that they don't utilize the U.S. government when they go to Africa because they want to be
if you're not from the
Pan-African.
tribe, from those
Those
territories,
billionaires, they
your
will
power is
utilize the
very.
U.S. government in every instance.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah. So the
She
bottom line
got
is,
ripped off by a
if
chief.
you're
Talking
going
about
over
you.
there as
We
a
got we got an Indian company in Liberia doing iron ore mining.
Rudy
Where's
Floyd,
the iron? Where's the Black American iron ore miners that can go in there and make $1 billion deal
Elvis,
and
listen.
extract those resources and bring it back here and hire black people to work in their factories?
Always on here. He wants to change Black History Month to Pan African. The moment you talk about Pan Africanism and whatnot, you basically cut ties with the United States. You even mention that, you know. So
Not necessarily. Take for example, Kyle. Everything I'm saying here, you can do it with being an American company. Say it's three black millionaires. They form a corporation or conglomerate, right? And they're registering this country, the United States of America, as a steel factory. And they go into an African country that's reaching iron ore, like Liberia, and they sign an agreement with the government. They can do that. Everything I'm saying here, they can do it legally on the United States. And they mine iron ore and they import that iron ore in this country and run a factory making steel rods, and they're hiring black American people, maybe in the inner city or maybe in a city like Gary, Indiana, uplifting black people using their wealth in Africa as the base in which they're extracting resources to uplift their people here in America. So you're benefiting from it by working with them, and they're reinvesting their money back in your communities.
Come on with
It
that
can be
idea.
done.
But the thing is, when you go to Africa, everybody got their hand out. You got
Oh
all
boy.
roadblocks, red tape, and barriers.
Yeah, you gotta pay everybody and their mama.
Kala, this is the
Shit.
problem. A typical black Americans have no emotional attachment to Africa. It's never in their radar, and they don't want nothing to do with it. But the problem is the problem is you want to be
that
closer
ain't
to the
it.
white people, but the white people that you put closer to
That
actually have
definitely
a broad way of thinking and
Look
businesses,
at old
right?
Leslie here.
The black America, they're broad, the way they think is far different than the white people that you want to be closer to. And the white people some to make rules for you people, even those that are billionaires also. So living that boss will be very, very difficult for black America. You understand me? And now the Latinos are kind of like coming as a majority minority right now. It will even be far more squeezed inside a boss and place like America whereby they cannot use you politically, they will dump you. You understand me? You know, it's like
Do you see Africa as a resource, or do you think Africa sees you as a resource?
I think both could be true at the same time. Yeah.
Africa can be a resource. It's Africa.
If you have resource, right? And that's the thing, because a person like Jonathan or maybe other people who have some money, they can go to Africa, whether it's starting a tech company or a call center or something that they know how to do, they can do it. And then you have people who have a level of money and resources where they can go in there and do real big business and import, into the United States raw materials to build things here, by building companies and factories here.
scared of flip flop.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a resource. Yeah, absolutely.
That's a resource. Now I want to say something I find very interesting. I just did research on it. If this lady is being scammed anywhere in Africa,
he's very scared of that. You know what I mean?
She could tell the U.S. government, and the U.S. government can issue an arrest for the people that scammed her.
Okay.
But because they're Pan-African, they won't go that route. Because that's anti-Pan-African.
How is that anti-Pan?
Not only that is
You don't have to detach yourself from America to do business in Africa.
Apparently, it don't matter. Scamming an American citizen is scamming an American citizen. It's against the law.
Why is
They
that
can come get you.
anti-Pan-African? Pan-African?
Because they got this
how people
fantasy
got
that
they're poor and you don't want to run to the white government that you claim to hate so much to say, hey, this Negro scammed me. This government official scammed me.
Pan-Africans hate the white government?
Apparently,
That's the thing. That's why these people talking. That's why it always sounds stupid to me.
Did you hear Kala tell the story?
They always say Elvis is an agent.
Stepchild
Elvis
of black
loved the white man. They always say that stupid shit because they think if you go to Africa, you got to detach yourself from the United States. People like
you should never detach yourself from the United States.
Yeah.
That's why it's good for
That's
them
your
to
power.
If you ain't got no homeland, you ain't got your own country. United States is your country. Leverage that shit. As far as I'm
Exactly, it's good
concerned,
for them
if you
to.
get scammed for $60,000, you should be advocating the U.S. to bomb that country.
Not to bomb it, but to,
Bomb
to,
that
Go all the
to
way
get
bitch.
your
out.
money back through arbitration.
That's a little bit too
You know,
far.
I
Get your
think
money back and bomb it.
I think Elvis, I think it's
And
good
she
for Black
got beat up
America.
by a nigga. Bomb that bitch.
I think it's
Bomb
good for
that
Black America to form
motherfucker.
their own group. I
But
think
she's
that would be
going. She's
better
going
for
in
Uh,
the
them.
military. She's going to take
Hold on,
action.
hold on. I think this lady was on Diney show, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
she went on there
Yeah,
before.
I
Yeah,
remember. I knew she looked
yeah,
familiar. Yeah, I remember she
Yeah, I
called
mean,
her.
look,
yeah.
You know the
scamming.
Your
greatest way
future wife,
for a lot of
Steve. I'm
African
giving her to
countries to
you
stop being
now.
corrupt like
You
that
know
and
who
stop
get
doing that
you know who
shit?
gets
Bomb
scammed in
them.
Africa? The Chinese. The Chinese get scammed in Africa. The Indians less so because they know how to scam. They know scam when they can smell it from a mile away. But the Chinese get scammed in Africa with fake gold and all kinds of crazy
Yeah,
stuff.
people
Yeah,
don't
and then the
know.
Chinese
India
get
is
their
like
action back.
shit. They one of the top number one scammers in the world.
Who, the Chinese?
India,
Yeah, the Chinese
Yeah,
are
the
India.
badass.
Indians. Can't
Yeah,
scam. You can't scam a scammer, man.
yeah. You can't.
the
Exactly.
Indians, the Indians are bad scammers also.
They'll see it from a mile
Yeah.
away. So you wanna scam me? I can't do an Indian accent, but I was gonna do one.
The
So you wanna
Africans are
scare
not
me?
too
Yeah?
good. The
Okay, I got
Africans are not
something
too
for you.
good. The Africans are not too good at
Hell yeah,
scamming
they
because they're
running
very.
the same goddamn scam.
Yeah, the Africans are not too good at scamming because they're very loud. You know, they make little money, man. They just showing their.
Bro, okay, I'm gonna tell you about a famous Liberian scammer, right? There's a guy called, he's still alive. He's in Liberia now, but his name is Cassell Cool. This guy was working with an American guy, and he convinced this guy that he has a gold mine, a mining refinery, and he did actually have a mining refinery, right? But the quantity of gold that he told the guy he had wasn't true. So he took pictures. He sent him, a few, like gold nuggets, and this guy believed him. And I think he invested something like $13 million with him to build like a big gold mining refinery. And this
Yeah.
guy stole that money and fled, and tried to run. And the United States went and extradited him and brought him back to the United States. I think he served like 9 years for that
Yeah,
scam. He's paid
that's
some
a
restitution.
lot of money. Shit,
Yeah, now
13
he's back
million.
in Liberia, probably still living up some of that money. He's trying to run for the footballing association president. He has a football team in Liberia.
Yeah.
FC
Yeah.
Faso,
That 9 years was worth it.
Yeah, so that scammers, man. The scammers everywhere. They scam white people, they scam Chinese, they'll scam you too if you're gullible. So it's not just they're not targeting you.
It was what tribe was the dude from?
His last name sound like it's probably a cool
Yeah,
guy.
scamming
It's
Now,
motherfuckers
probably
will
cool.
I got
scam
a question.
anybody.
How powerful is the United States that they can have your people arrested for committing crimes, not in America but in that country, as long as it's against American citizen, they can
Well,
still go
if you
after
have an
you.
extradition treaty with them, they can extradite them.
There are
So
countries
not
without
all African
extradition
countries have
treaty that will send
extradition.
their people over, except the powerful countries that be like fuck you, like Russia or some shit.
So that's why I'm saying people just don't know their recourse, because if you get scammed and you go and look, what can I do here to try to recoup my money? You get a lawyer, go to the embassy. You can probably get some recourse, especially if it's somebody well known and you have the evidence and the proof that you did business with them and you didn't get your merchandise and all of that. It's an easy case. The government of that country will probably give that person up, and you can recoup some of your money. But sometimes the scam is not fully a scam. Sometimes it's just an investment. An investment is a risk. If you invest your money with somebody,
Yeah,
there's
that's
always a
what I
risk
was
you can
trying to
lose it.
say. They gonna frame it like, oh, this was just an
Hey, I'm
investment.
watching. I'm watching a YouTube called the
Yeah, my
Westfield.
mom lost $20,000 in investment 2 years ago, to a
Yeah, they
guy who
just
was
gonna
doing
say,
big business, and there's nothing she can do. A lawyer told her, well, it was
It
an
was fake
investment.
business.
It wasn't fit business. It was like the guy was a big like mogul. He's like a big Liberian guy. He's a Bitcoin millionaire, and he was trying to do some like business with like housing. I forgot what it was, but it's like
And
foster housing.
it went bad.
It went bad, and she lost her money.
That's not a scam. But this woman, when
Yeah.
she's explaining, this is a scam.
oh
What
yeah,
did she
she
say?
got.
What's the gist of it? What did she say? What happened with the
She bought
Well, she was
land.
supposed to get some land on the beach, but obviously she couldn't get it because it owned to some chiefs, and they lied to her and said, "Yeah, you can still get it."
And that was the land.
Well,
That
that's
was the
stupid. She
government.
should have done an investment to know what's
No,
required.
she
What's
did
the
all
She
her
did
due
all of that.
diligence.
All that.
No,
Did
she
all that.
want to.
Hey, due
Well,
diligence in Africa can't
let
beat a good
Kyle
scam.
explain. Kyle can say it better.
No,
All
which
right, go
was
ahead,
she went
Carla.
to the crime bureau and whatnot. They went to land. They said it's all good. We took care of it.
Yeah.
She got it all cleared and everything like that. Then when she said she was in
Very good.
Tanzania, she got a text message that somebody
Look at the
else
water.
owns the land. How did that be? I went through all this.
Kala milk a dollar.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kala.
So I'm saying, so my whole thing is, so she did all that, and she's like, "Oh, I'm out of land, money, and stuff like that." But the thing is, like I tell people, even in Liberia, I tell people all the time, you want to be involved in buying land, count me out with it. Even though I help sell land in Liberia, right? I just don't want to get involved, because the bottom line, I know black people. Only way I would tell somebody to buy land in Liberia if you're going to plan on living there. I don't like that absentee stuff like that. That you have land and then what happens is you get people to fix it up and they don't do it, whatever like that. You're spending the money. You
And
think
the
you're gonna.
thing is, once you're in this space, you know about the land scams. That's one of the most trickiest things to get into. So you got to be really, really
Well,
100%
even
sure.
even
Yeah.
even like Liberia, they got to do title deed system.
Man.
It's not even that. It's the fact that the matter is, as I saw, right. The problem is, when you're not there, right, somebody could easily squat on your land. And what are you gonna do? You go there and say, "Oh, I got this land," but somebody just put a shack up or whatever. A bunch of people.
What most people do is they build a fence on that land. They put back in
Other
the day we used
people
to
go
put
over the
cornerstones on
fence.
the land on the four
I've seen
corners.
people. Yeah, that's what people do. They build a expensive fence. Like Edwin Snow, he has a fence. He has an abandoned mansion he built for his girlfriend and whatnot. 4 years, that thing is still not fit complete. He has a big mansion on the beach. He built for his girlfriend, one of his girlfriends and whatnot, and it's still not complete. And my boy Flo said, yeah, his wall is like 7 inches on his property. So one thing about Liberia, there's situations like America where you got property lines and stuff like that. I don't think they have that in the rest of Africa. They have property lines, stuff like
They
that. He said,
probably do, Kyle.
no, they don't. No, they don't.
How do you
Because
know? You haven't been there.
why? Because the whole machination, if they had property lines, stuff like that, they wouldn't have a chieftaincy. Property lines, all that stuff like deals with private property.
Carla, this woman went to the beach because saw black American woman married a Ghanaian who is from that place. And she tried to have a similar
Carla, you've been
type
watching
of
her,
Well, you
haven't you?
said she wanted a beach so she could have a dream beach wedding on the
that
beach
Ghanaian is from the
in a
tribe.
place.
Is from that place. This were tribes. Huh? You
You
see,
said she wanted a beachfront property so she can do a beachfront wedding. Is that what you
for you
said?
to able to have a strong foot, that dude that she have a boundary originating from that tribe, that owns those places, and the people just came her. They know she's not from there.
It was
This
probably
was
the
tribe
boyfriend who helped those people to
common law
scam her.
in Africa.
Oh
Tribe first,
yeah.
He probably told her, "Oh, this is my
yeah, tribe come
ancestral
first.
land. I'll talk to the people who will buy the land." And then that dude probably went there and connived with those people to steal from her.
So if you're not from there, if you're not from those tribes, nobody's going to fight for you. Tribe come
Yeah.
first. That's why before
Well, it's
anything, you
so
have to
sad. She
infuse
went through all the so-called, procedures and
She would have
everything.
bought a land in the
That's what I'm
in the
telling
inner
you. She
city.
probably trusted her boyfriend and he probably backdoored her.
No, it wasn't a boyfriend. It was actually a government agency that she trusted. It was 2 government agencies she was working with.
I feel sorry for her because she worked out for that body a lot. You can see that, I
But
don't want
even
people to
here,
start
she's not even looking like she's in despair, right? She
No, I
looks
seen
happy.
her on the camera crying one day. She was
this kind of
very
women that people
sad.
be smiling looking at you, but they will put lawsuit on your head in the United States if you
Well,
get
yeah,
married.
if you steal 60,000, yeah, they got to put a lawsuit on your head, Condola. But she looks
No,
happy
I'm
here.
telling you
She
the
looks,
truth.
she looks
Yeah,
free.
she
Apart
look
from that,
happy there. Yeah.
if you get married to a lady like this man that look very smooth, laughing and everything, man, you will put laws on
Hey,
your head. By the time
I
that
fuck
relationship
that. I'm
don't go
taking her
well,
back
you call the
now. Fuck
police,
you,
man.
Condola.
You be doing all kind of shit to her, and then you gonna be a very
Man, to
big
go
player.
rescue your sister, man.
Leave her alone,
Go get revenge for her.
man. I'm coming for you,
We
Ghanaian.
gotta ask Lewis, man. What's up with Ghanaian scamming people,
Yeah,
man?
where's Lewis and
And Ghana
No,
really
no,
wasn't
Louis,
known as one of the countries that do a lot of
Louis
I
will
scams.
thought
tell
I, I
you.
thought
they gonna pop
I
up once you
thought Ghana
start
was
talking
like
about
You
even
them.
from there some of the best scammers.
Let me tell you something. I went through Bomani for years, right? He said, yo, he went through like 7 lawyers, because one lawyer, they get anything and the people pay the lawyer off, some money. And the police, he goes, you try to file a police report. He said, suddenly you go back there, the police lost the paperwork and shit like that. They don't have a good accurate filing system and whatnot. And then sometimes you got to buy the police their pen and paper and
Oh,
shit
well,
like
yeah,
that.
that's the same thing in Liberia, bro. You gotta buy the police gas to get on that bike so you can go run after your own case. That's
And,
Africa for you.
and you arrest somebody in Ghana, you got to pay for that person's food and lodging in a jail. And
You become your own prison industrial complex. Now you gotta start housing prisoners.
hold
Oh,
up, but
shit.
that's the spirit of Ubuntu that
Oh, no, God, don't tie that to Ubuntu. Stop it. But
Ubuntu,
Rudy's making a
Baruti,
point here that
Ubuntu.
Ubuntu ideology is
Where's
used in
all of
U.S.
them
HR
boats?
I
and in
think
business
I've
culture.
heard enough about Ubuntu tonight, man.
Listen, we can't practice Ubuntu because we're not from southern part of Africa. That's a southern
Elvis,
African thing. We ain't from West
Louis
Africa.
believe every woman have
You
to
gotta
be in the
learn
kitchen. If you
Kiswahili.
have
You
to
said what,
introduce
Cadola?
if Louis believe every woman have to be in the kitchen. So if you have to
Yeah, I
introduce
mean, Lewis is so disrespectful to women, man. I like Lewis, but damn,
if you have to introduce this woman to Louis first
that
of
that
all,
one
Did
Ghanaian
y'all hear
sister
did
V.
you see what he said to that Ghanaian lady on
Hey,
Yeah,
Dynasty?
yeah,
nah,
V.
Elder,
Oh, he be going at V at every
you was
chance. He didn't
acting
cuss
just
out.
like Lewis
Lewis didn't
when
cuss out Frenchie. He cussed out Honeyflower. He cussed out V. He cussed out all the women.
y'all all cussed out honey flower, man.
Yeah,
All
Honeyflower,
y'all.
she was out
All
of pocket a
y'all
lot.
did, man.
But other women, man, Lewis been going at them. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, Lewis
Louis
going
Louis the traditional man, African man that believe
And
you're supposed to
he's incensed that a fellow Ghanaian woman won't be on his side. He's like, I can't believe this woman, this treacherous woman. I said, Lewis, relax, bro.
He was pissed off
I
about
like
that.
the guy. I like Louis a lot. She will cost you at the time before any other
Yeah,
thing.
sometimes he'll be calm. He'll say, my brother, my brother. And then sometimes he just go, I think that nigga might be bipolar, but I like him. I think when he's coming at St. James, always on his side when it happens.
Lewis be on that
No, see,
alcohol shit.
Elvis.
What, Steve?
You say you on whose side when it comes to
I'm on,
St. James?
I'm on Lewis' side, man.
Okay.
Because Lewis, what he says is that fuck it, Ghana is a sovereign country, and these dudes be talking like Ghana, which is a more powerful, more successful, wealthier country, a better ran country, should kowtow to a new country that's just coming up to black like Burkina
Well,
Faso.
you talking
Isn't Ghana
about
for Henry
Sierra Leone?
Hold on, I just came across an article on Twitter, but I can't share it here, right? Where Ghana is sitting down with AFRICOM, discussing the French and the United States joint military operation.
Yeah, Ghana could do that. They're not beholden to anybody else but themselves.
I thought they was paying Africans.
Yeah, they're riding the
Fuck
AFRICOM.
that shit. They worry about their security. You got Russia in your backyard. You think they're gonna be worried
Told
about it?
you ain't no Pan Africanism. It's Pan Scamism, Steve.
Steve, don't follow. Don't listen to that bullshit. Some 20-something-year-old, 30-something-year-old guy take power in a country that's been well ran like Ghana. That's have multiple
Hold up,
transition of
Elvis, right?
powers.
Isn't that what happened in Liberia? The 28-year-old guy took power.
No, my point. The parallel here is that other countries didn't go follow this guy and align with him simply because he took power through a coup.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, look, you can't. That's what Frenchie was telling me about. He said you're being a little hypocritical here. You had a really bloody.
I don't. You don't know, Carla. Maybe you don't know me. We've been talking all these years and you don't know me. I don't support Samuel though. I always criticize him that he's not a hero. I never say he was a hero.
Samuel Doe is your Lord and Savior, man.
No, it's not. That's what you don't understand. That's your tribal mentality, Carla.
He just be talking shit because you be coming at
I
him.
just say those shit because you get mad. I get on the, and I want to get you mad.
This our tour guide guy, Ambrose, right? Nice guy, man, but he was hoarding all the money. He tried to make
He was
off.
holding. He's Carla.
Look, really. He was trying to make off with all the money. He's supposed to pay all his people helping him.
I saw something the other day that had me choked up for a second. So Holub, right? You know your friend Holub? Holubism, his channel. It popped up in my feed. And then he made a new channel, so I went there. And you know what he got in his bio? The founder of the BAIO.
BAIO.
I couldn't believe that shit.
Yeah, the bottom line is like he could say he was.
He
Look,
founded it with you, right, Colin?
yeah, it was me and him. You know.
Oh, you and him? Okay, all right.
But hold up,
I thought it was a college
so
baby.
look, I was the one who the energy because Holup was lazy. You know, he's lazy. Didn't put no work in. He was riding off of me right now. You know, he thought he would ride off into the sunset on my back. I got the proof, man. Bomani, I organized with Dynas and Bomani the first BIO meetup in Atlanta, Georgia. Dynas was there. I got the video. Dynas was there. Jonathan Hill was there. Narette was there. It was like the young generation of BIO. Narette, all these guys, or Jonathan was an engineer. We had a bunch of engineers there in the BIO, whatnot, scientists and whatnot, you know. Then you had the old school guys like Bomani and all these other people, right? So these two forces of the red, black, and green came together. The BIO was a new generation of young people, new tech, savvy, and whatnot. They were all interested in this idea of an Afghanistan and whatnot, you know.
I
And
seen
so,
that video where y'all met up. I was like, dang, that's nice.
hold up. The thing about hold up is this, man. I know Elvis probably communicating with him right now.
Oh my gosh, Colin. Colin, you really think I'm your op, don't you, Colin? You really think I'm your op? Hey, that's some shit.
With him and tell him, oh yeah, Colin, man.
Colin, you bullshit. What I saw is that they had a live a couple months ago. You know, he called Fambula and a few other people was on that live.
Yeah. He's trying to hook up with Kyle Fambula now, even though I discovered her first one night. So,
oh boy, there you go, Colin. I discovered her first. It's not a new land. You're not the Christopher Columbus, Colin.
This nigga Christopher Columbus.
I was the one who introduced everybody on, man. Dynas, right? And I introduced her to Dynas. Anyway, hold up, right? I said my first trip to Africa is going to be Liberia, right? And I was talking about Liberia. That's what got me known on Dynas' show. Professor Davis said, there's this guy, he's a group we call the BAIO, but there's one guy in the group.
Professor Larry Davis?
Yeah. He said, you got to get this guy on your guy on the show. Then Dynas inboxed me on Facebook. He goes, hey, Kala, you don't know me. My name is Dynas Samir. Would you like being on my show? And I said, sure, what's it about? I wanted to talk about your knowledge about Liberia. I heard you know about Liberia. You know, I said, yeah, sure. You know, so I went on the show. And that's when the BL blew up, right? Really got famous, you know, overnight.
That's how I met Colin too. I went on Donnie's show to challenge his bullshit.
Anyway, it was like 2 months I'm doing a show with Dynas and whatnot. And then I told Dynas, I said, it won't be fair unless you got to have my partners, Minister Daoud and Holop on. Holop, I always bigged up Holop because I think he's a brilliant guy, man. He's really smart. He taught me a lot when not, you know, he's a really brilliant man, you know, like I said, unfortunately we fell out, you know, but I said to Holop, I said, why don't you come on Dynas show? I don't know that guy Dynas or not. I said, Holop, just because he's not from New York, whatever, like your little clique. So I had to convince Holop to come on Dynas show. Then Holop, he became so popular, right? Because he has the way of talking and stuff like that, right? And I said, that's good for Holop. You know, he was like really getting famous out there, putting out talking points out there and stuff like that. The guy is a brilliant guy, man. You know, he's a brilliant. I'm not going to take nothing away from Holop.
I got to listen to him and see if I can see his brilliance. I didn't listen to any of his stuff.
Yeah, he's a very smart guy. He's real smart, you know. And so like I said, even though we had a falling out and whatnot, I just made my mind, you know, and we fell out over the LGBTQ shit, you know, right? You know, like that. But now
he's open-minded and he's not closed-minded like you, Colin.
No, it's not that. It's the fact that I said, look, I told him, right? I said, look, the crowd we're trying to attract, right? The BAO, which crowd we're trying to attract, you got to take a side, right? I said, I'm not for the LGBTQ. Who's snoring? You know, I said, I'm not for the LGBTQ. I am not for the interracial marriage, stuff like that. Obviously, I said, look, live and let live. I said, live and let live. I said, don't ask, don't tell. Right? I had no problem with that. Right? I said, hold on. Let me say this: somebody's gay. I don't care. I don't want to know about it. Right? I don't want to know. Right? Like that. Right? That's what I said. Right? But he kept pushing the fucking issue. Like, what do you guys? I said, look, I don't have to. Then he started attacking my religion. You know, because he's an atheist. You know. He started attacking my religion and whatnot. He was
that's where it's coming from.
What?
For most people, their justification is it's against our Bible,
Well,
which is fine.
and I didn't think it has anything to do with that. I just think he just
But
used
the
that.
point that I'm making, Carla, is that you guys had control of that organization. As a
No,
smart
no,
person,
we didn't. No, we didn't. Know why? Because this is what the tipping point was. When we was going through that little tension right there, what blew it up was he had two guys that joined the group called Patrick and Fatty Black, aka Patrick, and then what's the other guy's name? Patrick and
what is it, just something? The gay guy?
no, that's Jabari. No, not him.
Jawari.
That's before Jabari. Bradley and Patrick, right? Bradley was a fucking he was a fucking clown, man. Anyway, he was a clown, right? Anyway, we had this conference call, right? And he said Holt was moderating it, right? And he wouldn't let nobody he would bring people in one at a time and say what they had to say, right? Holup and Dawu, I had an agreement that nobody was going to take money from the organization or raise money or anything like that, right? No one's going to use the BAO name to promote stuff. These guys were all on the internet saying the BAO, they just joined the social network and they were talking in our name. I said, nice people get back to, do you believe in that? I said, no, I don't believe in that. Well, Patrick said this, but then they motherfuckers went out there and got their own Discord, BAO Discord chat. They started doing it, and then they started saying, "Oh, Collar hates the young. Collar hates the young. These are young boys at 20. Collar is jealous because he's an old man and whatnot." All that trying to play the old young shit, right? So anyway, I told him, I said, "Look, man, let me tell you something. You guys want to be with us, right? You guys stop doing this, and stop trying to solicit money for members, right?" They wouldn't listen to me, right? So what I did was I suspended them from the social network, right? And then Holub, instead of backing me up, right? He was like, "Man, Colin, that's level 2, something like that. You like this, right?" And so I'm like this. Okay, I get it. Holub's your mama. I'm your daddy. Anyway, when there was this other girl that came in, right? She started going in our website, doing all stuff like this, and I said, "Look, So anyway, the last time I talked to Holub was a couple weeks before he went to Rwanda. I kicked all of them out of the social network, right? And then he started coming up on the social network saying, College Genesis is not the leader. Then I kicked him out. He said, oh, fuck. Then he
But
declared.
you took unilateral action, Carla. Was that your position
Oh,
within
yeah.
the
I was like,
in the
this.
group?
No, I talked to a bunch of people. Asked Mufasa. He was there. Mufasa was there. Kofi. All these people basically had my back. They were telling me Kali did the right thing. Because
But
these
I'm saying,
motherfuckers.
did you have that authority to just kick people out,
Yeah,
or was it
yeah,
supposed to be
yeah.
a group
I was
decision?
the head. I created it, I created everything, I did everything, So I told him, I said, look, and then Holt said, fuck it, man, I'm doing my own. I said, look, if the BA got split, I said some people follow Holt, some people follow me. Most majority of people stay with me, and some people will Holt. Most of the people from New York, New York area, right? They all with Holt, right?
The
So
lead, Carla, you must let go of the ego.
I know it's not no ego. It was not ego at all, right? It was the fact that we have certain principles, right? I said until we basically figure out we're building a brand. The BAO said logo up there is a brand. Well, we do sit there, and I'm incorporated. I hold the trademark, right? Trademarks in my name, you know. So basically, um, hold up, right? And I said I said hold up, all right. He's a smart guy. He could do his own BAO brand, and I could do my own, right? So fine, right? But he wouldn't let it go at that. I stopped talking about him, whatever like that, and I started talking with Bomani because Hope and Bomani were enemies, right? So I started talking with Bomani and whatnot. It was just making plans with Bomani and stuff like that. Hope was enraged, right? He was like, Colin. I said, look, man, dude, man, it's over, man. It's like a breakup. They're gonna leave me alone. They went to Rwanda, blah, 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 and they did all right. And said, oh man, Kyle, this is before I went to Africa, right? Kyle hasn't been to Africa yet. He's never gonna go, blah, blah, blah. They all hide my. And then I go to Liberia in 2021. They were like blown away. Holy shit, Kyle made it to the continent. And I said Liberia was gonna be the first country. I was the one doing Liberia for the thing. Now all these people, Hold Up and all of them, they're so interested in Liberia. Hold Up was not interested in Liberia when I knew him, He didn't know any. He couldn't even name me 5 African countries. He didn't know nothing about the continent. And the only reason why they went to Rwanda because because of the Wakanda movie. They thought Rwanda was a Wakanda. They had a video out called Rwanda's Wakanda, you know? And they basically was like, oh man, it's like going to Wakanda. It was on the Wakanda thing, you know? Rwanda was Wakanda, you know? And so I said, hey, fine. I said, that's fine, but I wanted to go to Liberia first, but actually the first country I really wanted to go was Angola, you know? And then in 2020 when that didn't work out because of COVID, I said, you know something, the first country I'm gonna go to was the second country was gonna be Liberia. Then I decided the first country I'm gonna go to is Liberia. And I've been doing Liberia all the time. I wrote the first historic novel, and basically, I brought the first African American tour group there, 20 people. You know, they paid good money for a tour, 7 days, and whatnot. I hosted a business conference, you know, which the city mayor there, government officials were there, everybody there, and I'm going to be part of another one next month in March. You know, at the Boulevard Palace, you know, and that's going to be a trade mission. Hopefully, there are going to be several people. Raphael Warnock will be there. There's several other people, and hopefully, I could give the keynote speech. You know, so the bottom line is, you know, so I would whatever Holop is doing, I wish him a lot of luck and whatnot, you know, whatever like that. But I don't sit there and get bothered by ego and whatnot. I just know God told me what to do. And what I do, you know, and what I do is what I do. I get recognition. If I don't, I don't. As simple as that. But I know right now I'm just on a path of doing what I got to do. These guys are so obsessed with anything I do and whatnot. They think they're like, hold up, I don't forgot about him. You know, we haven't talked in like 8 years, right? But he's still online talking shit about me. You know, everybody keep talking. Yeah, Holop said this. Holop said that. You know, Holop said this. You know. Here comes Baruti, you know. When I have occasion listening to alien alternative being Holop doesn't project as an asshole. Then, well, you got to know him like I know him. He knows how to project like that. Talk to him off the cup or whatnot, you know. BAO woman spoke negatively about college ethos, you know. I don't know what they're talking about, you know. I'm always the bad guy. Kala hates women. Kala hates the young. Kala hates this. Kala hates the poor. They even some part of the rumor that Kala hates the poor, you know. Kala, see, he hates the poor, man. Blah, 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 blah.
Hey, this is the school
Kala
of
hate
hate.
fat women.
This is the
Kala
school of
hate poor
hate.
people.
So
Kala hate
don't back
traditional
off now.
Africans.
Kyle
Kala's a hater, man. Kala wants to teach people how to
Look,
hate.
for big
they're
women.
all lies. They're all lies. All
Kyler,
lies.
come on, tell the truth, Kyler. You have a strong dislike for big women.
I know. Look, man. Look, let me tell you something. In all the fairness, right? I have nothing against big women. You know, I have nothing against big women. Like I said, big women are bug out, man. You get them, whatnot. You know, you want to hit a buffet and whatnot, and go get your grub on, man. You know, a big girl, man. That's what you want to hang out with. You know, if I want to go to Victoria's Secrets and say, and the girl says, I want to do some try-ons, and you can tell me what you think. Then you leave the big girl home. You know, you get to. You know, because everybody has.
Kala, I cannot still understand. People are different, you know. And
I know you like the big women, man, but come on, man.
No, Kala, no.
The
It's
dog
not about
always got to defend the biggest.
Kala, what I say that people are different, you know, we all come in different sizes and shape. You feel me? And you can't really, you know, when you talk about, you know, some certain things are genetic. You know, you
Yeah,
can't really.
the sad thing is Kala was a big boy a couple years ago.
He's taking that Ozempic.
That's why your chicks. That's the first time when Ghana said come back home, man. The people that left because people don't respect these people. They were just having men in Ghana like crazy. So people like this Lisa went over there. Nobody really want to look at her because you know.
You're obsessed with this.
Hey man, leave Lisa alone.
You want to ask her out for a date? Hey, how about this? Why don't you give her some
Hey
good
Steve,
legs?
you better defend your wife.
Kidola, why don't you make an offer she can't
I
refuse?
guess she's a little skinny on the skinny side, man. I guess.
Nobody want to look at. Yeah,
She
nobody
been
want to
eating
look
enough
at.
collard greens and collard
Nobody want to look
greens.
like
She ain't
punk,
got
you
enough
know.
meat on her.
Well, Steve, you're a chubby
Even
chaser.
superstar will forget your boyfriend.
Add a few big girls, man. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Who is that, Steve?
Yeah,
By choice, or you beggars can be choosing.
by choice.
Okay, Steve. I don't know if I believe that.
Steve remind me of my boy Antonio. I used to train martial arts with. This is a tough kid, right? He was like 165, but he's like really cut, right? Cut. When we used to fight, this guy was good, right? He was like really cut. His arms, when we blocked or not, you could feel the strength in his arms, right? Anyway, he married this big fat white girl, right? I go, Antonio, let me ask you a question, right? She's kind of big, He goes, when did she lose weight? He goes, I don't want that. I go, what? He goes, because if she lose weight, then people gonna want her. And I said,
that's a dangerous person. You want that girl to die from obesity rather than be healthy and
That's
fit.
the thing, though. Hey, it is kind of true, though. You know how many people,
What,
men
Steve? You
and
got that
women.
mentality? Are you kidding me, Steve?
No, I don't have that mentality, but I'm just telling you the truth. There's a lot of people that was like overweight and they lost weight, men and women, and they found out they had better options and they left that person. It happens.
Are you in fear of that, Steve? With the big
No, I'm
girls?
not in fear of that. I'm not in fear of that. If it happens, oh well. But I'm just saying it does happen.
Life is as long. Look, I'm not gonna say it. I can understand, but you have to understand. Really, your choice is your choice. People's eyes are different, Until you start
Right.
understanding these things, you can't really pinpoint things. It's not easy to say, okay, let me be with that hunger girl. Or, look at the Naomi Campbell. They have no man. They they float around like they thought their beauty can take them, maybe have them, men at their home and everything. Look, so it's not about your size that make you have a man or not. Some of these girls that are who
No,
want to
Condola.
play
Some women who are skinnier and pretty, they don't have a man because they're a horse. They tend to sleep around. They have a bad reputation. Good men don't want to settle with them, so that's probably why.
This is about, it's different, man. Your eyes is not my eyes, I might see you, beautiful,
Skinny
but
No, but
not really.
later on, it's not just about appearance. A man may want to sleep with you, but he won't want to settle down with you because you got such a
Right.
bad,
That has something to do with the
reputation.
mind. That's something to do with the mind. If you really feel that person big or not, do you really love this person? You don't really see the side. You see the personality of that person, the
No, I'm not
spirit
talking
of
about
that.
size. I'm talking about reputation, right? So
Yes.
a skinny, pretty woman could be promiscuous, and a man won't settle with her. And many people wonder, well, why is she so pretty and she's not married, or that she doesn't
Because
have a
he has a
man by her side?
reputation.
She has a reputation. That's the point I'm making. So
Even
Bad
so,
rap.
every so skinny girls will be disappointed when you just maybe you smash them once and you just go. You say, why do you do that? You know they have behaviors problem. So don't
yeah,
flow.
so tell
I
tell
like
tell that to
I like
caller.
women with more with brain
Yeah,
anyway.
tell her to
It's
caller
not about
that
your size. I like
beautiful black
people.
women, big women are beautiful. The ones that have great personality, you should keep
there's
them.
a lot of beautiful.
You ever seen that movie? Why did I get married? I mean, it's fictional, but
Well, look, there's a lot of big women with a lot of personality, man. I wish more.
You
The
seen
bigger
that
the
movie,
woman, the bigger
Steve?
the
Why did I get
personality.
married with Jill Scott?
Yeah, I don't
And,
remember it though. But I see
and
it.
how dude was dogging her out, and she was so beautiful and had a good personality, but
You
dude
talk about
didn't want to
Joshua
be with her.
the singer. That's
Yeah, Jill Scott. She was in
Yeah,
a Tyler
yeah,
Perry
yeah.
movie called "Why Did I Get Married" with Janet Jackson.
man.
Mm-hmm.
That lady is beautiful, man. That woman is
Yeah,
that
she's
Didn't
woman.
they
gorgeous.
didn't they make a part two of that? I
They
think
made a
they
Yeah.
part two, and the part three is
yeah.
coming out this year.
Damn,
Oh, I didn't
part
know that.
three's coming out?
Three. I
Wow.
Yeah,
didn't know that.
yeah. The
I don't.
part three is called
I'm
"Why
not
Did
a
I
big
Get
fan.
Married Again."
I'm not. I'm
Yeah, I
not
seen
a
it so
fan
long
of
ago, I
Tyler Perry
can't barely
movies.
remember
I
it
don't.
too.
I don't grow on from Tyler Perry movies, man. I got tired of watching
Nah,
them.
that movie's actually good. It wasn't outlandish like Medea's,
No, yeah, that one was
It
good.
was a decent movie. It's more
Yeah, I
like,
know. I know.
couples,
I just,
Look
you
at
know.
Serena Williams, very beautiful black woman. The shape is, you have a black shape,
Her
you know.
beauty is subjective to some
Let me
people.
yeah, but let me just tell you the truth. The problem with
Yeah.
now she want to be white or what she want to look. God
Yeah.
make you to be black, and you
are
have
you talking
that
about
shape to
Janet
be black.
Jackson?
No,
What you
no,
talking
Serena
about?
Williams.
No,
Oh,
Serena
Serena
Williams,
Williams.
man,
Who?
Oh yeah,
beautiful.
Oh,
yeah,
Serena
You know
Williams.
that
yeah.
that
She been bleaching,
that chick
man.
make
I
me start
think.
watching long tennis. I didn't want to.
She's
I
bleak. I
don't care
mean,
about.
nobody would have told you that Serena Williams needed lip fillers. She had all the Negro features on point.
I
Man,
guess Black History Month is over now. So go
Yeah,
ahead.
technically, officially.
you know,
I
you
mean, it
know,
is. It's March. It's March 1st.
for
But yeah, what I'm saying, she had full lips. She didn't need no lip fillers.
Nah,
full
she didn't
full
need none of that
body.
shit,
We
man.
don't get
Yeah,
old. Now she look like somebody that been made from the factory that what white people
Yeah,
like to
what?
see with.
And
I
You
think
Kim,
white
know,
people hate her now.
Lil
Yeah.
Kim,
Was the pig.
people used to say that shit. The white boys used to say it about her, like she was too masculine. She had all these muscles. She looked
I saw what?
manly.
I saw what?
And I
That's
guess
not Negro.
it already got to her because now she's on the Ozempic. She's lost a lot of weight. A lot
Yeah,
of her
that's not Negro
definition is
supposed to
Let
gone.
look
me,
like.
hold on. Can I answer Baruti's thing, right? He
Uh,
says last year, Trump administration sponsored Africa Critical Members Conference. So if we really had black journalists out there, we would have known about it, Since we don't, everybody wants to sit and gossip about
No,
fucking.
but Rudy is informed. That's why you need to listen to
No,
him,
no. What I'm
Kyler.
saying is we
He's
don't have
tapped
so
in.
what's Collar's
Well,
use? What kind of question is that? What did
no,
that
what I'm
mean?
saying is this. Hold up. In DC, despite DEI slashing anti-African American vibes, MAGA sees Africa. Yeah. You understand, Baruti? There's a fucking disconnect between Black America and Africa. What is Africa's mineral gonna do for us? We don't have any industries in the industrial base. So what
Part of
can
the reasons you don't have it is because you don't have access to the resources to
no, the
build it.
reason why
And
we don't
Africa could be that resource.
you need a state to do that. You need an infrastructure
Uh,
to do that, I don't know
you
what to tell you guys. You guys gonna sit here for the next 1,000 years. Let the white man take all the wealth, resources, and whatnot, and
you're
then
not trying to do it, Kyler. Your African Americans are not trying to tap into it.
well,
If they
no,
do, the white man won't stop you.
hold on. We're not a nation state. We don't build weapons. We don't do
Well,
that.
No,
they had an
private
agreement called
corporation can do deals and
AGOA,
extract minerals in
but
Africa,
I
Kyler.
think it's not going
Private
to be
corporation is part
renewed.
of the infrastructure of a country.
That's
The
Yeah, and
true
society.
black people
as
are part of
well.
this country. They can have private corporation.
We're not
I
really
think I
part of
understand
the
Carla.
infrastructure, the business industrial infrastructure of America.
Nah,
I
Kyler, I
swear
think
to
that's an
Well,
excuse.
Dolo,
Black people can be a part of it.
99% white males, man. What are you
I
talking
think
about?
I can understand Carla because what the black people face in America, I swear to God, if you have a successful black American guy in Africa doing well business, coming to United everything, I think they would kill him. I swear to God.
There you
You know,
go. Keep it real, Cadola.
Condola, that's not
Keep it
true.
no, I
real.
You
swear to
got
God,
you got
man.
what is his
I swear to
name? The
God.
billionaire,
You
right?
know,
Robert Stewart. If Robert
Don't
Stewart
think
and Robert Smith came together and said, you know what, we're in finance, we're in
But look,
technology.
hold up. When you talk
he
about
might wind up dead, man.
they do finance technology. When you start talking about minerals, manufacturing, and critical minerals and stuff like that, that's what the people who decide the
and
future of the country do.
look at that dude that came to Nigeria for your business, man. It's been jail somewhere. They have way to corner the whole thing and say it's corrupt and everything. I understand why black America
That's what I'm
because
saying. Don't go there and try to do some bullshit, corrupt deal. Go
no,
there
black
Man, look
America,
what
legitimately,
happened to John
register with
Cashin,
them,
man. God
carry your
damn.
lawyers.
man,
Well, all
man.
I know, John Cashin was there for 35 years.
No, Johnny Cash was not really doing nothing. He was always in Felashira smoking something there.
Smoking, bro. Smoking, bro.
Man. Yeah,
He
I'm
was
gonna have
never
him on
really
the
a
show,
serious
man. I'm gonna
guy,
have him on the show, man. Y'all
Yeah,
gotta
I remember he was on the show one time.
He was on Dynasty Show too. I had a conversation with him. That dude he seemed a bit off, man. He seemed a bit off.
Yeah, because he be taking things
He
for
was
Felashira for a very long time.
Yeah, he's been smoking too much of that Hardy, bro.
those are gay girls that is carrying there. Some of these girls are also high once in a
Talking
while.
about his Indian heritage. That dude is so proud of being Indian. How his dad was the first guy from Mississippi to go for.
He is majority Native American.
So there you go, Carla. That's
That's
a
not
real
the black
eyeball
man.
right
That's
there.
the Native American man that came and become high there.
He's actually I studied the Cashin family, that Huntsville, Alabama area. He is actually really one of those few exceptions when Native Americans and blacks mixed together. That's an exception.
Yeah.
That in Oklahoma.
So he in that 5%.
Yeah, he's like the 2% of black people got like
If you take Puffy down for it just because of Cassie, it's still a lie. They brought Puffy down because of a lot of shit.
Nah, because the dude was a habitual and a degenerate sexual abuser, man.
No, it's not that, man. Look at what is going on with this one, the latest news now. If it's other people, they would have arrested for put them in jail. Look at what the new one.
Who you talking about?
No,